He lay there, sprawled on the cold ground of some random sidewalk, clutching a worn-out cloth bag as if it were the most valuable thing in the world. People hurried past, avoiding him as if avoiding an obstacle, a problem that wasn't theirs. No one looked him in the eye, no one asked his name. To the entire city, he was just another old man abandoned by fate, another invisible face among so many that life had chewed up and spat out mercilessly onto the streets. But you need to understand one thing before you continue listening to this story. That man was not who he seemed to be. The grimy coat, the dirt-stained fingernails, the overgrown beard of someone who'd lost count of the days without a mirror. All of it was real. The hunger he felt was also real. The cold that seeped into his bones every night was real. The loneliness that weighed on his chest like a stone was the most real thing of all. But beneath all that visible misery, there was something none of those hurried people could have imagined. Something that, if they knew, would make each of them stop, look back, and wonder how it was possible to pass by there so many times without noticing. Let me tell you what his face looked like that afternoon. His eyes were deep-set, marked by dark circles that seemed tattooed on his skin, but they still had a strange glint, a glint that didn't fit the situation. It was the kind of look you see in someone who has seen too much, who carries secrets too heavy to share with just anyone. His hands trembled, not only from the cold, but from a constant tension, as if at any moment someone might appear and try to snatch the cloth bag he clutched to his chest. His fingers, wrinkled and stained by time, closed around the fabric with a force that seemed impossible for such a fragile body. The bag itself was nothing special at first glance. It was a coarse, yellowish-grey fabric, the kind used to store potatoes or beans at rural markets. It had a loose knot at the end, tied and untied so many times that the fabric was almost tearing. Anyone passing by and looking would think that inside he had at most some old clothes, maybe a piece of stale bread, maybe nothing but memories that only made sense to him. But that wasn't it. What was inside that bag was the kind of thing that changes lives, that destroys families, that turns children into strangers and strangers into the only friends. What was in there was the reason why that man, even though he could be somewhere else, chose to sleep on the hard ground, feel the cold wind cut his skin, hear the noise of cars all night long without being able to truly rest. And that's precisely where this story starts to become different from any other you've ever heard. Because you see, when we think of someone living on the street, we automatically think of someone who has lost everything, someone who has nothing left, someone whom life has dragged to rock bottom and offered no way to climb back up. That's how the brain works. It sees the image and fills in the rest with what it already knows, what it has seen before, what seems most obvious. We look at a homeless person and think, poor thing, they have nothing. We feel pity sometimes, or indifference most of the time, and move on with our own lives. But this old man, this man with trembling hands and a deep gaze, he didn't fit into this story that we tell ourselves. He had lost a lot, yes. He had lost the house where he had lived for over 40 years. He had lost the right to sleep in his own bed, to have coffee in his own kitchen, to water the plants he himself had planted when his children were still small. He had lost the respect of those he loved most. He had lost his voice within his own family. He had even lost his name because on the street, nobody calls anyone by their name. On the street, you're just another body occupying space. But money that he hadn't lost. In fact, and this is where I need you to pay close attention, that old man had more money saved than most of the people who passed him every day. More than the executives in suits who crossed the sidewalk talking on their cell phones. More than the shop owners who closed their doors when he approached. More, much more than his own children, who had kicked him out of the house thinking they were getting everything. It sounds crazy, I know. It sounds like one of those stories invented to shock, to make us feel something and then forget. But it's not. Every detail of what I'm telling you happened. Every tear, every night in the cold, every look of contempt, every moment he wanted to scream the truth but chose to remain silent, all of it was real. And the most disturbing thing of all is that he chose to live like that. He chose the streets. He chose the cold. He chose hunger. Not because he had no choice, but because he had a plan. Or perhaps, and you'll understand this better as the story unfolds, because he needed to discover something that only misery could reveal. Let me show you what that particular afternoon was like. The sun was already setting, painting the sky with that dirty orange of the big city, mixed with pollution and clouds that promised rain later. The old man was leaning against the wall of a commercial building that had already closed its doors. The floor beneath him was rough cement, full of stuck chewing gum and stains that no one would ever clean. Beside him was an empty soda can that someone had kicked near him, perhaps carelessly, perhaps maliciously. It was impossible to know. He didn't move much. He stayed there, quiet, observing. His eyes followed each person who passed, not with requests, not with pleas, but with a strange attention, as if he were studying, as if each face that appeared before him told a story that only he could read. From time to time he murmured something softly, words that no one could hear, perhaps numbers, perhaps names, perhaps prayers, perhaps curses. The cloth bag remained in his lap, his fingers never loosening. A woman in high heels hurried past, the sound of her footsteps echoing on the concrete. She looked away without looking, her cell phone pressed to her ear, her irritated voice complaining about something at work. A young couple passed by soon after, laughing at some inside joke, their hands intertwined, completely oblivious to the man on the ground. A motorcycle delivery man parked on the corner, picked up a box, delivered it to some building, and drove away without ever turning his head in his direction. And the old man watched everything. There was something almost cinematic about that scene, if you stopped to think about it. The contrast between the frenetic movement of the city and his absolute immobility. The constant noise of horns, conversations, engines, and the silence that seemed to envelop him like a cocoon. Life rushing by all around. And there he was, frozen in time, holding his cloth bag as if it were an anchor that kept him tethered to something no one else could see. Then something small, almost insignificant happened, but it changed everything. A coin fell to the ground, right in front of him. Someone had thrown it. He didn't see who. He didn't raise his head in time. The coin spun a few times before stopping, the metal gleaming faintly against the dirty cement. It was a one real coin, one of those that barely buy anything these days, one of those you lose in your pocket and don't even notice. The old man stared at the coin for a long moment, and then slowly he did something no one would expect from someone in his situation. He laughed. It wasn't a loud laugh, it wasn't a laugh of madness, it wasn't a laugh of despair. It was a low, restrained laugh, almost melancholic. The kind of laugh of someone who knows a joke that no one else understands. The kind of laugh of someone who looks at the irony of their own life and can't do anything but find it funny. He picked up the coin, twirled it between his fingers, looked at it as if it were an object of study, and then put it in his coat pocket. Then his eyes returned to the cloth bag. His fingers tightened on the fabric again, and he murmured so softly that the wind almost carried the words away. But if you were close enough, you would have heard, "If only they knew, if only they suspected." And that was all. He didn't explain. He didn't continue. He returned to silence, returned to observation, returned to being invisible to the world that passed by without stopping. But that phrase, those few words, carried a weight that you still can't fully imagine, because the they he mentioned weren't strangers. They weren't the people on the street. They weren't the shop owners. They weren't the hurried executives. The they were much closer. They were the people who should have taken care of him. They were the people he fed, raised, educated, and protected his whole life. They were the same people who, at some point you'll discover later, looked at him and decided he was no longer useful, that he was a burden, that he was a hindrance, that it would be better if he simply disappeared. They were his children, and what they didn't know, what they never imagined when they pushed their own father out of the house he had built with his own hands, was that this miserable-looking old man held a secret that could change everything. A secret involving a lot of money. A secret hidden in numbers, in papers, in places they never thought to look. A secret he carried close to his heart, inside that worn-out cloth bag, waiting for the right moment to decide what to do with it. And that's exactly the story you're going to hear. It's not a simple story. It's not a story that ends quickly. It's a story of pain, betrayal, greed, but also of something more. Something you might only understand when you reach the end. Something about what truly matters when everything else is taken from you. Something about who appears when you have nothing left to offer. But before we continue, I need to take you somewhere else. A place that explains how that man ended up there. A place that shows who he was before he became a shadow on the sidewalk, Because nobody is born a beggar. Nobody starts life hugging a sack of cloth on the cold ground. Everyone has a story before the story we see. And his story began in a simple but vibrant house, where the smell of fresh coffee mingled with the sound of laughter, where the backyard plants were watered with the same care every day, where the children were still young and the future seemed like a promise that would never be broken. But before I take you there, tell me something. If you saw someone like that on the street, holding an old bag against their chest, would you stop to imagine what might be inside, or would you just walk past like everyone else? Leave a comment below. I really want to know what you would do. There is a type of memory that the body retains even when the mind tries to forget. It's the kind that appears in the smell of freshly brewed coffee early in the morning, in the sound of pots banging on the stove, in the sound of a child's laughter echoing down the hallway. The old man, lying on that soaked sidewalk, carries this kind of memory like someone carrying a hidden scar beneath their clothes. No one sees it, but he feels it all the time. Before the street, before the sackcloth, before the cold that seeped into the bones and never left, there was a house. It wasn't big, it wasn't luxurious, it didn't have an automatic gate or a magazine-worthy garden. It was a simple house, the kind you find in any medium-sized city neighborhood, with light-colored painted walls, a narrow porch that could fit 2 plastic chairs, and a potted fern that insisted on surviving even with little water. But it was a full house, full of voices, of footsteps, of life rushing from one room to another. If you could walk into that house a few years ago, you would find the old man in a version that almost no one would recognize today. His shoulders were broader, his spine straighter, his gaze more determined. He would wake up early, before the sun pierced the kitchen window, and insist on being the first to put the water on to boil. He enjoyed the silent ritual of those few minutes alone, when the house was still asleep, and he could only hear the low hiss of the kettle heating up. It was the only time of day when the world seemed to be in order, when everything still fit in its proper place. Then, little by little, the house would awaken. First came the shuffling footsteps of his wife, a petite woman with her hair tied back and her hands always busy with something. She would enter the kitchen without saying much, lean her shoulder against his for a brief moment, and then begin to stir the pots, the bread, the butter, the invisible organization that made everything work. They didn't need many words. After so many years together, the silence between them had its own texture, a kind of conversation that only those who have lived side by side for a long time can understand. Soon after, the noise increased. The children came downstairs, still sleepy-faced, complaining about the time, school, and their tight uniforms. Later came the grandchildren, little hurricanes of energy who transformed any corner of the house into a battlefield or racetrack. The old man pretended to complain about the noise, grumbling something about this youth that never stops moving. But inside, every shout, every laugh, every tumble on the living room rug was a confirmation that his life had been worthwhile. That all the effort, all the late nights, all the years of hard work had built this, an entire family revolving around that wooden table with cup marks and fork scratches. The table, in fact, was the center of everything. It was there that decisions were made, that arguments happened and were resolved, that birthdays were celebrated, that the bills were spread out at the end of the month for the old man to check one by one with the tip of his pencil. He had a habit of doing calculations on paper, even when calculators were everywhere. He said that paper doesn't lie, that handwritten numbers have different weight, that you only truly understand where the money goes when you see it flowing line by line before your eyes. His children found it funny, calling it an old man's quirk, but it was precisely this quirk that, without anyone knowing, was building something much bigger than anyone there imagined. The backyard had a jaboticaba tree that the old man had planted when his eldest son was still a child. Every time the tree bore fruit, it was a celebration. The grandchildren climbed the branches, his wife made jam, and the sweet smell filled the house for days. He would stand there, leaning against the back door frame, observing that scene with a kind of silent satisfaction he could never put into words. It was as if, at that moment, time stopped, and he could finally look at everything he had built and feel that he was complete. But completeness is an illusion that life likes to shatter. The wife fell ill first. It was quick, faster than anyone expected. In a few months, the woman who never stopped, whose hands were always busy, who supported the household with an invisible and constant strength, began to diminish, becoming lighter, quieter, until one morning she didn't wake up anymore. The old man sat on the edge of the bed for hours, holding her already cold hand, unable to move. The world, which until then had revolved around that crowded house, suddenly lost its axis. The children came, of course. They came for the wake to sort out paperwork, to divide up tasks, but there was something different in the way they looked at their father now. Before, he was the silent center of everything, the pillar no one questioned. After their mother passed away, the children's gaze began to change, as if they were measuring, calculating, rearranging each other's internal chessboard. The old man noticed, but said nothing. He thought it was his imagination, that grief was distorting things. He wanted to believe that pain united, that loss brought people closer. It's not always like that. In the following months, the house became emptier. The grandchildren came less often, visits became less frequent, and the phone only rang for practical matters. The old man began to feel a kind of loneliness he didn't recognize, different from the loneliness of someone who is alone. It was the loneliness of someone surrounded by people, but no longer seen, of someone you talk to and realize that no one is really listening, of someone who exists, but has already begun to be treated as if they no longer exist. It was around this time that the children began to appear more frequently, but not for company. They came with strange questions, questions that the old man took a while to understand. "Dad, where are the house documents? Dad, have you thought about transferring things to our names to make things easier? Dad, wouldn't it be easier if we took care of the bills, since you're alone now?" The questions always came wrapped in a smile, in a tone of concern, in rehearsed affection. But beneath each one there was an urgency that didn't match the concern. The old man wasn't a fool. He'd spent his whole life learning to read people, to discern when a proposal concealed ulterior motives, to smell opportunism before it fully revealed itself. But these were his children, his own flesh and blood, the children he'd seen born, whom he'd held in his arms, whom he'd taught to ride a bike, whom he'd taken to their first day of school, holding their hands tightly. How could he distrust those he'd raised? How could he look into eyes he'd known since the first second of their lives and see something resembling betrayal? He tried to ignore it. He told himself he was exaggerating, that age was making him too suspicious, that his children only wanted to help. When they asked him to sign some papers to organize the bureaucracy, he hesitated for a moment, felt a tightness in his chest that he couldn't explain, but ended up signing. The pen weighed more than it should have. His hand trembled more than usual. But he signed because he wanted to believe, because he needed to believe. In the following weeks, the visits decreased again. The children seemed more relieved, lighter, as if they had solved a problem that had been bothering him. The old man remained in the house, watering the plants, tending to the jaboticaba tree, trying to keep alive the routine that once made sense. But something had changed. The air inside those rooms seemed different, heavier, as if the walls knew something he hadn't yet fully understood. One afternoon, the eldest son appeared unannounced. He wasn't alone. He brought his wife, his middle brother, and his youngest sister. They sat in the living room around the wooden table full of marks and remained silent for a time that seemed far too long. The old man looked at each of them, trying to decipher what was happening. His heart began to beat faster, not from fear, but from an ancient intuition that already knew before his mind what was to come. "Dad," the older man began, his voice rehearsed as if he'd practiced the speech in the car, "we talked and we think it would be best for you to live somewhere else. The house is too big, you're alone, you can't take care of all this. We found a good place, a well-maintained nursing home. You'll be fine there." The old man didn't answer immediately. He stood there looking at the table, at the cup marks, at the fork scratches. Each mark was a memory, a Sunday lunch, a birthday party, an argument that ended in a hug. He knew that table better than he knew his own face in the mirror, and now they were asking him to leave all that behind, as if it were simple, as if it were easy, as if he were just an old piece of furniture that no longer matched the decor. "This house is mine," he said softly, almost voicelessly. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that cuts through you. The sons looked at each other, exchanged a look the old man knew well, the look of those who have already decided everything and are just waiting for the resistance to end. It was the middle son who broke the silence, with a tone that mixed impatience and something that almost seemed like pity. "Dad, you signed the papers, remember? The house is already in our name. We're just trying to do what's best for you." The world spun slowly around the old man. The words entered his ears and took a while to make sense, as if his brain refused to process what it was hearing. He had signed. He had trusted. He had handed over everything he had built in a lifetime of work, saving and sacrifice to the hands of those he thought would protect it forever. And now those same hands were pushing him out. He wanted to scream, wanted to flip the table, wanted to ask how they had the courage, how they could sleep at night, how they looked in the mirror in the morning. But the voice wouldn't come out. His body wouldn't obey. He stood there, motionless, feeling the weight of each passing second, while his children continued talking about practicality, care, what's best for everyone. The words mingled, lost their meaning, became mere noise surrounding an enormous silence that grew inside him. That night, the old man didn't sleep. He sat on the porch watching the dark street, listening to the wind rustle the leaves of the jaboticaba tree. He thought of his wife. He thought of all the years. He thought of the choices he had made and the ones he had failed to make. And sometime between dawn and dawn, he made a decision that no one expected. If they were going to take everything from him, they weren't going to take what truly mattered. They weren't going to take what he had spent his entire life hiding, guarding, protecting in silence, because there was something his children didn't know, something nobody knew, and that something he was going to take with him, wherever he went, even if it was just to the middle of the street. When the sun rose that morning, the old man had already packed a small suitcase, separated some clothes, and placed what really needed protecting inside an old cloth bag. His children thought he would accept it, that he would go to the nursing home, that he would disappear without a sound. But when they arrived to pick him up, the house was empty. Only the smell of cold coffee remained in the kitchen, and a plastic chair overturned on the porch. He didn't go to a nursing home. He didn't go anywhere they could find him. He chose to disappear in the most radical way possible. He became invisible. He became that shrunken body on the sidewalk that everyone ignores. He became the old man that nobody gives a second glance to. And the strangest thing of all, the detail that makes no sense to an outsider, is that he could have chosen differently. He could have gone somewhere else. He could have started over. He could have used what he still had hidden to live in a different way. But he didn't want to. He preferred the street. He preferred the cold. He preferred oblivion. Why? This is the question that hangs in the air, that isn't easily resolved, that bothers you like a pebble in your shoe. Why would a man who still holds a very wealthy secret choose to live as if he has nothing? What is he waiting for? What is he proving? And to whom? The answer, if there is one, is still locked inside that cloth bag he refuses to let go of. And while the world passes him by without looking, while his children sleep peacefully in the house they stole, while the city continues its indifferent rhythm, the old man remains there, counting the days, guarding what no one knows he has, waiting for something only he can see. Cracks never announce their arrival with a sound. They simply appear, discreet, almost invisible, in the corner of a wall you swore was perfect. And that's how it happened in that house where, for so many years, the smell of breakfast coffee seemed to guarantee that everything would be all right forever. It started with details so small that, from the outside, anyone would say they meant nothing. A sideways glance during Sunday lunch, a laugh that lasted too long when he spoke seriously about economics, an impatient sigh when he opened his mouth to talk, once again, about the importance of saving money for the future. Things that on their own could be mistaken for tiredness, for being in a hurry, for the fast pace of modern life. But together, they formed a pattern that he was slow to see, perhaps because he didn't want to. The first clear sign came on an ordinary afternoon, one of those unremarkable ones on the calendar. He was sitting on the porch, enjoying the last rays of sunshine before the day ended, when he heard voices in the kitchen. It wasn't a normal conversation. It was one of those that lower their tone when someone approaches, that use cut words and glances, that confirm more than the sentences themselves. He stood still, pretending to read an old newspaper, but with his ear attentive to what was leaking through the half-open window. "The old man is getting harder and harder," said a voice he recognized instantly. It was his middle son, the one he always thought was most like him, more level-headed, more reliable. He keeps hoarding, 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 and we're here needing help and he won't give us another penny. A second voice joined in, a female one, higher pitched, with a tone that mixed impatience and calculation. That's not even the problem. The problem is that he acts like he owns everything, as if we were still children. The house should have been in our name a long time ago. If something happens to him out of the blue, we'll have to deal with probate, notary offices, a whole lot of bureaucracy. The third voice, deeper than the others, cut through the other two with an objectivity that chilled his blood right there, sitting on the porch with the trembling newspaper in his hands. The deal is simple. Either we convince him to send what needs to be sent quickly, or we'll keep waiting until he can't sign anything anymore. And then it gets really complicated. He stood motionless. The newspaper remained open to the same page, but the letters had turned into meaningless blotches. His heart pounded, not with anger, not yet. It was something worse. It was the feeling of listening to a conversation about a stranger and suddenly realizing that the stranger was him, the difficult old man, the problem, the obstacle between them and what they thought they deserved. That night, he couldn't eat properly. He sat at the table as usual, took his usual place, but the food went down heavy, almost forced. His children chatted about the day's events, laughed at things on their phones, made plans for the weekend. None of them seemed to carry the weight of that afternoon's conversation. Perhaps for them, it had been just another sibling venting session, a passing complaint that didn't mean much. But for him, each bite now came accompanied by a question that wouldn't go away. When did I stop being a father and become a problem to be solved? The following days brought more evidence, now that his eyes were trained to see what had previously gone unnoticed. He realized how his children's visits, which had previously seemed spontaneous, now always came with some request, some suggestion, some concern, that deep down revolved around the same theme. "Dad, have you thought about getting things organized? Dad, wouldn't it be better if we started getting these documents ready? Dad, why keep so much old paper? Let us help you sort this out." The word help began to sound different. Before it sounded like affection. Now it sounded like strategy. He tried more than once to bring up the subject directly. In one of these attempts, during a lunch that should have been peaceful, he asked, looking at his 3 children sitting at the table, "Do you remember when we had almost nothing and yet everything was fine?" The silence that followed lasted only a few seconds, but seemed to drag on for minutes. One of the children cleared his throat, another fiddled with his cell phone, the third gave a quick smile and changed the subject, asking if anyone wanted more juice. No one truly answered. And in that silence, he understood something that hurt more than any words. They didn't want to remember. To remember meant acknowledging where they came from, what had been built, how much it had cost. It was easier to look only at what was already finished, at what already existed, and treat it as an acquired right, not as a gift that could be taken away at any moment. From that point on, conversations about organizing the documents became more frequent, always disguised as concern, always wrapped in affectionate words. "We only want what's best for you, Dad. It's to make things easier for everyone. Imagine if you get sick and we can't get anything done." But behind each phrase he began to hear something else, a subtext that no one said aloud. How much longer do you intend to hold on to something that's not going anywhere? His body, already marked by the years, began to react to the emotional weight. He slept worse, woke up more tired, felt pains that hadn't existed before, or at least hadn't bothered him so much. His wife, who had always been the bridge between him and his children, tried to soothe him. "They love you, they just don't know how to show it properly," she would say, patting his shoulder. But even she, who knew every corner of that family, seemed not to realize, or not want to realize, that something had changed irreversibly. One night, one of the sons showed up unannounced, which was strange in itself. He wore a forced smile, the kind that doesn't reach the eyes, and carried a folder full of papers. He sat down at the kitchen table, in the same spot where his father used to do his accounts in the early hours of the morning, and opened the folder with the nonchalance of someone about to propose an excellent business deal. "Dad, I've been talking to a lawyer, a friend of mine, you know. He explained exactly how this whole thing about transferring assets while you're alive works, to avoid problems later. Look, it's really simple." And she pushed paper after paper toward her father, explaining clauses, percentages, necessary signatures, everything very well organized, Everything very well planned. Everything far too fast for a matter that should be handled calmly. He looked at the papers, then at his son, then back at the papers again. The kitchen light, the same as always, now seemed colder, harsher. The silence between sentences was filled by the ticking of the clock on the wall, marking seconds that felt like minutes. "And your siblings?" he asked, his voice lower than he would have liked. "Do they know about this?" The son hesitated for a fraction of a second, just enough to betray what the answer was trying to hide. "We did talk about it. Everyone agrees it's best for you. Less worry, less bureaucracy. You'll still live here, of course. Nothing changes. Everything will just be more organized." "Nothing changes," the old man repeated, more to himself than to his son. The phrase echoed in his head like a warning, an alert signal that his body recognized even before his mind processed it. Because he knew, perhaps better than anyone, that when someone says nothing changes in a negotiation, it almost always means that everything is about to change. That night, he didn't sign anything. He said he needed to think, that he didn't like making hasty decisions, that he wanted to reread each line calmly. The son put the papers away with a restrained, almost forced smile, and left, leaving behind a tension in the air that he had never felt so clearly within his own home. The door closed with a soft click, but to the old man's ears it sounded like the first warning of a storm that was still brewing. In the days that followed, the phone calls increased. First, they were kind, then insistent, then impatient. "Have you thought about it, Dad? The lawyer needs an answer. We can't keep waiting forever." Each call brought a little less affection and a little more pressure, as if he were delaying the delivery of something that no longer belonged to him. He began to notice other signs, things that perhaps had always existed, but that only now were taking on a clear outline. The way his children looked at the house when they entered, no longer with the gaze of someone returning home, but with the gaze of someone evaluating a property. The questions about how much the land was worth, whether the neighbors had sold, how much a renovation would cost. Small, loose comments that, put together, formed a map of intentions that he preferred not to have to decipher. His wife fell ill around that time. Nothing serious at first, just persistent tiredness, a lack of appetite that wouldn't go away, a dry cough that kept returning. He cared for her as he always had, with patience, with presence, with the silence of someone who acts without needing applause. But during the weeks when she was more frail, something curious happened. The children's visits, which had previously been rare, became frequent, not to see their mother, or not only for that, but to, taking advantage of her fragility, return to the subject of paperwork, signatures, and necessary arrangements. "Dad, imagine if something happens to Mom and you're left alone. Will you be able to handle all of this? Isn't it better to get things sorted out now?" The phrase came in a tone of concern, but he tasted the bitter calculation behind the words. He looked at his wife lying in the next room, and then at his son, who awaited an answer like someone waiting for contract approval. And for the first time, he felt not just sadness, but something akin to disgust, not for his son himself, but for what that moment revealed about what the family had become. When his wife recovered weeks later, he was no longer the same. Something inside him had closed, a door that had once always been open to his children, available for any request, any need. Now that door creaked every time someone tried to push it open. He answered questions with short phrases, avoided long conversations, spent more time alone on the balcony, looking at the garden as if searching for answers in the wrong place. The children noticed the change but interpreted it in a way that suited them. "The old man's getting grumpy," they said to each other. "Age, you know? He gets stubborn, suspicious." None of them stopped to ask what had happened, what he had heard, what he had felt. It was easier to fit his behavior into a simple, biological, inevitable explanation. Old age stuff. Something that happens to someone who no longer understands the world as it is. But he understood. He understood more than he would like to admit. He understood that at some point, without realizing it, he had ceased to be the breadwinner for that family and had become the last obstacle between them and what they wanted. He understood that the hugs now came with ulterior motives, that the visits had hidden agendas, that the "I love you, Dad" was sometimes just the prelude to yet another request. And he understood, above all, that the house he had built brick by brick, sacrifice by sacrifice, was no longer a home. It was a prize up for grabs, It was during this time that he began making decisions in silence. He didn't tell anyone, not even his wife, who still believed in her children's good faith. During the early morning hours, while the house slept, he would open the drawer again, spread the papers on the table and do calculations. But this time the calculations weren't for accumulating. They were for protecting, for hiding. To ensure that if one day things completely fell apart, at least a part of what he had built would be safe from the reach of those who only knew how to ask. Nobody noticed when he made the first silent transfer. Nobody noticed when he opened a new account at another bank, in another city. Nobody noticed when he started keeping, inside an old cloth bag forgotten at the back of the closet, the receipts, the passwords, the proof that there was much more than anyone imagined. To his children, he remained the same stubborn old man who wouldn't let go of a penny, who was always complaining about waste. They had no idea that right under the roof they already considered theirs, their father was secretly building an invisible safe. And so it was, between forced smiles at the dinner table and calculations hidden in the dead of night, that the cracks widened. Until on a day that seemed like any other, someone finally decided to force open the door he was trying to keep closed. And when that happened, the sound wasn't of wood giving way. It was of something much older, much more fragile, that once broken would never be whole again. The pen lay there, so quiet, so harmless on the surface of the table, that no one noticed the silent war that was beginning to rage inside the old man's chest. He looked at that small blue plastic object, its silver tip gleaming in the kitchen light, and felt as if he were looking at a knife pointed at him. It wasn't an exaggeration. Not for someone who had spent decades turning every penny into a brick, every saving into security, every sacrifice into the guarantee that, in the end, there would be a place to call his own. That pen, in the right hands, could build. In the wrong hands, it could destroy everything he had spent a lifetime building. The eldest son maintained a smile, the kind of smile that doesn't reach the eyes but strives to appear natural. Beside him, the man in the dress shirt waited with the studied patience of someone who has seen this scene hundreds of times. For him, it was just another document, another signature, another service rendered. For the old man, it was the moment when the line between trusting and protecting oneself became too thin to see. "Dad, is everything all right?" asked the son, noticing the hesitation. "Just sign it, we've already talked about this." His voice carried a layer of poorly disguised impatience, like someone who has waited too long for something they consider guaranteed. The old man noticed. He also noticed his daughter's gaze standing near the kitchen door, biting her lower lip in a gesture that mixed anxiety and expectation. He noticed the heavy silence that filled the room, as if the air had become thicker, harder to breathe. He slowly reached out, feeling his fingers tremble in a way he couldn't control. Age did that to the body, stealing the firmness that once seemed so natural. He touched the pen, felt the cold plastic against his skin, and for a moment, just a moment, imagined how simple it would be to sign, to end that tension, to go back to being the beloved father, the adored grandfather, the man who finally understood and did the right thing. It would be so easy to give in. But then, like a flash that crosses the mind without asking permission, the memory came. He saw himself young, very young, standing in front of a wooden shack with a tin roof that got so hot in the summer it seemed to melt. He remembered the dirt floor, the walls that let in the cold winter wind, the musty smell that never went away no matter how much his mother scrubbed. He remembered the hunger that wasn't dramatic, like in the movies, but constant, silent, a companion that sat at the table every night and stayed there watching, waiting. He remembered the day his father, a man with calloused hands and tired eyes, sat beside him on an improvised bench and said, in a voice that seemed to carry the weight of the world, "Son, I have nothing to leave you, but I'm going to teach you something that's worth more than any inheritance. Never ever hand over to others what you can hold in your own hands." The phrase echoed within him, as if it had been uttered at that very moment right there in the brightly lit kitchen, with the smell of stale coffee still lingering in the air. He blinked, returning to the present, and looked again at the document on the table. The small print, the spaces for signatures, the stamps and seals that would give legal weight to that piece of paper. Everything there was designed to appear secure, organized, correct. But the old man knew how to read between the lines. He always had. "I need to think," he said, putting down his pen. The sound of her tapping on the table was small, almost inaudible, but it triggered a chain reaction that he could observe in slow motion. His son's smile faltered, the corners of his mouth drooping half a centimeter. His daughter let out a sigh that she tried to disguise as normal breathing. The man in the dress shirt raised an eyebrow, surprised by that unexpected resistance. "Think?" the son repeated, his voice rising slightly. "Dad, we've talked about this several times already. What else do you need to think about?" "I need to think about it," the old man repeated, this time more firmly. "It's no small decision. I'm not going to sign anything in a hurry." The silence that followed was the kind that hurts, the kind that seems to scream precisely because it makes no sound. The son exchanged a look with his sister, a look laden with frustration and something else, something the old man couldn't quite identify, but which made his stomach clench. "Okay, Dad," the son finally said, gathering the papers with movements more abrupt than necessary. "You can think about it, but don't take too long, okay? These things have deadlines, they cost money. We're trying to help, but if you prefer to complicate things..." The sentence hung in the air, unfinished, but the meaning was clear. To complicate things, as if protecting what was yours was an act of sabotage against your own family. The old man felt a pang in his chest, not of physical pain, but of that pain that comes when you realize that the people you love are becoming strangers right before your eyes. The man in the dress shirt said goodbye with a formal handshake and left, leaving behind a card on the table, "For when you're ready." The phrase sounded like a veiled threat, as if time were running against him, not in his favor. The children left soon after, with quick hugs and kisses on the cheek that seemed more like protocol than affection. When the house was empty again, the old man remained seated at the table for a long time. The card of the man in the dress shirt was there, gleaming under the yellowish light of the lamp. He picked up the card, twirled it between his fingers, read the name printed in gold letters. Then, with a slow and deliberate gesture, he tore the card in half, and then into four, and then into pieces so small that they turned into confetti on the plastic tablecloth. The wife appeared in the kitchen doorway, observing the scene. "What happened?" he asked, his voice thick with concern. "Nothing," he replied, sweeping the scraps of paper into the palm of his hand. "I'm just cleaning the table." But they both knew it wasn't just that. There was something different in the air of that house, something that had changed irreversibly that afternoon. The old man got up, threw the pieces of the card in the trash, and went to the window. Outside, the sky was beginning to darken, the first stars appearing as timid little dots against the blue that was turning purple. He stood there, staring into nothingness, thinking about everything. In the days that followed, the pressure increased. Not explicitly, not with shouts or direct threats. It was more subtle, more poisonous. A call from his son asking if he had thought it over. A visit from his daughter who, in the middle of a conversation about her grandchildren, let slip, "Oh, Dad, it would be so much easier if we didn't have this worry hanging over us." A casual comment from his son-in-law, who had never interfered in family matters, saying that, these days, those who don't get organized leave problems for others. Each sentence was a drop, small, seemingly harmless, but constant drops make holes in stones. The old man felt it, felt the slow erosion of his resistance, the growing temptation to simply give in for peace. The weariness of age was beginning to weigh differently. It wasn't just his body that ached. It was his soul that was exhausted from having to fight against those who, in theory, should be on his side. One night after a tense dinner where no one said anything important, but everyone hinted at everything, he retired to his room early. His wife stayed in the living room watching some random program, but he knew she also felt the weight of the atmosphere. He lay on the bed staring at the ceiling and let his mind wander. He thought of his grandchildren, their genuine smiles, the small hands that still confidently grasped his. He wondered if one day they too would look at him and see only an obstacle, a stage to be overcome. The idea hurt more than any other, because if there was anything that still kept him believing in his family, it was those children. It was they who, when they ran towards him shouting, "Grandpa," made everything seem worthwhile. It was with them in mind that he made a decision. The next morning, he got up before sunrise. He made coffee in silence, drank it alone in the still dark kitchen, feeling the warmth of the cup on his hands. Then he went to his room, opened the closet, and at the back, behind shoeboxes and old clothes, he found the briefcase he had kept for years. The briefcase that no one in the family knew existed. Inside there were documents. Not the documents his children wanted him to sign, but others. Bank statements from accounts he never mentioned. Proof of investments made over decades, small amounts that, with time and interest, had become something much bigger than anyone could have imagined. Notes in tiny handwriting, codes, passwords, branch numbers. The map to a treasure he had secretly built, penny by penny, while everyone thought he was just a miserly old man who didn't know how to enjoy life. He ran his hand over the papers, feeling their texture worn by time. Each document was a memory. The first investment, made with money from an extra job no one knew about. The first time he saw his balance grow beyond what he had imagined possible. The decision never to tell anyone, not even his wife, because he knew that shared secrets ceased to be secrets. It wasn't distrust on her part. It was protection. If she didn't know, she couldn't tell. If she couldn't tell, there would be no pressure. And if there was no pressure, that money would remain where it was, kept safe, growing, waiting for the right moment. The right moment. He always imagined it would be when he left this world, when a trusted lawyer would open a sealed envelope and reveal the truth to his family. He imagined the surprise on their faces, the regret for all the times they had called him stingy, selfish, outdated. He imagined, with a perhaps petty but profoundly human pleasure, their expressions upon discovering that the old man they despised was, in fact, richer than all of them put together. But now, sitting on the bed with the briefcase in his lap and the weight of the last few weeks on his shoulders, he began to wonder if this plan still made sense. If he waited until he died, where would the money go? To the same people who were now pressuring him, who looked at him as a problem to be solved. The irony was too cruel to ignore. He closed the folder, put it back in the back of the closet, and stood there, thinking. The sun began to filter through the gap in the curtain, drawing a golden line on the bedroom floor. Somewhere in the house, he heard his wife stirring, beginning another day. Everything seemed normal, routine, predictable, but he knew that nothing was the same anymore. The decision not to sign the document had consequences. He could feel it in the air, in the way his children treated him on subsequent visits. The hugs became shorter, the conversations more superficial. The glances filled with an impatience they barely tried to hide. It was as if by refusing to hand over the house, he had become persona non grata in his own family. One Thursday afternoon, the eldest son showed up unannounced. He banged on the door forcefully, entered without waiting for an invitation, and got straight to the point. "Dad, we need to talk." Seriously this time. The old man was in the living room, watching a gardening program he wasn't really paying attention to. He turned off the television with the remote and looked at his son, waiting. "You're being unfair to us," the son continued, his voice rising. "We just want to secure our future, and you're just sitting there holding everything back as if we were the enemy. Do you know how much I owe on my credit card? Do you know how hard it is to pay for the children's school? And you're here, sitting in this huge house alone with Mom doing nothing with her." "This house isn't huge," the old man replied calmly, "and I'm not alone. I'm with your mother. And you're welcome here whenever you want, as you always have been." "Welcome?" The son let out a bitter laugh. "We're welcome to visit, but not to have what is rightfully ours. Dad, you won't live forever, and when you're gone, there will be fighting, there will be chaos, there will be lawyers against lawyers. Is that what you want to leave us?" The question hung in the air, laden with a threat that didn't need to be explicitly stated. The old man felt his heart race, but maintained a neutral expression. "I'll leave you with what I think you deserve," he said slowly, weighing each word. "And it won't be because you asked for it, or because you pressured me, or because you thought you were entitled to it. It will be because I decided. As long as I'm alive, that decision is mine." The son opened his mouth to reply, but something in his father's expression made him hesitate. There was a firmness there that he hadn't expected, a line that clearly shouldn't be crossed. For a moment, the two stared at each other in silence, father and son, separated by decades of shared history and, now, by something deeper. "All right," the son said at last, his voice restrained. "All right, Dad. You win. For now." He stormed out, slamming the door harder than necessary. The sound echoed through the empty house, reverberating off the walls, the furniture, and in the heart of the old man who remained seated in the armchair, motionless, processing what had just happened. For now. The two words stuck in his mind like thorns. It wasn't acceptance, it was a pause. A reorganization of forces before the next attack. And he knew, with a certainty that hurt to admit, that there would be another attack. And another. And another. Until he gave in. Or until... The wife appeared in the doorway of the room, her eyes wide. What happened? I heard shouting. Nothing, he lied, trying to smile. Just kid stuff. It'll pass. But it didn't pass. In the following weeks, visits became less frequent. The phone calls colder. Christmas was approaching, and for the first time in decades, no one asked about the plans for Christmas dinner. The old man and his wife spent Christmas Eve alone, with a table set for 2 where 12 used to fit. The silence of that night was the loudest he had ever heard, and it was in that silence, between bites of food that neither of them wanted to eat, that he made another decision. A decision that would change everything. The following morning, while his wife was still asleep, he opened the folder hidden in the closet again. This time, he didn't just look. He took a pen and began to write. A letter, long, detailed, explaining everything. Where the money was, how much there was, how to access it. And at the end, a clear instruction on who it should be sent to. Not for his children, not for those who treated him as an obstacle, but for someone who didn't yet exist in his life, someone he didn't yet know but who somehow he already felt he would meet. He folded the letter, placed it in an envelope, and wrote on the outside, in large, firm letters, "To be opened only when I decide." He put the envelope away with the other documents and closed the cabinet. Outside, the December sun shone brightly, indifferent to the human dramas unfolding beneath it. The old man went to the window, looked out at the street and took a deep breath. The war had begun, and he, contrary to what everyone thought, was nowhere near giving up. The question hung in the air like thick smoke from a cigarette that burned until the very end. The old man didn't answer, not because he was speechless, but because at that moment his mouth simply froze. There was something so cruel in his son's words that it seemed impossible they could have been uttered there. In that same kitchen where they had so often sat together to share bread, where so many nights had ended in laughter, where the smell of fresh coffee still lingered, as a silent witness to a time that now seemed to belong to another life. The son was still leaning against the sink, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. There was no explicit anger in his posture, and perhaps that was the most disturbing thing. It was as if the sentence had come out naturally, without weight, without remorse, just the realization of a new order that, in his mind, had already been in effect since the moment the pen touched the paper. The wall clock ticked away at a slower pace than usual. Tick, tick, tick. Each tick echoed in the silence, as if counting down the remaining time of something about to collapse. "I just wanted to say," the son continued, perhaps realizing that the phrase had been too harsh, "that things will work out better now. You don't need to worry about anything anymore." The attempt to soften the blow came too late. The damage was already done. The word Manda continued to reverberate inside the old man like a cracked bell. He slowly ran his hand over his face, felt his stubble scratch his palm, and finally managed to utter a sentence, low, almost to himself. "I never wanted to boss anyone around. I just wanted to take care of them." The son huffed impatiently. Taking care, you always say that, but taking care also means letting us handle things ourselves. You're holding everything back, controlling everything, as if we were children. We've grown up, Dad. We know what we're doing." It was curious how the same person who, weeks before, had asked for the signature with a sweet smile and words of affection, now used a different tone, as if the transfer of the paper had also transferred something invisible. Permission to speak differently, to occupy another place, to look down on others. The old man perceived this with painful clarity. The house was still the same, the walls, the furniture, the smell. But the air had changed, and he, without knowing exactly when, had ceased to be the center and become a corner. The days that followed brought more signs, small ones at first, almost imperceptible to anyone who wasn't paying attention. But he was. Now, more than ever, he was. The first change came in his morning routine. For years he would wake up early, make coffee, turn on the radio softly, and sit at the table to listen to the news while the sun slowly rose through the kitchen window. It was his sacred ritual, a moment of silence before the world began to make noise. But on a random Tuesday, as he came downstairs, still in his pajamas, he found the kitchen already occupied. His youngest son was there, fiddling with the stove, the radio off, loud music blaring from his cell phone propped up on the counter. "Good morning, Dad," she said, without taking her eyes off the frying pan. "I made an egg for myself. You figure it out yourself." There was no explicit malice in the phrase, but there was something that hadn't existed before, an absence of consideration disguised as naturalness. The old man opened the cupboard, took a cup, and silently prepared his own coffee. He didn't complain. He didn't comment. He simply registered in a corner of his mind yet another small crack. Then came the question of the bedroom. For decades, he and his wife had slept in the largest bedroom, the one facing the street, with a large window and good ventilation. It wasn't a luxury. It was logical. They owned the house. It was their space. But one night, he overheard a conversation in the hallway. "This room here would be perfect for a crib," said the daughter-in-law, who was a few months pregnant. "But while the old folks are still around—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The while already said it all. It was a word that carried an expectation, an implicit countdown. "While the old folks are there" meant that there was an after being silently planned. An after when that room would already have other occupants, other voices, other dreams. The old man pretended not to have heard. He went to the bathroom, washed his face, and stared at himself in the mirror. The reflection showed a man who, suddenly, seemed to have aged more in weeks than in years. Deep dark circles under his eyes, sagging skin, a gaze carrying a weight that wasn't just physical. He wondered there alone before the fogged glass. When did I stop being a part of this house and become an obstacle within it? The wife also began to feel it. She, who had always been the link between everyone, the soothing voice, the comforting embrace, now found herself increasingly displaced. The grandchildren, once so attached to her, would run past without stopping for a kiss. Conversations in the living room took place in circles that didn't include her. When she tried to give her opinion on something, dinner, organizing the pantry, choosing a new piece of furniture, she was interrupted with a, "Leave it, Mum, we'll figure it out." On a rainy afternoon, she sat beside her husband on the back porch, where a worn wooden bench still stood. They remained silent for a long moment, listening to the sound of the rain hitting the roof tiles, smelling the scent of damp earth rising from the small yard. It was she who broke the silence, her voice choked with emotion. "We became guests in our own home." He didn't answer with words. He simply reached out and took her hand, squeezing slowly. Her thin skin, marked by time, fit against his as it always had, since their first handshake decades ago. In that simple gesture, a pact was renewed. They were in this together, whatever the next steps might be. Weeks passed, and the temperature inside the house continued to rise invisibly. The eldest son began to speak openly about necessary renovations. He wanted to knock down a wall, enlarge the living room, replace the kitchen floor. Each idea was presented as a decided plan, not as a suggestion. And whenever the father tried to offer his opinion, the response came quickly. "Dad, with all due respect, you don't understand modern construction. Leave it to us." It was curious how the expression, "with all due respect," could be used to introduce just the opposite. The old man had learned to recognize this linguistic trick, polite words masking attitudes that deep down said, "Shut up." There was one specific episode that marked a sharper turning point. One evening, after dinner, the eldest son gathered everyone in the living room. He had a piece of paper in his hand, a sort of list. He announced that it was time to better organize our coexistence to avoid conflicts. The old man, sitting in the corner of the sofa, listened as his son read aloud a series of agreements, schedules for using the kitchen, rules about visits, splitting the bills. "And, Dad," said the son, turning to him with a polite smile, "it would be good if you and Mom avoided being in the living room when we have visitors, just so as not to embarrass anyone, you understand. Sometimes friends feel awkward around older people." The phrase pierced the old man's chest like a thin blade. Older people. That's how he was seen now. Not as the man who built that house brick by brick, who sacrificed nights of sleep, who gave up his own dreams to ensure that roof existed. He was just older people, a nuisance, an embarrassment. His wife wanted to protest, but he held her hand under the table, asking her to be quiet. There was no point in arguing there at that moment. Their forces were no longer equal. The balance had tipped, and every word of resistance would only serve to hasten what he was beginning to sense as inevitable. The agreements were implemented without voting, without consultation. Breakfast was given a fixed time. The use of the main bathroom was suggested to be restricted. The backyard, where the old man liked to tend to the plants, began to be occupied by the children's toys and belongings. Every little space that was once his was being taken over, inch by inch, like a tide slowly rising. He tried several times to talk to him. He invited his eldest son for coffee one Sunday morning and tried to explain how he felt. "Son, I'm not asking for much. I just wanted you to remember that this house, it has history. My life is inside here." The son listened, nodded, and made a face as if he understood. "I know, Dad. I know. But you also need to understand that life changes. We can't stay stuck in the past. What's important now is thinking about the future, including the future of your grandchildren." Mentioning his grandchildren was always used as a final argument, a kind of trump card that ended any discussion. After all, who would dare to be against the well-being of his grandchildren? The old man would fall silent, swallow the answer he wanted to give, and return to the corner of the sofa, shrinking further and further away. There was a day when he woke up earlier than usual and went downstairs while it was still dark. He just wanted a moment of peace before the house woke up. He sat at the kitchen table, turned on the dim light of the lamp, and stayed there, looking at his own hands. Hands that had carried weight, that had signed contracts, that had built, that had protected. Now they seemed useless, open on the table like forgotten objects. It was at that moment that he heard voices coming from his eldest son's room. The door was ajar, and the sound escaped down the hallway. He didn't want to hear, but the words came through anyway, too clear to ignore. "We need to speed this up," the son said, in a low but firm tone. "As long as he's here, we can't do anything right. What if he decides to back out and cause trouble?" "But he signed everything," replied his daughter-in-law. "There's no going back." "I know, but he just sits there, taking up space, giving his opinion, looking so pitiful. It's exhausting. Sometimes I think it would be easier if he would just leave." The old man felt his whole body go cold. The phrase "go away" echoed inside him like a scream in an empty cave. Go away. From his own house, from the place he himself had built. His eyes burned, but he didn't let the tears fall. He stood up slowly, leaning on the table, and returned to his room in silence, walking lightly so as not to give away that he had heard. He lay down beside his wife, who slept peacefully, and stared at the dark ceiling. Her breathing was calm, rhythmic, a sound that for decades had been synonymous with peace. But that night, not even that could calm him. His son's phrase repeated itself on a loop, like a scratched record. It would be easier if he simply left. He closed his eyes, tried to sleep, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, memories surfaced. The day he bought the land, sweating, with money counted in crumpled bills. The first wall erected, the smell of fresh cement, the promise he made to himself that this would be his family's safe haven. The years of hardship, of calculation, of sacrifice. Each sacrifice made with the certainty that in the end it would be worth it. And now, lying in the dark, he wondered, was it worth it? The following days were filled with a different kind of silence. The old man spoke even less. He observed more, kept more to himself, ruminated more. His wife noticed the change, tried to ask what had happened, but he avoided the question, saying it was just tiredness, that it would pass. A week later, there was a more heated argument. The reason was trivial. The old man had watered the backyard plants at the wrong time, wetting the ground where the grandchildren were going to play. The son exploded, shouting that he didn't respect the rules, that he was ruining everything, that things couldn't go on like this anymore. "If you can't get along with it, then perhaps it would be better for you to look for another place." The sentence came out like a gunshot. Everyone in the room froze. The wife put her hand to her mouth, her eyes wide. The grandchildren, frightened, ran to their room. The silence that followed was heavier than any scream. The old man looked at his son for a long moment. There was no more anger in his eyes, only a deep, almost serene sadness. He nodded slowly, as if accepting a verdict he had secretly expected. "All right," he said, his voice firm despite everything. "If that's what you want." He turned his back and went upstairs. In the bedroom, he opened the closet, took out an old suitcase that was stored at the back covered in dust. He began to put some clothes and a few personal belongings inside. His wife came in soon after, crying, begging him not to go, saying they would sort it out, that it was just a moment of anger. "It's not just a moment," he replied, without stopping packing his suitcase. "It's what they really think. I just didn't want to believe it." She sat up in bed, sobbing. He approached, knelt down with difficulty before her, and took her hands in his. "You stay," he said quietly. "They won't treat you like that. It's me they have a problem with. You stay. Take care of the grandchildren. I'll manage." "But where are you going?" she asked, her voice breaking. He didn't answer, because at that moment he didn't know. He had no plan, no destination. He only had the certainty that he could no longer breathe within those walls that had once been his. He went down the stairs with his suitcase in hand. No one tried to stop him. The children were in the living room, silent, avoiding direct eye contact. One of them made a move to say something, but then stopped himself. The old man crossed the room, passed through the kitchen where he had so often sat to do calculations and daydream, and reached the front door. Before leaving, he stopped. He looked back one last time. The yellow walls, the photos on the shelf, the worn sofa in the same place as always. Everything remained the same, and at the same time, everything was unrecognizable. He opened the door. The streetlights streamed in, blinding him for a moment. He took a step outside, then another. The suitcase weighed more than its contents justified. Or perhaps it was the weight of everything he was leaving behind. Behind him, the door closed. The sound of the latch clicking was dry, definitive. And there, standing on the sidewalk, with the old suitcase in one hand and the sturdy cloth bag in the other, he realized he didn't know where to go, but he knew exactly what he was carrying. Everything that no one inside had ever imagined existed. The first night without a roof over your head doesn't hurt all at once. It creeps in gradually, like a slow needle piercing layers you didn't even know you had. He walked a long way before stopping. Not because he had a destination, but because stopping meant accepting that there was nowhere to go. The streets changed around him, the beautiful facades giving way to graffiti-covered walls, the wide sidewalks shrinking until they became gaps between parked cars and crooked lampposts. The city's noise also changed. Fewer laughs from children returning from school, more impatient honking, more raised voices coming from bars with open doors, more strange silences in the alleys where the streetlights didn't reach properly. The small suitcase, which at first seemed light, gained weight with each block. Not the real weight of clothes and folded memories inside, but that other invisible weight that comes when you realize you're carrying everything that's left of your life in a single hand. The cloth bag. He wouldn't let go of it for anything. He kept it pressed against his chest, sometimes switching arms when his muscles complained, but never truly letting go. Inside, mixed with papers that anyone else would throw away, was the only piece of the future that still belonged to him. When his legs began to tremble with exhaustion, he looked for a place to sit. He found a park bench, one of those made of splintered wood with peeling paint, under a tree that had already lost half its leaves. He sat down slowly, first supporting himself with his hands, then letting his body gradually lower, as if afraid that the bench wouldn't hold him up. It wasn't fear of the bench. It was fear of himself, of how he had gotten there, of how everything that seemed solid had crumbled in such a short time. The sky was truly beginning to darken. Not that gentle darkness of late afternoon, but the dense darkness that announces that night has come to stay. The first stars appeared timidly, vying for space with the orange light of the streetlights. At another time, he would have looked up and felt something beautiful. Now he looked and could only think about how many hours were left until the sun returned. Around them, the square emptied out. The last couples strolling hand in hand left, dogs being led by their leashes, mothers calling their children with that "it's getting late" voice. Only those who had nowhere to go remained. A man lying in a corner with a piece of cardboard on top of him, a woman sitting on a step talking to herself, a skinny dog sniffing for food scraps near a trash can, and him. Just another body without a home in that landscape the city pretends not to see. The cold arrived sooner than expected. It wasn't an extreme cold, the kind with frost and biting wind. It was a common cold, like a normal night that anyone at home wouldn't even notice. But without a wall to block it, without a blanket to wrap around, without a door to close, that common cold became something else. It entered through the shirt collar, climbed up the sleeves and settled into the bones like an uninvited guest who has no intention of leaving. He opened his bag, took out the only extra shirt he had brought. She put it on over the one she was already wearing, feeling the cold fabric against her skin before it started to warm up. It wasn't enough, but it was all I had. She closed the bag again, placed it under her legs as a kind of support, and sat there, staring into nothingness. At times like these, the mind doesn't rest. It returns, insists, repeats. The children's phrases reappeared in a loop, each with a different weight. What do you still think you're in charge of here? We can't live like this anymore. You need care that we can't give you. He tried to push these thoughts away, but they returned, stubborn, like flies around ripe fruit. And along with the phrases came the images, the gaze of his eldest son, the door closing, the sound of the latch turning. At some point, without realizing it, he began to cry. It wasn't a sobbing cry, the kind that shakes the body and makes noise. It was a silent cry, tears that flowed on their own, without asking permission, wetting his face and dripping onto his lap. He didn't even try to wipe them away. He let them fall one after the other as if they were the only way to let out what no longer fit inside. The night wore on, and with it came a heavier silence. That silence of a sleeping city, where the remaining noises seem amplified. The distant rumble of a truck, the barking of a dog in some yard, the dragging of a shoe on the asphalt. Each sound startled him slightly, his body on alert even when his mind begged for rest. Sleeping on the street, he would discover, is not like sleeping anywhere else. It's a nap with eyes half open, ears always alert, muscles that never fully relax. Around midnight, or perhaps a little later, he finally managed to close his eyes for a few minutes at a stretch. He dreamed of the house. Not the house as it was in the end, full of angry voices and demanding glances. He dreamed of the house from before, when the children were small and ran down the hallway, when his wife hummed in the kitchen, when he came home from work, and the smell of food felt like a hug before the actual hug. He woke with a start, his heart racing, and it took him a few seconds to remember where he was. The disappointment of realizing the dream was over was almost physical, a tightness in his chest that took his breath away. He looked around. The square remained the same bodies scattered in the corners, the same dim light from the lampposts, the same smell of damp earth and poorly collected garbage. He pressed the cloth bag against his chest, confirming that it was still there, that no one had touched it while he dozed. His fingers found the edges of the worn fabric, the familiar texture that, at that moment, was the only thing that connected him to any certainty. The early morning brought an even more intense cold. He huddled in the seat, pulling his knees close to his chest, hugging his own legs as he had done as a child on frightened nights. The position was uncomfortable. His joints ached, but at least it slightly reduced the surface area of his body exposed to the wind. He remained like that, in a kind of improvised cocoon, mentally counting the seconds, waiting for the night to pass as one waits for a fever to break. At some point he heard footsteps approaching. His whole body stiffened, his senses on high alert. A figure emerged from the shadows, walking slowly, dragging something that looked like a shopping cart full of bags. It was another homeless man, even older than him, with a long, dirty beard and a coat that looked like it was made of stitched-together scraps. The man passed by him, glanced at him, gave a minimal nod, and continued on his way. He said nothing. He didn't need to. That nod was the silent recognition of someone who knows the same pain. The old man watched the other walk away, slowly swallowed by the darkness of the street. She thought about how, just a few hours ago, he was a man with a home, a family, a history. Now he was just another silhouette in the night, invisible to almost everyone, visible only to those who shared the same invisibility. The irony was so great it almost made her laugh. Almost. As the sky began to lighten, turning what had once been black into grey, he felt a strange mixture of relief and dread. Relief because the night was finally over, because the sun would bring some warmth, because the city waking up meant movement, people, life. Dread because the daylight also brought something else, the certainty that this had not been a nightmare from which to awaken. It was real. It was the new reality. She rose from the bench with difficulty, her legs numb, her back stiff. Each movement was a small protest from her body against the hours spent in that position. She picked up her suitcase, adjusted the cloth bag under her arm, and began to walk aimlessly. She needed to find a bathroom, she needed water, she needed something to eat. Basic needs that, until yesterday, were resolved with automatic gestures within a house. Now each one of them was a problem to be solved, a battle to be fought. He found a public tap in a different square, one of those installed to water flower beds. The water came out icy cold and tasted of rust, but he drank it anyway in long gulps, feeling the liquid go down his dry throat. She washed her face, ran her wet hands through her hair, tried to compose herself minimally. When she looked at her reflection in a closed shop window, she almost didn't recognize herself. The sunken eyes, the unshaven beard, the wrinkled clothes. In less than 24 hours, he was already beginning to look like what he never imagined he would be. The day passed in tiny eternities. He walked through streets he didn't know, sat in places he'd never noticed, observed the city from a completely new angle. He perceived things that were previously invisible: the number of people living on the sidewalks, the places where discarded food was still edible, the spots where the police patrolled most frequently, the corners where it was possible to stay undisturbed. Their parallel map of the city, which only appears to those who have been pushed off the official map. Late in the afternoon, he found a place that seemed a little safer, a wide awning of a closed commercial building with a recess that protected it from the wind, and a piece of cardboard already left there by someone who might not be coming back. He sat on the ground for the first time, his back against the cold wall, and understood that this would be, for now, the closest thing to a home he would have. The second night was worse than the first, not because of the cold, which was similar, nor because of the discomfort which the body was already beginning to accept with resignation. It was worse because the first night still carried a kind of unreality, a shock that numbed some of the pain. The second night came with the full awareness that this was not an exception. It was routine. It was life. He lay down on the cardboard, using the suitcase as a pillow, the cloth bag tucked between his chest and his crossed arms. He closed his eyes and tried not to think, but thought is a stubborn beast that doesn't obey orders. The image of his wife came to him, the one who had left years before, leaving him alone to raise their grown children. The memory of the day she said, weeks before she left, that he was too good a man for the world they lived in. He didn't understand at the time. Now, lying on a piece of cardboard, he was beginning to understand. Sleep came in short waves, interrupted by noises, by the cold, by the diffuse fear of something he couldn't name. In one of these lucid intervals, he stared at the cloth bag, illuminated only by the faint light from a distant lamppost. Inside, hidden among old papers and notes that looked like meaningless scribbles, was something that could change everything. Numbers, passwords, receipts from a lifetime of silent saving. Money his children never imagined existed, kept in places they would never think to look. He could, if he wanted, get up from there, go to a bank, sort everything out. He could rent a room, buy hot food, sleep in a bed. He could even, if bitterness got the better of him, go back to that house and show them how wrong they had been, how blind they had been, how much they had lost by treating him like a burden. But something stopped him. It wasn't pride, at least not the usual kind. It was something else, harder to explain. Perhaps it was the desire to understand the limits of human capacity for abandonment. Perhaps it was a silent test, conducted more for himself than for others. Or perhaps it was simply the weariness of a lifetime, trying to prove his worth to those who should have seen it, without needing proof. He didn't know for sure. He only knew that for now, that money would remain where it was, hidden, quiet, waiting for something that didn't yet have a name. The third night came, then the fourth, then the fifth. The body adapted in the way bodies adapt, not by choice, but by necessity. He learned to identify the best times to get leftover food in the back of restaurants. He learned to recognize which people on the street could be dangerous and which were just other castaways from the same sea. He learned to become invisible when necessary, to occupy as little space as possible, to avoid looking passers-by in the eye so as not to provoke either pity or hostility. But one thing hadn't changed. Every night before trying to sleep, He would open the cloth bag and check if everything was still there. He would run his fingers over the papers, feel the texture of the handwritten notes, check if the old card was still in the same place. It was a ritual, an anchor, proof that however much the world treated him as someone who had nothing, he knew the truth. And the truth, kept in that worn-out bag, was greater than any appearance. One night, while holding this silent conference, he noticed that his hands were trembling more than usual. It wasn't just the cold. It was something different, a tremor that came from within, accompanied by weakness in his legs and a slight dizziness that wouldn't go away. His body, which had held firm for decades of hard work, was beginning to pay the price for sleepless nights, meager meals, and the constant stress of living without a solid foundation. He closed the bag, hugged it to his chest, and stared at the dark sky through the cracks in the awning. The stars were there, the same as always, indifferent to what was happening beneath them. And, in that immense silence, a question began to form in his mind, still unanswered. How much longer could his body endure before surrendering what his soul still insisted on holding on to? The answer would come sooner than he imagined. And it would come not through him, but through someone who, by chance or fate, would decide to stop where everyone else was just passing through. Days spent on the streets have a cruel way of resembling one another. The sun rises, the body wakes up aching. Hunger bites, thirst stings the throat, the hours drag on aimlessly. The sun sets, the cold returns. Sleep comes in fits and starts, filled with frights and noises. And the next day everything repeats itself with small variations that barely make a difference. For those with a defined routine, an alarm clock, a schedule, time seems short. For those who no longer have any of that, there is so much time that it begins to weigh heavily. He had been there for a few weeks already, maybe more. He lost exact count somewhere between one rainstorm and another. The notion of a calendar, which had once seemed so natural, gradually crumbled. There was no longer a Monday different from a Saturday. There was no longer, I have to sort this out tomorrow, or I need to go there next week. There was only the now, stretched as far as the eye could see. The spot where he had settled was on a stretch of wide sidewalk, near a shop that only operated during the day. At night, the awning offered some shade, and the back wall, though rough, held back some of the wind. There he made his little fortress out of nothing, a folded piece of cardboard to serve as a mattress, a thin blanket he found in a makeshift shelter, his suitcase leaning against the wall as an improvised headboard, and his cloth bag always clutched to his body. Gradually, he began to understand the invisible rules of that universe, where to get drinking water for free, what time restaurants discard leftovers that are still edible, which streets are safer at night and which are best avoided, when to approach others who live in the same situation, and when to keep your distance. The street has its laws, its codes, its hierarchies, and, as anywhere, those who don't learn quickly end up getting hurt. But there was something about that old man that stood out from the surrounding scenery. It wasn't his clothes, which had become as dirty and worn as any other homeless person's. It wasn't the smell, which, no matter how hard he tried to clean himself at public taps, carried the same acidic tone of someone who doesn't have regular access to bathing. What stood out was something else. It was the way he looked at things. When someone passed by talking about economics, interest rates, or investments, he would discreetly raise his head, follow the conversation with his eyes, sometimes moving his lips as if mentally completing the sentences. When he saw a bank advertisement pasted on a lamppost promising returns, he would frown, do quick calculations in his head, and nod in disagreement or silent approval. Once, a young man sat near him on a park bench, talking on the phone about a credit card debt, complaining about the exorbitant interest rates, not knowing what to do. The old man listened silently. When the young man hung up, huffing with frustration, he turned and said in a low, almost casual tone, "If you only pay the minimum, it will take you about 8 years to pay it off, and you'll end up paying almost 3 times what you owe." The boy looked at him, startled. There stood a man with a long beard, wearing tattered clothes, sitting on the edge of a public bench, talking about financial mathematics as if he had just stepped out of a meeting room. "How do you know that?" he asked suspiciously. The old man shrugged, looking away. "You learn a few things throughout life." The young man stood silently for a few seconds, processing the thought. Then he stood up, thanked him somewhat awkwardly, and left, probably thinking it had been just a coincidence. or that the old man had heard it on some television program. He never imagined that this man, huddled there, knew more about money than most of the people who drove by in imported cars on the avenue. These small episodes accumulated. A candy vendor who asked for help, calculating her change, and was impressed by his speed. A newsstand owner who casually mentioned the price of the dollar and heard a brief but accurate analysis of the upward trend. A gentleman who, seeing the old man reading an old newspaper found in the trash, struck up a conversation and discovered that he understood more about economic policy than any television commentator. "You weren't a teacher, were you?" the man asked curiously. "No," replied the old man with a half smile. "I was just paying attention." And it was true. His whole life, he paid attention. While others spent, he observed. While others complained about not having, he studied how to multiply what little they had. While others signed contracts without reading them, he memorized clauses, deadlines, percentages. All of this was stored in his head, intact, even as his body was slowly crumbling into the city's concrete. But it was precisely this hidden competence that made the situation even more absurd. Because, outwardly, he was treated like everyone else who shared that sidewalk. He was ignored, avoided, sometimes insulted. One afternoon, a group of teenagers passed by him, and one of them threw a banana peel at him, laughing loudly. The old man didn't react. He just looked at the peel on the ground, then at the group walking away, and remained there, motionless. What could he do? Shout? Chase after them? Explain that technically he had more money saved than the parents of those boys probably ever would? What good would it do? The torn clothes, the dirty beard, the sidewalk address had already said everything the world wanted to hear. There was one morning, however, when something different happened. He was sitting in his usual spot, watching the street activity, when he noticed a small figure standing a few meters away, staring intently at him. It was a child, a boy of about 10, maybe 11 years old, with a backpack on his back, a slightly wrinkled school uniform, and worn-out sneakers. The boy didn't look away like the others. He didn't look disgusted or afraid. He just stared with that pure curiosity that only children still possess. The old man held his gaze for a few seconds, then nodded slightly, a discreet greeting. The boy didn't respond immediately. He stood there, as if deciding something. Then slowly he walked towards him and stopped about 2 steps away. "Young man," said the boy, his voice thin but firm, "why do you live on the street?" The question came without beating around the bush, without the forced politeness of adults. Children don't know how to disguise things. Children ask what they want to know, and that's it. The old man felt a pang in his chest, but not of pain. It was something else, something like relief. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him like that directly, looking him in the eye. "It's a long story," he replied, trying to smile. "I have time," said the boy, sitting on the floor a few inches away, crossing his legs as if he were in the classroom waiting for an explanation. The old man looked around, checking if anyone was paying attention. The street continued indifferently. Cars passed by, people walked hurriedly. No one paid any attention to that improbable scene. A schoolboy sitting on the ground talking to a homeless person. "Shouldn't you be in class?" the old man asked, trying to deflect the question. "It's still a little while longer. I always pass by here. I've seen you several times." The boy adjusted his backpack on his lap. "You seem different from the others." "Different how?" The boy thought for a moment before answering. "You seem to be thinking about something important. The others are more still. You're looking at everything as if you were reading something that nobody else can see." It was a strangely accurate observation for someone of that age. The old man felt his eyes sting slightly, but he blinked quickly, swallowing whatever was rising. "You're quite clever, aren't you?" he said, his voice a little hoarser. "My mother says that," the boy replied, shrugging. "But she also says that being smart is useless if you don't use it to help others." The old man was silent for a moment, letting the thought sink in. How many times had he himself thought something similar? How many times had he used cunning to accumulate, to protect, to secure, but never to truly share? "Your mother is right," he said finally. The boy smiled, pleased with the validation. Then, without warning, he took a packet of simple cornstarch cookies from his backpack and held it out to the old man. "Here, it's from my lunch, but I already ate some at school yesterday and wasn't that hungry." The old man looked at the package, then at the boy's face. There was a generosity there that asked for nothing in return, that wasn't burdened with pity or obligation. It was just a gesture, simple as that. "Thank you," he said, accepting the package with both hands as if he were receiving something much bigger than just cookies. The boy stayed there for a few more minutes, asking stray questions, where the old man was from, if he had family, if he had ever worked, if he liked football. The old man answered what he could, avoiding what he didn't want to talk about. At no point did the boy seem disappointed with the short answers. He simply accepted them, kept them to himself, and moved on to the next one. When the bell of a nearby church rang, marking the hour, the boy jumped up. "I need to go, otherwise the teacher will get mad." He adjusted his backpack. "Can I come back another day to talk?" The old man hesitated. Part of him wanted to say no, to avoid creating any kind of bond, anything that could ultimately hurt more. But another part, a part he thought had died along with the door that closed behind him, answered before he could stop it. "He can." The boy waved and ran off, his backpack swinging on his back, his feet tapping quickly on the asphalt. The old man watched until the figure disappeared around the corner. Then he lowered his gaze to the packet of biscuits in his hands. It was just a cheap packet, one of those that cost almost nothing at the market. But at that moment, it seemed like the most valuable thing he had received in a long time. In the following days, the boy returned. Not every day, but with a regularity that became expected. Sometimes I brought a biscuit, sometimes a piece of fruit, sometimes just my presence. I would sit on the ground, ask questions, and listen attentively to the answers. The old man gradually revealed pieces of his own story. Not everything, of course, not the secret, but parts that fit into a sidewalk conversation, that he once had a house, that he once had a family, that things had changed. "And you're not angry, are you?" the boy asked one time after hearing a vague summary of what had happened. "Sometimes," the old man admitted, "but anger is exhausting and I'm already too tired to waste energy on that." The boy seemed to think about it for a while. "My grandfather used to say that the best revenge is to live well," he said, as if quoting a universal law. The old man laughed, a low laugh, almost forgetting how to make that sound. "Your grandfather was wise." "He was. He died last year." The boy said this without drama, simply as information. "I miss him. You remind me a little of him. The way you talk." The old man didn't know what to answer. He remained silent, feeling a tightening in his chest. It wasn't pain. It was something stranger. Something like belonging, however minimal, however fragile. "You know, young man," the boy continued, tilting his head curiously, "you talk like those men in suits who appear on television explaining things about money. How do you know so much?" The question was innocent, but it touched exactly on the point the old man was avoiding. He took a deep breath, looking at the floor for a few seconds. "I learned on my own," he said slowly. "When you don't have much, you learn to take care of what you have, and if you take good care of it, that little becomes more." "Magic type?" "Kind of patient." The boy frowned, clearly preferring the magic version. But he didn't argue. "If you know so much about money," he said after a pause, "why are you out here on the street? Couldn't you use that money to, I don't know, get out of here?" The question was so simple and so accurate that the old man felt as if someone had turned on a bright light in the middle of a dark room. Why, in his suit, was he still there? He had knowledge, he had hidden resources. You could technically start over somewhere. You could rent a room, eat better, live with more dignity. Why didn't you? He remained silent for so long that the boy began to think he had done something wrong. "Excuse me, young man, if I said something stupid," he said, raising his hands. "No," replied the old man, shaking his head. "You didn't talk nonsense. You asked the right question. I'm the one who still doesn't know the answer." The boy accepted it, as one accepts that adults are sometimes too complicated to understand. He stood up, adjusted his backpack, and before leaving said one last thing. "Did you know that sometimes we keep important things to ourselves without showing them to anyone, thinking we're protecting them, but in reality we're just letting them die on their own?" The old man looked up surprised. "Who taught you that?" "Nobody," the boy replied, already walking away. "I only just thought of it now." And he ran away, leaving behind a phrase that continued to echo long after the sound of his footsteps had faded around the corner. That night, the old man didn't sleep well. He kept staring at the cloth sack beside the body, thinking about what the boy had said. Letting the thing die on its own. Was that what he was doing? Guarding so much, protecting so much that in the end there was nothing left alive for anyone? The question lingered there, unanswered, slowly swirling in his head while the city slept around him. And, at some point between dawn and sunrise, another question began to form, even more unsettling. If he truly had more than anyone there imagined, what exactly was he waiting for to do something about it? Time flows differently outside than time flows inside the house. Inside a house, we measure the days by breakfast, lunch, the evening news, the sound of the door opening when someone arrives. Outside, the days are measured by the sun that gets too hot or disappears too early, by the rain that wets or threatens to wet, by the rumbling of the stomach that doesn't respect a schedule. There is no fixed routine, only a sequence of attempts to survive whatever comes. And without realizing it, the weeks went by like that. One after the other, nameless, without a frame, just time slipping away like rainwater down a drain. The old man was no longer a novelty in that part of town. He had become part of the scenery. The people who passed by every day recognized him, sometimes shaking their heads, sometimes pretending not to see him. The nearby shopkeepers already knew his favorite spot. The awning where he slept when it rained, the park bench where he sat to warm himself. Some saved a stale loaf of bread for him, others offered him water from time to time. It wasn't heartfelt charity. It was more of a custom that arises when someone becomes part of the view. But his body, it didn't adjust as easily as the neighbors. The cough had become a constant companion. A deep phlegm that came from afar scratched his chest and brought tears to his eyes. His knees ached more with each cold morning. His back complained of any position. His sleep was always shallow, interrupted, full of jolts. Fatigue accumulated in layers like dust on forgotten furniture, and, however much he tried to maintain his usual posture, there were moments when his body simply shut down for a few seconds, as if asking for a break he couldn't give. On one particular morning, one of those that start grey and don't promise much, he woke up feeling something different. It wasn't just the usual cold nor the usual pain. It was a strange weakness, coming from within, as if his legs had lost the will to move. He tried to get up from the awning where he had slept, but his body faltered. His arms trembled as he supported himself on the ground. For a moment, he thought he would fall again. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, forced his muscles to obey. On the third effort, he managed to stand, but felt a brief dizziness that blurred his vision. He stood there, leaning against the wall, waiting for the world to refocus. The street was already beginning to fill with hurried people. No one stopped to ask if he was all right. Few stopped to ask anything at all. He knew this and he didn't expect anything different. When the dizziness finally passed, he walked slowly to the park bench, where the morning sun shone more directly. He sat down carefully, like someone sitting in a chair that could break at any moment. The cloth bag, as always, rested on his lap, his fingers instinctively placed on top of it. It was there, while his body was trying to reorganize itself, that a different figure crossed his path. A woman, perhaps in her 40s, her hair pulled back in a hurried bun, wearing simple but clean clothes, carried a shopping bag in one arm and a cell phone in the other. She seemed to be arguing with someone on the other end of the line, her voice low but tense, her face furrowed. She passed him once without noticing anything. She took a few steps forward, stopped, looked at her phone screen, cursed under her breath and turned back. This time, as she passed again, her eyes met his. For a second, there was that fleeting contact that happens thousands of times a day between strangers. A mutual recognition of existence, brief, almost automatic. She was about to move on, but something made her hesitate. Perhaps it was the way he held the cloth bag. Perhaps it was his gaze, which asked for nothing, only observed. Or perhaps it was just chance doing what it does from time to time, connecting two stories that had no apparent reason to meet. She stopped. "Are you all right, sir?" he asked, in a tone that mixed urgency with genuine concern. He looked up, surprised. It wasn't common for someone to stop and ask that question, especially someone who clearly had other things on their mind. "I am," he replied, his voice hoarse, just a little tired. She looked at him for another moment, as if assessing whether that was true or just a prepared response to end the conversation. Her brain made the quick movement of someone who has seen a lot in life. He seems weak, but he doesn't seem lost. It was a subtle distinction, but it said something. "Do you need anything?" he asked, putting his cell phone in his pocket. "Do you have any water?" He shook his head, denying it. "I can get water from the fountain over there." She pointed to a public tap on the other side of the square. "Don't worry." She nodded but didn't leave. She stood there, as if there was something more to say, but she didn't know what. The shopping bag hung heavily from her arm, but she didn't seem in a hurry to lighten the load. Her eyes drifted down to the cloth bag in his lap, then back up to his wrinkled face. "Sir," he began hesitantly, "do you have a family?" The question came like a fine needle, entering slowly, almost painlessly at first. He held her gaze, thinking for a second about what answer to give. He could simply say, "No." That would be easier. Or he could say yes, but it's complicated. That would be more truthful, but it would open doors he didn't want to open for a stranger. "I do," he said finally. "But family isn't always the place where we can stay." The sentence came out laden with a weight she immediately recognized. It wasn't bitterness, it was a statement of fact, the kind of sentence that only comes from the mouth of someone who has chewed on a pain for a long time before being able to speak it aloud. She was silent for a moment. Then, without explaining why, she sat down on the bench next to him. The bag fell to the floor between her feet. Her cell phone continued to vibrate in her pocket, but she ignored it. "I have a complicated family too," she said, looking ahead at the activity in the square. "My mother is sick, my siblings don't help, my husband thinks I'm exaggerating. Every day is a different fight." He listened without interrupting. There was something familiar about that outburst, not in the details but in the tone. The exhaustion of someone carrying more than they should. The weariness of someone waiting for help that never comes. The loneliness of someone surrounded by people, yet feeling alone nonetheless. "And do you take care of your mother?" he asked after a silence. "I'll take care of it," she replied with a sigh. "Because someone has to take care of it, right? And if I don't, nobody will." He nodded slowly as if recognizing the weight of that statement. "What you're doing," he said, pausing to choose his words, "is more than most people do, and it will be remembered. Maybe not now, maybe not by those who should remember, but it will." She turned her face towards him, her eyes slightly moist. "Do you really think so?" "I'm sure of it," he replied, "because I've cared for people my whole life too, and I thought I'd be remembered for it. I wasn't. But that doesn't erase what I did, it just shows who the others really are." The sentence hung in the air for a few seconds. She didn't ask for more details, but somehow understood that there was a story there that was too big to fit into that park bench conversation. She discreetly wiped the corner of her eye and picked up the bag from the ground. "I need to go," she said, standing up. "But thank you for listening, for saying that." He nodded. "Take care of yourself too," she said. "Those who take care of others sometimes forget that they also need care." She smiled, a small but genuine smile. She took a few steps, stopped and looked back. "Do you have a name?" He hesitated. It had been a long time since someone had asked that. On the street, people usually call you grandpa, uncle, young man, anything generic. A proper name is a luxury that gets lost along with the address. "I do," he replied, "but I haven't used it in a long time." She remained quiet for a moment, as if she understood that there was something there that shouldn't be forced. "Then I'll call you neighbor," she said with a half smile, "because now we know each other." And he left, bag swaying, cell phone ringing again in his pocket, the weight of the world still on his shoulders, but perhaps a little lighter than before. He stood there watching her figure disappear among the other people in the square. The conversation had lasted only a few minutes, but it left a strange aftertaste inside. It had been a long time since he had been treated as someone worth talking to. It had been a long time since he had heard a thank you directed at him. It had been a long time since he had felt that his words had any effect on the world beyond himself. In the following days she returned. Not every day, but with a frequency that became predictable. Sometimes she brought bread, sometimes she just stopped by to say good morning. She would sit for a few minutes, tell him something about her day, listen to some of his comments. She never asked directly about his past, about his family, about the cloth bag. He seemed to understand that there were boundaries that shouldn't be crossed without an invitation. He, in turn, slowly opened up. He didn't tell everything, far from it, but he let slip a few phrases, a few fragments, like someone handing over pieces of a puzzle without showing the final image. He spoke of children without giving names. He spoke of a house without giving an address. He spoke of money without giving amounts. And she, with a rare sensitivity, received each piece without trying to force it all together. One afternoon, while they were sharing a sunny bench, she remarked, "You know what I find strange? You talk about everything with a clarity that I don't see in many people. It seems like you understand things that most people don't even know exist. But here you are in this square sleeping somewhere, I don't know where, it doesn't make sense." He remained silent for a moment, staring at the ground. "Not everything that makes sense happens," he said finally. "And not everything that happens makes sense. Life isn't a calculation that balances perfectly in the end." She nodded thoughtfully. "But you could, I don't know, do something. Seek help. Pursue some legal recourse. You're clearly not just anyone." He let out a short, almost silent laugh. "I know who I am, and I know what I have. But there are things that can't be solved just by knowing. There are things that depend on others also wanting to solve them." The phrase carried a weight that she felt, even without fully understanding it. There was something there that he wasn't ready to reveal yet, a central piece of the puzzle that remained upside down. On one of those afternoons, however, something changed. The old man was sitting on the same bench as always, but his body seemed more hunched, his breathing heavier. The cough, which had previously come occasionally, now appeared in long fits, leaving his face red and his eyes watering. She arrived, saw the scene, and for the first time felt real fear. "You need a doctor," he said bluntly. He shook his head, still coughing. "A doctor won't solve what I have." "What do you mean it won't be resolved? You're sick, you need medicine, tests, something." He took a deep breath, trying to calm his lungs. "I know what I have. It's not something new, it's something old that's been getting worse. Doctors have seen it, talked about it, prescribed it. But there are some things that medicine can't cure." She remained silent, processing. The sentence had layers. It could be about the body. It could be about something else. It was probably about both. "And what are you going to do then?" he asked, his voice lower. "Stay here until—" She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. He looked at her, his eyes tired, but still shining with that lucidity that always surprised her. "I'm going to do what I've always done," he said. "I'm going to decide what to do with what's mine, before others decide for me. Again." The word "again" was laden with history. She understood that there was a wound there that was still bleeding, even after so much time. "And what exactly is yours?" he asked, almost in a whisper. He looked at the cloth bag in his lap. His fingers gripped the worn fabric as if he were holding something much heavier than it appeared. "More than anyone imagines," he replied, "including them." She didn't ask who they were. She already knew. They were the same ones who had turned a father into a homeless person, the same ones who thought they had gotten away with everything, the same ones who, according to what she was beginning to understand, had no idea what was really hidden in that old rag bag. The silence that followed was different from the others. It had a new density, an expectation that hadn't existed before. She looked at him, waiting, without knowing exactly what she expected. He looked back as if he were measuring, calculating, deciding. And then, for the first time since they met, he began to untie the knot in the bag. Her fingers trembled slightly. It wasn't clear if it was from the cold, weakness, or emotion. The fabric slowly gave way, the knot gradually loosening. She held her breath without realizing it. The noise of the surrounding square seemed to have diminished, as if the whole world had taken a step back to let that moment happen. When the bag finally opened, he reached inside and carefully pulled out, with almost ceremonious care, a wad of folded papers, yellowed with age, but clearly kept with zeal. He held it out to her, but didn't let go. "This here," he said, his voice hoarse but firm, "is everything I've never told anyone, not even my children, not even my wife while she was alive. This here is what I've silently collected my whole life, thinking that one day it would be useful for something good." She looked at the papers, then at his face. "And did it work?" He gave a sad smile. "Not yet, but it will." She held the papers with both hands, as if she were receiving something too fragile to be handled carelessly. Her fingers trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from the kind of nervousness that comes when you realize you're about to enter a place from which there's no return. The old man watched her every movement, his eyes attentive, gauging her reaction, trying to decipher if he had done the right thing in opening that door after keeping it locked for so long. The first piece of paper she unfolded was an old bank statement, one of those printed on thermal paper that fades over time. The edges were yellowed, some parts almost illegible, but the main numbers still stood out clearly enough to make anyone blink twice to make sure of what they were seeing. She read it. She reread it. She looked at it. She looked back at the paper. "This is—" he began, but his voice cracked. "Yes," he confirmed, without needing her to finish. The number on the paper wasn't small. It wasn't the kind of money someone keeps under their mattress or forgets about in an unused account. It was the kind of number that changes the life of an entire family, paying for a house, a car, college, travel, medical treatment, and still leaving some over. The kind of number that, in the mind of any ordinary person, doesn't fit at all with a man in worn clothes sleeping on a shop awning. But how? She tried to formulate the question, but there were so many possibilities that none could come out whole. He carefully picked up the paper, folded it again, and placed it on his lap. 47 years, he said, his voice low, almost as if he were telling himself a secret. 47 years, saving, investing, reinvesting, without telling anyone, without showing off, without spending on nonsense. Every penny I had left over I saved, every raise I got at work I pretended I hadn't received it and continued living the same way. Every 13th salary, every vacation sold, every overtime hour, it all went to the same place. She listened in silence, her mouth slightly open, trying to process what it all meant. "But why?" he finally asked. "Why hide all this?" He sighed, looking at the ground in the square, at the pigeons pecking at crumbs near the bench. "Because I knew human nature," he replied. "Not that of others, that of my own. I watched my children grow up. I saw what they did with money when they had little. I saw what they wanted to do when they thought they were going to have a lot. And I understood one thing early on. If I showed what I was building, I would become a target, not of outside criminals, of people from within." The phrase came laden with an old pain, chewed over for years, swallowed in silence. "So you always knew," she began, connecting the dots, "that they were eyeing what they thought you had?" "Always," he confirmed. "But what they thought I had was the house, a simple house in an ordinary neighborhood that took me 20 years to pay off. For them, that was everything. The great inheritance, the ultimate prize. They had no idea that the house was just the shell." She remained silent, absorbing it all. The image forming in her mind was of a man who had spent his entire life playing a silent game of chess, moving pieces no one saw, protecting the king while everyone thought the game was only about the pawns. "And all this money?" she asked hesitantly. "Where is it?" He gave a small, almost imperceptible smile. "In a safe place." "Not here." He pointed to the cloth bag. "Here are only the papers that prove it exists. The access codes, the passwords, the instructions. The money itself is where it's always been, working, earning money, growing. While I'm here in this square, it's there, doing what well-invested money does." The irony of that sentence was almost cruel. A man with a fortune saved up, sleeping on the cold floor, while the children who had kicked him out were probably at that very moment arguing about how to divide a house that, compared to the rest, was worth almost nothing. "And they never suspected anything?" she asked. "They never saw any sign?" He shook his head. "I lived my whole life as if I had nothing but the basics. Same clothes for years, same old car, same unrenovated house. When they asked why I didn't buy this or that, I said I didn't have any money to spare. And they believed me, because it was easier to believe that their father was poor than to imagine that their father was smarter than them." There was a hint of bitterness in his voice, but also something akin to pride. The pride of someone who played a difficult game and, at least in that respect, won. She looked again at the papers in his lap. Now she understood why he held that bag as if it were the most valuable thing in the world. Because it was. Not because of the worn fabric, not because of its physical weight, but because of what it represented. Decades of discipline, of silence, of renunciation. A treasure built brick by brick, hidden in plain sight. "And now?" she asked, her voice softer. "What do you intend to do with all this?" He remained silent for a long moment. The question was simple, but the answer was not. That's the part I still don't know, he admitted. For a long time I thought I was going to leave everything to them, even knowing what they were like. I thought that in the end blood is blood, that maybe when I'm no longer here, they would remember what I did, they would feel remorse, they would use the money in a way that would honor me. He paused, his breathing becoming heavier. But after what happened, after being treated as a burden, as a hindrance, as an obstacle between them and what they wanted, I started to think differently. She said nothing. She just waited. I started thinking, why leave it to those who didn't know how to value me while I was alive? Why reward those who treated me like trash just because they carry my last name? Blood is blood, yes. But blood isn't an excuse for everything. And inheritance isn't an automatic right. It's a choice. The choice of those who built it. The words came with a firmness that contrasted with his frail body. It was as if, inside, there still existed a whole man, strong, lucid, who refused to be reduced to that appearance of abandonment. "Are you thinking of not leaving them anything?" she asked, almost in a whisper. He looked at her, his eyes gleaming with something that seemed a mixture of pain and determination. "I'm thinking of leaving it to whoever deserves it," he replied. "And so far they haven't shown me that they deserve it. They've shown me the opposite." The silence that followed was dense, full of implications. She understood the weight of that decision. It wasn't just about money. It was about justice, about recognition, about the last word of a man who had spent his life being ignored. "And how will you decide who deserves it?" he asked. He gave a tired smile. "That's the question I ask myself every night, lying on that hard floor. Every night before going to sleep I think, if I die tomorrow, where will all this go? And every night the answer changes a little. Sometimes I think about charity, sometimes about some grandchild who might still be different, sometimes about simply leaving the money untouched until the bank decides what to do with it." He paused, looking at the sky, which was beginning to darken. "But lately," he continued, "I've been thinking about something else, about showing them before they leave the magnitude of the mistake they made, not for revenge, but so that, at least once in their lives, they understand what they threw away when they threw their own father out on the street." She felt a shiver. There was something in that sentence that went beyond a simple outburst. It was a plan, not yet fully formed, but already taking shape. "And how would you do that?" he asked. "Show them, I mean." He looked at her again, assessing her, measuring her, as if deciding how much more he could reveal. "I still don't know the details," he admitted, "but I know it needs to be done in a way that they'll never forget, that it leaves a mark, that every time they look at that house they thought was the grand prize, they remember they lost something much bigger, not because of the money itself, but because of what the money represents. Everything I was, everything I did, everything I could have given, if I had been treated like a father and not like an obstacle." His words echoed in the nearly empty square, mingling with the distant noise of traffic and the wind that was beginning to cool. She remained silent, processing, feeling the weight of that story that had fallen into her lap almost by chance. "You trust me," he said finally, "not as a question, but as a statement of fact." "Enough to tell me all this?" He nodded slowly. "I trust you. I don't really know why. Maybe because you stopped when no one else did. Maybe because you asked if I was okay when everyone else pretended not to see. Or maybe," and here his voice grew softer, "because I needed to tell someone before I left. And you showed up." The phrase, "before I go," hung in the air, laden with meanings she didn't want to explore, but couldn't ignore. "You're not going to," she began, but couldn't finish. "I don't know how much time I have left," he replied honestly. "My body is tired, my cough is worse. There are nights I go to sleep thinking I won't wake up, and honestly, there are nights I don't know if I want to wake up, not out of desperation, but out of exhaustion, an exhaustion that's not just physical." Her eyes burned. It wasn't fair. None of this was fair. A man who had spent his life building, protecting, guarding, and now he was there, alone, sick, telling his secrets to a stranger because he had no one else. "You can't give up," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "Not like this. Not without doing what needs to be done." He looked at her with a tenderness that seemed to come from afar. "I'm not going to give up," he said. "Not before I finish what I started. But I need help. Not to carry physical weight. To carry the rest. To be a witness. To ensure that when I'm no longer here, someone knows the truth. The whole truth, not the version they're going to tell. She understood at that moment that she was being invited to something much bigger than a casual conversation on a park bench. She was being invited to be part of the final chapter of a story that wasn't hers, but that, somehow, had become hers. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. He took a deep breath, like someone catching their breath before diving. "First, I need you to keep this safe," he said, extending the cloth bag toward her. "Not forever, just until I sort some things out. I can't carry it anymore, and there's nowhere safe on the street. If something happens to me before I'm finished, you'll know what to do with it. I'll explain everything." She picked up the bag, feeling the weight of the papers inside. It was physically light, but it carried tons of meaning. "And then what?" he asked. "Then," he said, his eyes fixed on hers, "I'm going to need you to help me do something I should have done a long time ago. I'm coming back. Not to stay. Not to ask for forgiveness, but to show who I really am, who I've always been, and to make it clear once and for all the magnitude of what they lost." She nodded, not knowing exactly what she was getting herself into, but feeling that she couldn't say no. Not after everything I'd heard. Not after seeing behind the beggar's appearance the shadow of a man who still had scores to settle with the world. Night had completely fallen when they rose from the bench. The square was almost empty, lit only by the yellowish lampposts and a few lit windows in the surrounding buildings. She held the cloth bag against her chest, feeling her heart beat faster than usual. "When?" he asked. "When do you want to do this?" He gazed at the dark sky, as if consulting something invisible. "Soon," he replied. "Before my body decides for me. Before it's too late to choose how this story ends." She nodded, storing the answer away with all the other things she was carrying now. And there, in that cold square, under a starless sky, two people who had met by chance sealed without signing any papers, a pact that would forever change the destiny of a family that had no idea what was to come. Because somewhere in the city, sleeping in comfortable beds in a house they thought was theirs, the children of that old man continued their lives, planning renovations, discussing divisions, calculating a future they had already taken for granted. Unaware that the father they had thrown away hadn't left empty-handed, unaware that the beggar they had despised still held, firmly and silently, the key to a safe they didn't even know existed. The following days were spent in quiet preparation. She, the woman who had stopped in that square by chance and now carried a secret that wasn't hers, began to visit him more often. She brought food, water, sometimes a cough medicine that he accepted without complaint. But more than that, she brought time. She sat beside him, listened to the instructions he gradually gave her, and wrote them down in a small notebook she had bought especially for that purpose. Every detail mattered. Every bank name, every account number, every coded password that only he knew how to decipher. He spoke slowly, with long pauses to catch his breath. The cough was stronger now, in fits that left his face red and his eyes watering. But even so, he didn't stop. He seemed to have a new urgency, an awareness that time was running out, and there was still much to transfer from that tired head to the paper. "This one here," he said one afternoon, pointing to one of the yellow documents, "is the most important. It's the main statement. The rest are smaller applications, things I've scattered over the years so it wouldn't all be in one place. But this one here is the bulk of it, the one that will make all the difference." She looked at the paper, at the numbers that still seemed unreal every time she read them. "And what exactly do you want me to do with it?" he asked. When the time comes." He remained silent for a moment, his eyes lost on some distant point in the square. "When the time comes," he repeated, as if testing the weight of the phrase. "I want you to hand all of this over to a lawyer. Not just any lawyer. One I've already chosen. The name is here." He pointed to a note in the corner of one of the papers. "He already knows I exist. He already knows that one day someone will show up with these documents. He just doesn't know when." She wrote down the name, the address, and the phone number. "And what is he going to do?" "He's going to execute the will," the old man replied. "The will I made 15 years ago in secret, and which I've never shown to anyone, not even to my children, not even to my wife when she was alive. A will that says exactly where every penny goes. And that doesn't include the person who threw me away." The sentence came out dry, without apparent emotion, but laden with a decision that had been made long ago and was just waiting for the right moment to be revealed. "They're not going to get anything?" she asked, almost in a whisper. "Nothing," he confirmed. "Not even the house. The house they thought was theirs, which they had even mentally divided, is no longer theirs. I reversed the transfer." Her eyes widened. "What do you mean, undone?" He gave a small smile, the first genuine smile she had seen from him in weeks. "That document I signed in the kitchen, with the doctor in the light shirt and the leather briefcase, had a clause they didn't read properly. Nobody reads properly. Everyone's in a hurry to get what they want. The clause said the transfer would only be valid if I continued living in the house for the rest of my life. If I left for any reason, the transfer would be automatically cancelled." She remained silent, processing it. "And they kicked you out," he said, finally understanding. "They kicked me out," he confirmed. "They tore up the paper they thought they had signed with their own hands. They just don't know it yet. They'll find out when the lawyer shows up." The irony of the situation was almost poetic. The children, who were in such a hurry to secure the inheritance, had unknowingly destroyed the only thing they thought they had guaranteed. And the father they had thrown away had left not as a defeated victim, but as someone who still held the most important cards in the game. "And the house, then?" she asked. "Who will it go to?" "It's going to be sold," he replied. "And the money will go to the same place as the rest, to whomever I chose. Which isn't them." She hesitated before asking the next question, but she needed to know. "And whom did you choose?" He looked at her with a gaze that seemed to pierce through time. "Part of it goes to charity, institutions that care for abandoned elderly people. People like me who were thrown away by their own families. People who have no one to hold their hand when the night is too cold." She felt her eyes burning. "And the rest?" she asked, her voice choked with emotion. "The rest," he said, pausing, "goes to those who treated me like a human being when I had nothing left. It goes to those who stopped when everyone else walked right past. It goes to those who asked if I was okay when nobody else was asking." She understood at that moment that he was talking about her. The realization hit her slowly, heavily, almost unbelievably. "I can't accept that," she said, shaking her head. "I didn't do anything. I just talked to you." "You did everything," he replied firmly. "You gave me what I needed most in the end. Someone who saw me as a person. Not as a burden, not as a problem, not as an obstacle. As a person. That's worth more than any bank account." She was crying now, unable to hold back. Tears streamed down her face, dripping onto the small notebook she held in her lap. "I don't deserve this," he insisted. "Who deserves it or not, I decide," he said, with gentle authority. "And I decided, not out of obligation. By choice, the same freedom of choice that my children thought they could take from me when they pushed me out that door. They couldn't take that freedom away, and I will use it until the very last second." The silence that followed was long, filled with things that didn't need to be said aloud. She understood that arguing would be pointless. The decision had been made. The will was done. All that remained was to wait. And the wait didn't last long. In the following weeks, his body gave out faster than anyone expected. The cough turned into a fever. The fever turned into weakness. The weakness turned into a difficulty in getting up that no amount of willpower could overcome. She tried to convince him to go to the hospital, but he refused. "Hospitals are for those who want to prolong their lives," he said, his voice barely a whisper. "I don't want to prolong it. I want to finish my way, in my own time, with dignity." She respected his wishes. It wasn't easy, but she respected them. She began spending more time with him, sometimes the entire afternoon, holding his hand while the sun slowly moved across the sky. They spoke little now. Words had become too heavy to bear. But the silence between them was comfortable, full of everything that had already been said. On one particular night, one of those colder than the others, she was sitting beside him on the porch where he usually slept. He had brought an extra blanket, hot tea in a thermos, and a piece of cake left over from his sick mother's snack. He accepted the tea, but refused the cake. "It's not going down anymore," he explained, his voice hoarse. "My body is slowly shutting down. I can feel it." She gripped his hand tighter, as if she could somehow prevent what was to come. "Is everything ready?" he asked suddenly. She nodded. "Everything's fine. The lawyer's been notified. The papers are safe. I know what to do. And you're going to do it, he insisted, his eyes fixed on hers. Even if it's difficult, even if they come after you, even if they try to say you stole, that you manipulated, that you took advantage of a sick old man. I will, she replied firmly, because I know the truth, and the truth is that you chose, with a sound mind, with a whole heart, with all the lucidity you still possessed. Nobody manipulated anybody. You only did what any person has the right to do, decide what to do with what is yours. He smiled, a weak but genuine smile. You're a good person, he said. Better than most, better than those who should have been good to me but weren't. Thank you. The word thank you came with such weight that she felt her chest tighten. Don't thank me, she said, her voice faltering. I'm the one who should be thanking you, for trusting me, for letting me be a part of this, for showing me that there are still people out there who are worthwhile. He squeezed her hand one last time with a strength that seemed to come from somewhere beyond his tired body. When it's all over, he said, I want you to go to that house, the house where I've lived my whole life, and I want you to deliver a letter, personally, to them, a letter I wrote a long time ago and never had the courage to deliver. A letter? She asked. It's with the other papers, he explained. A white envelope with no name on the outside. Inside is everything I never managed to say out loud, everything I kept to myself for fear of hurting them, for fear of being rejected even more, for fear of losing what little I still had. Now I'm not afraid anymore. And I want them to know. I want them to read it. I want them to carry those words with them for the rest of their lives. She nodded, recording each instruction. I'll deliver it, he promised. Personally. Into their hands. He closed his eyes, looking relieved. Then everything's all right, he murmured. Now I can rest. She stood there, holding his hand, watching his breathing slow down, become more spaced out. The noise of the city around them seemed to have diminished, as if the whole world were falling silent to let that moment happen in peace. Sometime in the early morning, his hand relaxed in hers. His breathing stopped. His chest didn't rise anymore. And so, without announcement, without an audience, without anyone but a stranger who had become the most important person in his final days, the old man everyone called a beggar closed his eyes for the last time. She stayed there for a while longer, holding the hand that no longer held back. Tears streamed down silently, dripping onto the blanket, the cold floor, the worn fabric of his clothes. There were no words to say. There was nothing to do but be present in that moment, when no one else would be. When he finally got up, the sun was already beginning to brighten the horizon. The city was waking up, indifferent as it always does. Cars passed by, people walked, life went on as normal. Nobody knew that on that shop awning, a decades-long story had just ended. Nobody knew that somewhere in the city, an entire family was about to discover that the father they had despised had been, all along, much more than they had imagined. She picked up the cloth bag, now under her definitive responsibility. She felt the weight of the papers inside, the weight of the decisions, the weight of everything that was to come. She looked one last time at the motionless body, at the face that finally seemed at peace. I will fulfill it, he said in a low voice, as if he could still hear. Everything you asked for, everything you planned, they will know, they will understand, and they will never, ever forget. And with the first ray of sunlight hitting the dew-wet sidewalk, she turned her back and walked towards the awakening city, carrying with her an unnamed white envelope, a will that no one expected, and the mission of delivering the truth to the door of someone who had spent their entire life running from it. On the other side of town that same morning, the children woke up to their normal routines. One was having coffee, thinking about the month's bills. Another was checking messages on his cell phone while complaining about the traffic. The daughter was getting the children ready for school, yelling that they were late. None of them thought about their father. None of them imagined that, in a few hours, a woman they had never seen before would appear at their door with an envelope that would change everything they thought they knew about their own story. She walked slowly through the city streets, feeling the weight of the white envelope inside her bag, as if she were carrying something alive. The address was written on a piece of paper he had dictated weeks before, his voice already weak, but still precise enough to spell out each number, each street name. She had never been to that neighborhood, but she knew the type. Simple houses, low walls, cracked sidewalks, old trees with roots that lifted the cement. The kind of place where entire families grow up, grow old and sometimes destroy each other, without the neighbors noticing much beyond the occasional noise of a loud argument. As he drew closer, his heart pounded. It wasn't exactly fear. It was the awareness that he was about to enter a story that wasn't his, carrying a bomb he hadn't built, but had agreed to detonate. Each step seemed heavier than the last. His legs wanted to stop, turn around, forget everything. But his voice echoed in his memory, hoarse and firm. I want them to know, I want them to read, I want them to carry those words for the rest of their lives. And she had promised. The house appeared at the end of the street, exactly as he had described. An iron gate painted green, already peeling in some places, a white wall with damp stains, a window in the front with the curtain closed, another to the side with the blind slightly crooked. Nothing special. Nothing that would betray from the outside the decades of sacrifice that had been necessary to lay each brick, to pay each installment, to transform that piece of land into a home. She stopped on the sidewalk, took a deep breath, and looked at the gate as one might look into the mouth of a tunnel, unaware of what lay on the other side. Inside, at that moment, they were probably living their normal lives. Perhaps having coffee, perhaps arguing about some bill, perhaps planning the next renovation they were going to do now that the house was theirs. They had no idea what was about to cross that gate. She rang the doorbell. The sound echoed through the yard, that characteristic metallic ring of old doorbells. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then, footsteps. The sound of someone approaching, dragging slippers on the floor. The front door opened, and a woman appeared in the doorway wiping her hands on a dish towel. His daughter. She recognized her by the way he had described her, hair tied back, a suspicious look, always with an air of someone too busy to stop. Yes? The woman asked, looking her up and down, trying to fit this stranger into some known category. Salesperson? Jehovah's Witness? Debt collector? I need to speak with the family, she said, trying to keep her voice steady. It's about your father. The woman's expression changed immediately. A shadow passed across her face, a mixture of irritation and something that looked like poorly disguised guilt. What's wrong with the old man? He asked, crossing his arms. Did he send you here to ask for something? Because if that's the case, you can go back and say that we've already said everything we had to say. He didn't send anything, she replied, feeling her heart clench. He can't send anything anymore. He's dead. The words fell into the air like stones on a still lake. The woman stood motionless for a second, her mouth slightly open, her eyes blinking as if processing information that made no sense. How did he die? He asked, his voice now lower. He died last night, she said, in the street, alone, or almost alone. I was with him. The woman took a step back, as if she had received an invisible shove. The dishcloth fell to the floor, but she didn't bend down to pick it up. Who are you? He asked, now in a different tone, less aggressive, more confused. Someone who stopped to talk to him when no one else would, he replied. Someone he chose to do what his family didn't. Be there at the end. The sentence came laden with judgment that she didn't try to hide. It wasn't the time to be diplomatic. It wasn't the time to hold back feelings. He had spent the last few months of his life sleeping on the cold floor while they slept in comfortable beds in the house he built. The least she could do now was let the truth hurt the way it needed to hurt. Wait a minute, said the woman, raising her hand as if asking for a pause. Were you living on the street this whole time? We thought he'd gone to stay with someone he knew, that he'd come back when things calmed down. You thought so, she repeated, barely concealing her sarcasm. You thought so because it was easier to think than to investigate. You thought so because that way you didn't have to look at what you had done. The woman opened her mouth to reply, but no words came out. Behind her, in the hallway, a male figure appeared, her eldest son. He came walking quickly, his face already thick with irritation. What's going on here? He asked, stopping beside his sister. Who is this woman? She said her father died, replied her sister, her voice still a little shaky. The son stopped, looked at the stranger in the doorway, then at his sister, then back at the stranger. His brain was clearly trying to process the information, to fit it into a place that made sense. How did he die? He asked. his tone wavering between disbelief and something that almost sounded like concern. "He died alone," she repeated, "in the street. After months living as a homeless person, months in which none of you showed up, none of you looked for him, none of you cared." "Hey, wait a minute," the son stepped forward, pointing. "You don't know what happened here. You don't know what it was like living together, how difficult he was, how—" "I know everything," she interrupted firmly. "He told me. He told me about the pressure to sign the house. He told me about the constant complaints. He told me about the night you asked him what he still thought he was in charge here. He told me about every detail that you probably think nobody else knows." The silence that followed was heavy, thick, almost suffocating. The two brothers exchanged a quick glance. The kind families exchange when they realize a secret they thought was well kept has just been leaked. "What do you want?" the son finally asked, his voice lower and more cautious. She opened her bag, took out the white envelope and held it out to them. "Give this to me," he said. "It's a letter. He wrote it a long time ago, but he never had the courage to give it to you. Now, there's nothing stopping him." The daughter picked up the envelope with trembling hands. She looked at the blank white paper with no name on the outside, feeling the weight of something that was clearly not just paper. "And that's all?" asked the son suspiciously. "You came all the way here just to deliver a letter?" "No," she replied. "I also came to let you know that you'll be receiving a visit soon, from a lawyer. He's going to explain some things you don't know, things about your father, things about what he really had, and things about what you're really going to receive." The sentence hung in the air, full of implications that neither of them could fully decipher. "What does that mean?" asked the daughter, her voice now higher-pitched. "So you've spent your whole lives thinking you knew the man who lived in this house," she said, taking a step back, preparing to leave. "And you didn't. You didn't know him at all." And without waiting for an answer, he turned his back and began walking back along the cracked sidewalk, leaving the two of them standing at the door, with a white envelope in their hands and a world of questions that would only begin to be answered when they read what was written inside. She didn't look back. She didn't need to. He knew that at that moment the ground beneath that family's feet was beginning to crack, and the crack would spread, little by little, until it swallowed everything they thought they knew, everything they thought they had, everything they thought they deserved. On the other side of town, in a simple law office, a grey-haired man was reviewing a stack of documents one last time. The will was there, with all the clauses, all the signatures, all the instructions. Next to it, a list of bank accounts, investments, holdings, numbers that would make anyone blink twice to make sure they were reading it correctly. He glanced at his watch. In a few hours, he would call the number written in the folder. He would schedule a meeting. He would sit in front of that family and explain item by item what his client had left behind and what he hadn't left behind. He ran his hand over his chin, lost in thought. In all his years in the profession, he'd seen it all. Families fighting over meager inheritances, families uniting in the face of unexpected fortunes, families discovering secrets they'd rather never have discovered. But that case was different. That case was about a man who had spent his entire life silently building something, protecting something no one knew existed, waiting to see if those who should have loved him would at some point prove they deserved what he had kept safe. And who in the end, faced with the response he received, had made a decision that would echo for generations. The lawyer closed the briefcase, put it in the locked drawer, and stood up from his chair. The office window overlooked a busy street, full of people rushing to and fro, each with their own stories, their own secrets, their own postponed decisions. Somewhere out there, a woman walked back home, relieved to have kept a promise. Elsewhere, two brothers stared at a white envelope, too afraid to open it, and in a city morgue a body awaited identification, labelled only "Elderly Man, no documents, found in a public place." No one there yet knew that the body belonged to one of the richest men who had ever sat on that cold table. No one knew that the old cloth bag they found beside him, which they threw away like trash, had remained empty because the important papers were already in safe hands. No one knew that. While they stamped the form indigent, a lawyer on the other side of town was preparing documents that mentioned that same man as the holder of accounts totaling more than many would inherit in entire generations. The irony was almost cruel, but it was exactly the kind of irony he had planned, because in the end, the greatest legacy he left wasn't money, It was the lesson. The lesson that a person's worth isn't in what they appear to have, but in who they truly are. The lesson that treating someone as disposable can cost far more than any bank account. The lesson that sometimes those who seem to have nothing are precisely the ones who have everything, and that lesson, unlike money, would stay with that family forever, whether they wanted it or not. That same night, while the city slept and the lights in the houses went out one by one, the daughter finally mustered the courage to open the envelope. She sat in the kitchen, the same kitchen where her father had signed the document they thought guaranteed everything, and tore open the white paper with trembling hands. Inside, a handwritten letter, with the shaky handwriting of someone who no longer had the firmness of before, but still had enough clarity to choose each word carefully. The letter began like this: "To my children, who were once my reason for living, and who, in the end, became my greatest disappointment." She stopped reading. Her hands were trembling even more now. Her eyes were already filled with tears. Her brother, who had entered the kitchen upon hearing the sound of the envelope being opened, stopped beside her, reading over his shoulder. Neither of them could continue, but they couldn't stop either. Because there in those handwritten lines was everything they had never heard, everything they had never asked, everything they had pretended didn't exist. And, along with the words, came the increasingly clear awareness that the man they had thrown away was so much more than they had ever known how to see. The letter continued for 3 full pages, written on both sides of the paper, with handwriting that oscillated between moments of firmness and others where the hand clearly trembled too much. The daughter read aloud, almost unconsciously, as if she needed to hear the words to believe they were real. Her brother stood beside her motionless, his eyes fixed on the paper, his jaw clenched in that way men clench when they don't want to show what they're feeling. "To my children, who were once my reason for living, and who, in the end, became my greatest disappointment. I write this letter knowing that perhaps you will never read it, or, if you do read it, perhaps you won't believe it, or, if you do believe it, perhaps you won't care. Because this is the truth I've learned about you over the years. You only care about what you can see, touch, use. The rest for you doesn't exist. For a long time, I thought it was my fault, that I had failed at something, that I hadn't taught properly, that I hadn't set a sufficient example. I spent sleepless nights wondering where I went wrong, at what point you became people who look at your own father and see only an obstacle between you and what you want. But with time I understood something difficult to accept. Sometimes we can do everything right and still reap the wrong rewards, because people choose who they want to be, and you chose to be who you are. I built everything you've seen your whole life. This house where you live, I built it with sweat, with overtime, with years of meager pay. Every brick has a piece of me in it. Every room holds a story you never asked about because you were never interested in knowing. But that house which you coveted so much, which you did everything to take out of my name, was only a part, a small part. Because throughout my entire life, while you thought I was just an old man without money, without prospects, without value, I was building something else. Something you never saw because I never let you see it. I saved it. I invested it. I multiplied it. Silently, for decades, I amassed what could have been your future. A comfortable, secure future that could have changed each of your lives. But that future depended on one thing, that you treated me like a father and not like a burden. You didn't deal with it. You pushed me out of my own house. You looked me in the eye and asked what I still thought I was in charge of there. You argued in front of me as if I were an old piece of furniture ruining the decor. You closed the door behind me and went on with your lives as if I had never existed. I know that when you read this you'll say I'm exaggerating, that things weren't quite like that you had your reasons, your difficulties, your pressures. I know those arguments. I've heard versions of them my whole life. But the truth is simple. When you truly love someone, you don't throw that person away. No matter how difficult living together is, no matter how tiring the routine is, true love doesn't discard. You discarded. And now if you're reading this, it's because I'm already gone. I don't know how, I don't know when, but I know this letter will only reach your hands after I'm no longer here to see your reaction. Maybe it's better that way. Maybe I wouldn't be able to bear to see it. What I want you to know is this. Everything I've saved, everything I've built in silence, isn't going to you. Not a single cent. The house you thought was yours isn't anymore. The transfer was cancelled the moment you kicked me out. It was in the clause that nobody bothered to read. The money, the savings, the investments, it all goes to other places. Places that will make good use of it. People who will value it. Institutions that take care of people like me. Of elderly people who were thrown away by their own families. And a portion, a significant portion, goes to someone you don't know. A stranger who stopped in a square to ask if I was okay. A woman who owed me nothing, who expected nothing in return, who simply treated me like a human being when my own family had forgotten how to do that. I know you're going to be angry. You're going to say I was unfair, that I was cruel, that I used money as a weapon. But I ask you, and you, were you fair when you treated me like trash? Were you kind when you pushed me out onto the street? What is more cruel, withholding something from someone who doesn't deserve it, or taking away the dignity of someone who gave everything? I'm not writing this out of revenge. Revenge is for those who still expect something. I no longer expect anything from you. I'm writing for the truth, because the truth needs to be told, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. If you ever have children, and those children have children, I hope the story you tell isn't the version you invent to feel better about yourselves. I hope it's the truth. The truth that you had a father who worked his whole life, who saved every penny, who dreamed of leaving a legacy, and who, in the end, was treated so badly that he decided to leave that legacy to anyone but you. This is the legacy I leave behind. Not money, but a mirror. Look at it. See what you've become. And if you still have time, try to be different. Not for me, for yourselves, because carrying the weight of having destroyed your own family is something no amount of money can buy back, with the love that still remains, despite everything. Okay. When her daughter finished reading, the silence in the kitchen was so dense it seemed to have a physical form. The words still echoed in the air, heavy, impossible to ignore. She was crying now, thick tears streaming down her face and dripping onto the paper, blurring some of the letters. His brother had stepped back, leaning against the wall, his head down, his hands in his pockets. He wasn't crying, but his face was transformed as if something inside him had broken, and he didn't yet know how to put the pieces back together. He was serious, murmured the daughter, her voice choked with emotion. About the money, about the house, about everything. Of course he was serious, replied his brother, his voice hoarse. You read the letter. He's been planning this for years, decades. We thought we knew the old man, but we knew nothing. But how much money? She asked, as if she still couldn't process it. He talks about investments, but he doesn't give any numbers. How much does he have? Will it make a difference? He retorted, raising his eyes for the first time. Whatever the amount, it's not ours. He made that clear. It won't be ours. The reality of the statement hit her like a bucket of cold water. It won't be ours. After years of waiting, planning, counting on an inheritance they thought was guaranteed, the final answer was this: nothing. We need to talk to this lawyer, she said, getting up from her chair. We need to understand this properly. Maybe there's something we can do, some appeal, something... Something? He interrupted, his voice now harsher. You read the letter. He knew exactly what he was doing. He planned every detail. Do you think a man who kept a secret for 40-odd years would leave a loophole for us to question? She remained silent, without answering. The phone rang. They looked at each other, startled, as if the sound were an intruder. The daughter answered, her hand still trembling. Hello? Good evening, said a male voice from the other end. This is Dr. Renato Figueiredo, a lawyer. I'm looking for the family of the gentleman. And he said the father's full name. She swallowed hard. I am the daughter. My deepest condolences on your passing, said the lawyer, in a professional but not cold tone. I was your father's lawyer for many years. He left me specific instructions to contact the family as soon as I was informed of his death. We need to schedule a meeting as soon as possible. There are important matters to discuss. What kind of topics? She asked, even though she already knew. Probate matters, he replied, and a will. Your father left a will registered at the notary's office, with very specific provisions regarding his estate. The word patrimony echoed in her head. Patrimony, not the few possessions, not the house, not the savings. Patrimony. When can we meet? She asked, her voice firmer now. Tomorrow, if possible, said the lawyer. At my office. I'll send the address by message. I request that all the heirs mentioned in the document be present. It's important that they listen together. She made a mental note, thanked him, and hung up. Her brother was looking at her with an expression that mixed anxiety and something akin to fear. What did he say? That father had a lawyer, she replied. A real lawyer, for years, who has a registered will, and that we need to go there tomorrow to hear what's written. The brother ran a hand over his face and took a deep breath. So it's real, he said, more to himself than to her. Everything he wrote in the letter is real. The money, the investments, everything, it existed, and we never knew. We never wanted to know, she corrected, her voice breaking. We never asked. We were never interested. We just wanted the house. We just wanted what we could see. And now, she didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. The night wore on without either of them managing to sleep properly. The letter remained on the kitchen table, the pages open, the words exposed like wounds that wouldn't heal. Every now and then, one or the other would pass by, reread a passage and return to their room with a heavier head than before. When the sun rose, none of them were rested, but they were ready, or at least they thought they were, to face what was to come. The lawyer's office was in an old building, one of those with a stone facade and an elevator with an iron grate. The waiting room had dark wood furniture, landscape paintings on the walls, and a smell of paper and time that seemed to permeate every corner. The two brothers sat side by side, in silence, avoiding looking at each other. The office door opened, and the lawyer appeared. A man of about 60, grey hair, thick-rimmed glasses, with the expression of someone who had seen it all in that profession. "You can come in," he said, gesturing toward the room. They entered and sat in the chairs facing the table. The lawyer closed the door, walked around the table and sat on the other side. On the wooden surface lay a thick folder full of documents. "Before we begin," he said, taking off his glasses and cleaning the lenses with a cloth, "I want you to know that I've known your father for many years. He was my client, but also in a way someone I admired. A reserved, careful man who planned every step with a patience I rarely see." He paused, as if carefully choosing his next words. "He was also a wounded man. That was clear in our conversations, especially in recent years. He didn't talk much about his family, but when he did, it was always with a mixture of love and disappointment. I think he hoped until the end that things would be different." The brother shifted uncomfortably in his chair. The sister kept her eyes fixed on the lawyer, waiting. "That being said," he continued, opening the folder, "let's get to the facts. Your father left a will registered 15 years ago, with periodic updates, the last one about 8 months ago. The document is clear, specific, and legally irrefutable. I personally supervised each version." He took a sheet of paper from his folder, adjusted his glasses, and began to read. "Regarding the property known as the family residence," he read, "the previous transfer is considered null and void, according to the permanence clause included in the original donation document. The property reverts to the estate and will be sold, with the proceeds going to the institutions listed in Annex 2 of this will." The daughter let out an involuntary sigh. The brother closed his eyes for a second. "Regarding financial assets," the lawyer continued, "including bank accounts, fixed income investments, investment funds, and other movable assets, the total amount, as of the date of the last update, was—" He paused, looking at the two of them. 2,347,000 rays. The number hung in the air like a sentence. The daughter put her hand to her mouth. The brother's eyes widened, the color draining from his face. "That is—" the daughter began but couldn't finish. "It's what your father accumulated over decades of discipline," said the lawyer. "No luxuries, no ostentation, without telling anyone. He lived with the bare minimum and saved the rest. And that rest, over 40-odd years, turned into this." The silence that followed was absolute. Neither of them could speak. "The allocation of this amount," the lawyer continued, returning to the document, "is detailed in the will. 70% goes to institutions that support elderly people in situations of abandonment. 20% goes to an individual identified in the document who provided assistance to the deceased in his last months of life. And the remaining 10%—" he paused again, looking directly at the two of them. "The remaining 10% will go into an education account in the name of the deceased's grandchildren, to be managed by a guardian appointed in the will who is not one of the children." The daughter let out a sound that was half sob, half-bitter laugh. The brother remained motionless, as if frozen. "Does that mean," she said, her voice faltering, "that we get nothing? Absolutely nothing?" The lawyer held her gaze. "This means that your father consciously chose not to leave anything directly to his children. The portion intended for the grandchildren has specific usage restrictions and cannot be accessed by the parents. The rest goes to third parties." "But is that legal?" asked the brother, finally finding his voice. "He can just ignore his children like that?" "Yes, you can," replied the lawyer. "Brazilian law guarantees the legitimate share, which is the portion of the inheritance that must go to the legal heirs. But your father was a widower, and you are both of legal age and capable. In that case, the legitimate share would be 50% of the estate. However," he took another sheet of paper from the folder, "your father also included in his will a detailed list of what he called inheritance advances. These are amounts he claims to have given each of you over the years: help buying a car, paying for college, a down payment on an apartment, covering debts. Each item is documented, with dates and approximate values. The total sum, adjusted for inflation, exceeds the legal share you would be entitled to." The daughter looked at her brother. The brother looked at her. They both knew it was true. Every loan that was never repaid, every little help that became routine, every time their father had opened his wallet without complaining, it was all there, accounted for, transformed into a legal argument. "In short," concluded the lawyer, closing the folder, "the will is valid, the provisions are legal, and the deceased's wishes will be fully respected." The brother stood up suddenly, the chair dragging on the floor. "This is madness," she said, her voice trembling. "The old man planned all this, set this trap, and we can't do anything about it?" The lawyer looked at him with a calmness that came from decades of dealing with reactions like this. "Your father didn't set any traps," he said slowly. "He simply used the same intelligence he used to build this fortune to decide what to do with it. If that seems unfair to you, perhaps it's time to consider why he felt the need to make those decisions." The phrase hung in the air, heavy, impossible to refute. The daughter also stood up, her legs trembling. "And now?" he asked. "What happens now?" "Now," said the lawyer, "the probate process continues. The house will be appraised and sold. The proceeds will be distributed according to the will, and you—" He paused, looking at the two of them, with something that seemed almost compassionate. "You're going to have to learn to live with the consequences of the choices you made. Not the ones you made now, the ones you made before, the ones that led your father to write a will like that." The two left the office in silence, went down in the elevator without exchanging a word, and walked to the car parked on the street. Only when they were inside with the doors closed did the daughter finally speak. "2 million, he said, his voice hollow. 2 million reais, and we treated him like he was worthless." The brother started the car, his hands gripping the steering wheel too tightly. "He knew," she said. "All along he knew what he had, and he just stood there, quiet, watching us fight over a house that isn't even worth 10% of that. Watching us treat him like a burden, waiting to see if we would change. And we haven't changed," she added. "No," he confirmed. "We haven't changed." The car left the parking lot, entered the city traffic, and mingled with the thousands of other cars rushing to and fro, each carrying its own stories, its own guilt, its own lost heritage. And somewhere in that same city, a woman who had been just a stranger in a square received a call from the same lawyer, informing her that they needed to schedule a meeting to discuss an important matter. She already knew, of course. She already knew everything. But even so, when she heard the numbers, when she understood the magnitude of what that man had decided to leave her with, she needed to sit down, not for the money itself, but for the weight of what it represented, the trust of someone who had no one else to trust. The following weeks were filled with silence and ruin. In the house that once belonged to the old man, the atmosphere had visibly changed. Before, there were plans, conversations about renovations, about painting the walls, about changing the kitchen floor, about finally building that extension in the back that they had always postponed. Now, there was only the weight of knowing that none of that was going to happen. The house was no longer theirs. It never had been, in fact. It had been lent by a man who had waited his whole life to see if they deserved to have it. And the answer, when it came, was devastating. The daughter wandered through the house like a ghost. She passed through the rooms, looking at the walls, the furniture, the corners where her father used to sit, and she saw everything with different eyes now. Each object carried a story she had never bothered to ask about. The rocking chair on the porch, worn from use, where he spent his afternoons, staring into nothingness. The shelf with old books that she always thought were just junk. The drawer in the cupboard where he kept papers she had never been curious to look at. Now that curiosity came too late. Like so many other things, the brother dealt with it differently. He had withdrawn, spoke little, spent hours at work, even when he didn't need to. When he returned, he went straight to his room, avoided crossing paths with his sister, avoided looking at the corners of the house that reminded him of what they had done. The initial anger, that urge to fight the will, to sue the lawyer, to find some legal loophole, had gradually dissolved, replaced by something worse, the acceptance that there was no one to blame but themselves. The father's letter remained tucked away in a drawer, but the words wouldn't leave his head. Each phrase returned at random moments in the middle of dinner, in traffic, before bed. You pushed me out of my own house. You looked me in the eyes and asked what I still thought I was in charge of there. True love doesn't discard. You discarded. It was impossible to escape. And the more they tried, the more the words seemed to multiply, echoing in every corner of their minds, like an alarm that couldn't be turned off. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a completely different reality was unfolding. The woman who had once been just a stranger in a square now sat across from the same lawyer, in a meeting that seemed surreal. The room was the same one where her children had received the devastating news, but the atmosphere was different. There was no tension, no anger, no tears of regret. There was only a simple woman, modestly dressed, trying to process what she was hearing. The amount allocated to the lady, the lawyer said, consulting the documents, corresponds to 20% of the total estate. After deductions for taxes and probate costs, we are talking about approximately 470,000 reais. She remained silent, her eyes fixed on the lawyer, as if expecting him to say it was a joke, that there had been a mistake, that the number couldn't possibly be real. I don't understand, she said finally, her voice low. Why did he do this? I just talked to him. I'd bring him coffee now and then, sit and listen. I didn't do anything special. The lawyer took off his glasses, looked at her with an expression that mixed respect and something akin to admiration. You did exactly what his family didn't do, she said. You treated him like a person. You listened to what he had to say. You were there when no one else was. For him, that wasn't anything special. That was everything. Her eyes burned, but she didn't cry. She had cried enough the night he died in the cold dawn on that awning, holding his hand that gradually grew cold. Now, what she felt was something else, a mixture of gratitude, responsibility, and weight. And what do I do with this? She asked, more to herself than to the lawyer. That's your decision, he replied. The money is yours, without restrictions. He made it clear in his will that he trusted your judgment, that he knew you would make good use of it. She nodded slowly, absorbing it. Good use. The sentence carried an expectation she hadn't asked for, but which she now couldn't ignore. In the following weeks, while the probate process ran its bureaucratic course, she thought a lot about what to do. She thought about her sick mother, who needed care she could barely afford. She thought about her siblings who never helped, the bills piling up, the job that didn't pay enough. She thought about everything that money could solve in her own life. But she also thought of him, of the old man who slept on the cold floor while he had enough money to buy an entire building, of the man who chose to live with the bare minimum so he could save the maximum, of the almost superhuman discipline of someone who spent decades resisting the temptation to spend, to show off, to display to the world what he had. And she gradually understood that the money he left behind wasn't just money. It was a message, a continuation of the lesson he had tried to teach his whole life, a lesson his children never wanted to learn. She then decided to do something that no one expected. With part of the money, he paid for his mother's treatment. Not the basic treatment that the health plan barely covered, but the complete treatment. With the best doctors, the best medicines, the comfort his mother deserved after a lifetime of sacrifice. With another part, he paid off his own debts. They weren't many, but they weighed heavily. Credit card debt, a small loan he'd taken out to cover a difficult month, an overdue electricity bill. Everything cleared, all at once. But what he did with the rest was what really surprised people. She sought out the institution that cared for abandoned elderly people, the same one that would receive the majority of the old man's estate. She spoke with the director, explained the story, and asked what else they needed. The list was long: renovations to the building, medical equipment, hiring more caregivers, leisure activities for the residents. Everything cost money she never had. She donated 100,000 reis. The director was shocked. It wasn't the type of donation they received from individuals. It was the kind of money that came from companies, foundations, wealthy people wanting to reduce their taxes, not from an ordinary woman, simply dressed, who showed up unannounced. "Why are you doing this?" asked the principal, genuinely confused. "Because someone taught me," she replied, "that a person's worth isn't in what they appear to have. And because this money came from a man who spent the last months of his life, as you all care for him here, a man who deserved better and didn't get it. I want others to have it." The director didn't know what to say. She simply thanked them, her eyes welling up with tears, and promised that every penny would be well spent. When the news spread, as news always spreads in small towns within big cities, it inevitably reached the ears of the old man's children. They discovered through roundabout ways that the stranger who had inherited part of their father's estate had donated a fortune to charity, and the reaction was, predictably, one of outrage. "She received almost 500,000, and she's giving it to the institution?" the brother said incredulously to his sister. "Money that was supposed to be ours, and she's throwing it away?" "It wasn't meant to be ours," her sister replied, her voice weary. "Father made it clear. It was never meant to be ours. But she could at least, I don't know, and save it, invest it, do something useful with it. Not give it away as a gift to strangers." His sister looked at him with an expression he didn't immediately recognize. It wasn't anger, it wasn't agreement. It was something akin to pity. "You still don't understand, do you?" she said. "She's doing exactly what her father wanted. Exactly what he would do if he were still here." She understood the message. We didn't. The brother remained silent without replying. The truth of that statement was too harsh to refute. Meanwhile, the house where they had grown up, where their father had grown old, where everything had begun and ended, was put up for sale. The real estate agent who handled the process was efficient, impersonal, treating the property like any other: square footage, location, potential for appreciation. He didn't know the history behind those walls. He didn't know about the decades of work to pay each installment. He didn't know about the fights, the resentments, the choices that had led to that outcome. The children had to empty the house before the sale. It was a painful process, filled with objects that brought back memories they would rather not have. Each open drawer revealed pieces of a life they had ignored as it unfolded. Old photos, stored in shoeboxes, payment receipts from decades ago, all organized by year. Notebooks with handwritten notes, calculations they didn't understand, lists of numbers that now made sense in a cruel way. In one of those notebooks, they found something that stopped them both in the middle of their work. It was a page unlike any other. It had no numbers, no calculations. It only had a list of names handwritten with dates next to them, their names, and next to each name, short phrases. Next to his son's name: graduation, 1998, first job, 2001, marriage, 2005. Never said he was proud, he should have. Next to her daughter's name: granddaughter's birth, 2010. She cried with happiness. I did too, but I didn't show it. I always wanted to be more present. I never knew how. And at the end of the page, a loose sentence, undated: they don't know how much I love them, I never knew how to show it. The daughter dropped the notebook, her hands trembling. Her brother picked it up, read it, and dropped it too. The two stood there in the middle of that room full of boxes and memories, in silence, feeling the weight of everything that was never said, everything that was never asked, everything that was now too late to fix. The house was sold 2 weeks later. The money, as the lawyer had explained, went to the charity. The children signed the necessary papers, received nothing, and left with boxes of memories that wouldn't fit anywhere. Life went on, as life always goes on, indifferent to the personal tragedies that happen every day in every home in every city. The brother went back to work, trying to forget. The sister tried to reconnect with her own children, haunted by the fear of repeating the mistakes of the past. The grandchildren, who didn't even know exactly what had happened, continued their school and playtime routines, oblivious to the education bill that would one day finance their future. And the woman who had been just a stranger in a square continued her life as well. She cared for her mother until the end, which came a few months later, but she passed away peacefully, surrounded by comfort and affection. She continued working, because work was what she knew and what kept her going. He saved some of the money, investing it carefully, thinking about a future that now seemed less frightening. But once a week, without fail, she would go to the square where it had all begun. She sat on the same bench where she had sat with him so many times. She looked at the pigeons pecking at crumbs, at the movement of people passing by without seeing, at the sun moving slowly across the sky, and she remembered. She remembered the first time she had stopped to ask if he was all right. She remembered the conversations about banks and inflation, about children and disappointments, about the life we plan and the life that actually happens. She remembered the night he opened the cloth bag and showed her the papers that no one else knew about. She remembered the last night, on the cold awning, holding the hand that gradually relaxed until it no longer held. And on each of those visits, she would say the same thing in a low voice, as if he could still hear her. "I'm making good use of it, just as you asked, just as you trusted." The wind rustled the leaves of the trees, cars honked in the distance. The city continued its eternal rhythm of haste and indifference, and she remained there, in silence, guarding the memory of a man whom the world had discarded, but who had left, for those who knew how to see one of the greatest lessons anyone can teach. The lesson is that true value lies not in what you accumulate, but in what you do with what you have accumulated. It's not about who you impress, but who you help. It's not about how much you appear to have, but how much you truly are. And this lesson, unlike money, unlike a house, unlike anything that can be counted and divided, was something no one could take away from her, because it had been given freely by someone who expected nothing in return, the most valuable inheritance of all. On the other side of town that same afternoon, the old man's daughter sat on the balcony of the small apartment she had moved into after losing her house. She held in her hands the notebook she had found, the one with the list of names and the phrases that had never been spoken aloud. She read and reread her father's words, trying to find in them some comfort, some forgiveness, some absolution that she knew she didn't deserve. And for the first time in a long time she wondered, if she could go back, if she could do everything differently, what would she do? The answer came clearly, painfully, inevitably, everything. He would do everything differently. Every word, every gesture, every look. Every moment he chose impatience instead of patience, judgment instead of understanding, haste instead of presence. But I couldn't go back. Nobody can. What she could do, what was still within her reach, was not to repeat it, not to make the same mistakes with her own children, not to let time pass, carrying away unspoken words, ungiven hugs, unoffered presents. She closed the notebook, tucked it against her chest, and gazed at the darkening sky. And that night, for the first time since everything had happened, she called her eldest son. Not to ask for anything, not to complain about anything, just to say that she loved him, that she was proud of him, that she was there, present, available, for however long she still had. On the other end of the line, her son was puzzled. He asked if everything was all right, if something had happened. She said no, that she just wanted to hear his voice. And he, without fully understanding, but sensing that something important was happening, replied that he loved her too, that he missed her too, that he would come by on the weekend to visit. When she hung up, she was crying, but they weren't tears of sadness. They were the tears of someone who had finally understood, too late for one person, but perhaps in time for others. The months passed with that particular slowness that time has when we are trying to heal something. The city continued its rhythm, indifferent as always. The seasons changed. The heat gave way to the cold, and the cold gave way to the heat again. People were born, died, fell in love, fought, made peace, committed the same old mistakes and sometimes learned from them. The world kept turning without stopping to ask if anyone was ready. In the life of the woman who had once been just a stranger in a square, the changes came slowly. But they came. She didn't become a different person overnight. She didn't wake up in a palace. She didn't start living radically differently. She continued working, continued taking care of daily tasks, continued being who she always was. But there was something different now, a kind of invisible anchor that gave weight to her decisions, that made each choice seem more meaningful. The money that was left over after the donations and caring for her mother, she invested with the same discipline she had learned from watching the old man. Not in risky things, not in promises of quick returns, in solid, slow things that grew slowly, but grew. And every time she looked at the bank statement, she remembered the conversations in the square, the comments about inflation and spreads, the lessons he gave without realizing he was giving them. She also started doing something she had never done before, visiting the institution to which she had donated part of the money. At first, she went just to see how they were using the resources, to make sure the investment was worthwhile. But little by little, the visits became something else. He began to get to know the residents, old men and women from all walks of life, some lucid, others lost in memories that only they could access. Some had family who never appeared. Others had no one, never had anyone, or had lost them along the way. Each one carried an entire universe within themselves, universes that most people didn't even know existed. She would sit with them, listen to their stories, hold their trembling hands, laugh at the jokes they had already told 1,000 times, and would tell 1,000 more if given the chance. And in each wrinkled face, in each tired but still lively gaze, she saw a little of him. Of the man who had died alone on a balcony, but who had left behind much more than money. One resident in particular caught his attention. He was a man of about 80 years old, thin, with sparse white hair and hands that trembled constantly. He didn't talk much, spending most of his time sitting in a corner looking out the window, as if waiting for someone who never arrived. The employees said that he had been abandoned by his family years ago, that at first he still asked when they were going to pick him up, but that after a while he had stopped asking. She began to sit near him, at first silently, just keeping him company. Then, little by little, she started a conversation. She discovered that he had been a carpenter his whole life, that he had built furniture for half the houses in the neighborhood where he lived, that he was proud of his own work. She discovered that he had had 3 children, all alive, all well off, none present. "They have their own lives," he said one day, with a resignation that was painful to hear. "I can't demand that they stop everything to take care of an old man." "But you took care of them," she replied. "When they were little, when they needed it. You put your life on hold for that." He remained silent for a moment, his eyes still fixed on the window. "It's different," he said finally. "A young child doesn't choose to need to live. An old person in their minds chose to be old. They could have died sooner, saved themselves the trouble." The phrase came with a bitter irony that she recognized immediately. It was the same tone the other old man sometimes used when talking about his own children, the same mixture of love that couldn't die and disappointment that couldn't be ignored. "I don't think it's any different," she said. "I think caring is caring. It doesn't matter the age, and whoever abandons the person who cared for them isn't being practical, they're being ungrateful." He looked at her, for the first time since they had started talking that day. "You speak as if you know what you're talking about," he said. "I know," she replied. "I knew someone who went through the same thing, who was thrown away by their family, who died alone, with no one from their own home nearby. And yet they left a bigger mark than many people who die surrounded by relatives." He remained silent, processing it. "And that person," he asked, "was he happy?" The question caught her by surprise. Happy. It was something she had never thought to ask, neither of him while he was alive, nor of herself afterward. Life had been so full of survival, of resilience, of trying to maintain dignity despite everything, that happiness seemed a luxury too distant to even consider. "I don't know," he admitted. "I think he had moments of happiness, small hidden moments that no one saw, but I think overall he carried a great sadness, a sadness of someone who waited his whole life for something that never came." The old man nodded slowly, as if he understood exactly what she was talking about. "That's just how it is," she said. We wait. We wait for the children to understand, to be grateful, to show up, to remember. And they don't understand, they don't thank us, they don't show up, they don't remember, and we keep waiting because we don't know what else to do." She held his hand, which was trembling less now. "But you're not alone," she said. "I'm here, and I'll keep coming. Not because I'm forced to, not because I have to, because I want to." He looked at her hand holding his, then looked at her face, searching for signs of deceit, of empty promises. He found none. "Why are you doing this?" he asked. "You don't know me. You owe me nothing." "Because someone taught me," she replied, "that a person's worth isn't in how much they can give you back. It's in who they are, and you are someone who deserves to be seen, even if others don't see you." He said nothing, but his eyes welled up with tears, and at that moment something that had been frozen for a long time seemed to begin to melt. The visits continued, week after week. She and the old carpenter developed an unlikely friendship, made of long conversations and comfortable silences. He began to talk more, telling stories of the furniture he had built, the houses where it had ended up, the families who had sat in chairs made by his own hands. She listened attentively, memorizing every detail as if it were precious, and without realizing it, she was doing for him what she had done for the other old man, being present, simply being present. Meanwhile, the lives of the first old man's children continued their bumpy course. The brother had completely distanced himself. After the meeting with the lawyer, after realizing there was nothing to be done, he had retreated into a shell of resentment that seemed impenetrable. He worked too much, drank a little more than he should, avoided any conversation about his father, about the inheritance, about the past. When his sister tried to talk, he would deflect, change the subject, sometimes simply get up and leave. The sister, on the other hand, had gone the opposite way. After that night when she called her eldest son, something had changed inside her. It wasn't a magical transformation. It wasn't a cinematic rebirth. It was something more subtle, harder to define. A new awareness that time was passing, that opportunities to fix things were limited, that she didn't want to reach the end carrying the same regrets her father had carried. She began to truly connect with her children, not in the automatic way she had before, not just to demand responsibility or complain about their behavior. She started to be present, attentive and curious. She asked about their days, listened to their answers, and sat down to do things together without rushing to finish. The children found it strange at first, thinking it was just a phase that it would pass. But as weeks turned into months and she remained there, they began to get used to it. They even started to like it. One day, her eldest grandson, a 15-year-old, who usually answered everything with monosyllables, sat down next to her on the sofa and asked, "Mom, what happened to Grandpa?" The question came out of nowhere, unexpected, almost frightening. She hadn't talked much about their father with her children. She didn't know how to explain something so complicated to someone who still saw the world in simple terms of right and wrong. "What do you want to know?" he asked, buying time. "Everything," he said. "I know he died. I know we didn't go to the funeral. I know you two argued about something, but nobody ever really explained what happened." She took a deep breath, thinking about how to respond. She could downplay it. She could invent a more palatable version. She could protect her own image. But she remembered her father, the things he never said, the secrets he kept, the distance that grew precisely because no one ever truly spoke. "The story is complicated," he said finally, "and I don't come out of it well. None of us do." "Okay," he said, shrugging. "But tell me anyway." And she told him. She spoke of her father, who worked his whole life, who built the house brick by brick, who silently saved money while the family thought he had nothing. She spoke of the pressure to sign the transfer, of the fights, of the constant complaints, of the night he left with a suitcase in his hand. She spoke of the months on the street, of the woman who stopped to talk, of the lonely death on the cold awning. She spoke of the letter, of the will, of the 2 million that went everywhere but to the children. He told everything, without hiding anything, without minimizing anything, without trying to appear better than he was. When he finished, the grandson remained silent for a long moment. His face was difficult to read, a mixture of emotions he hadn't yet learned to organize. "And you were rich all this time?" he finally asked. "He was," she said. "Rich in a way we never imagined, but he never showed it, never told us. He kept everything a secret, waiting to see if we deserved it. And you didn't deserve it. It wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact." "No," she admitted, her voice breaking. We didn't deserve it. We treated him like he was worthless. And he was everything. The grandson fell silent again, processing the thought. Then he did something she didn't expect. He came closer and hugged her. "Thank you for telling the truth," he said, his voice muffled against her shoulder. "I prefer to know the truth, even if it's unpleasant." She hugged him back tightly, feeling the tears stream down her face. "Me too," he said. "I prefer that too." That night, after her son went to sleep, she stayed awake thinking about how stories repeat themselves, how patterns are passed down from generation to generation, how difficult it is to break cycles that we don't even realize we're repeating, but also thinking about how, sometimes, an honest conversation can be the first step towards changing something. The father had kept everything quiet. She had chosen to speak. Perhaps it was too late for him, but perhaps it wasn't too late for his grandson. Perhaps that conversation, that story told without disguise, would plant a seed that would one day bear fruit. Perhaps the grandson would grow up knowing what happens when family treats its own as disposable. And perhaps knowing this, he would choose to do things differently. It was a small hope, but it was a hope nonetheless. And hope, she had learned, was sometimes the only thing left when everything else was gone. A few weeks later, something unexpected happened. The woman who visited the institution every week received a call. It was the director with a strange voice, a mixture of surprise and emotion. "Can you come here today?" he asked. "Something happened that you need to see." She went, not knowing what to expect. When she arrived, the principal was waiting at the door with an envelope in her hand. "This arrived today," he said, holding out the envelope. "Addressed to the institution, but with a letter inside that mentions you by name." She picked up the envelope and opened it carefully. Inside, a handwritten letter, in shaky but legible handwriting. "I don't know who you are, but I know what you did." My mother told me the story of her grandfather. She told me about the money he saved, about the inheritance that went to other places, about the woman who stopped in a square and ended up receiving what the family didn't deserve. I'm 15 years old. I don't have much money, but I saved what I could from allowances I've been saving, from some jobs I've done helping neighbors. It's 237 Rs. I want to donate to the same institution you donated to, not because I have to, but because I want to. My mother said that this was the lesson my great-grandfather tried to teach, that value isn't in how much we have, but in what we do with what we have. I didn't know him, but I wanted him to know that at least one person in the family understood. "Thank you for taking care of him when no one else would." The letter had no signature, only a name, the grandson's name. She stood there holding the paper, her hands trembling. The principal looked at her, not fully understanding what was happening, but realizing it was important. 237 Rs, a ridiculous amount compared to the millions that had passed through that story. A drop in the ocean, statistically insignificant. But it wasn't about the number. It was about what the number meant. A 15-year-old boy, who had never met his great-grandfather, who had only heard the story by chance in a sofa conversation, had understood something that his own children had never been able to understand their whole lives. He had taken the little he had and given it, without expecting anything in return, simply because it was the right thing to do. The seed had borne fruit. She folded the letter carefully, tucked it into her pocket, close to her heart. She looked at the principal, who was still waiting for some explanation. "It's a long story," he said, "but the summary is this. Sometimes the most important lessons take generations to learn, and sometimes those who teach never get to see the result." The director nodded, not fully understanding but accepting it, and she walked away slowly, feeling the weight of the letter in her pocket, thinking of the old man who had died believing he had failed, that no one had learned anything, that everything had been in vain. If I could speak to him now, I would say it wasn't in vain. It took a long time, it took longer than it should have, but it wasn't in vain. 3 years later, on an autumn afternoon when the dry leaves danced along the city sidewalks, the woman returned to that square for the first time. I hadn't planned to go, I was just walking, thinking about life, letting my feet take me wherever they wanted. And when I realized it, I was there, in front of that same worn wooden bench, looking at the empty space where one day an old man with tired eyes had sat with a newspaper in his hands. The bench was different now. Someone had placed a small metal plate on the backrest, discreet, almost invisible if the person didn't know where to look. She approached, leaned forward to read it. "In memory of those who taught that presence is worth more than inheritance." It had no name, it had no date. Just that phrase engraved in metal, resisting time and oblivion. She didn't know who had put it there. Maybe the institution, maybe someone from the city hall who had heard the story. Maybe some stranger who had been touched in some way. It didn't matter. What mattered was that he hadn't been forgotten. That, in that small corner of the city, in that ordinary square where pigeons pecked and children ran, there was now a permanent mark that he existed. She sat on the bench, in the same spot where she used to sit when they talked. The metal of the sign was cold against her back, but it was a comforting cold, somehow familiar. He looked around. The square was the same and different at the same time. The trees had grown a little. The benches had been repainted. There was a new snack bar on the corner where a newsstand had once stood. The city had continued, as it always does, indifferent to the individual stories that unfold within it. But for those who knew where to look, the marks were there. The institution she helped had expanded. With the initial donations and those that came later, they had managed to renovate the building, hire more employees, and offer better care. The old carpenter had died a few months ago, peacefully in his sleep, holding her hand. He had gone in peace, knowing that someone cared, that he wasn't alone. In recent days, I had stopped looking out the window, waiting for the children who never came. I had started looking at the door, waiting for her, and she always came. The children of the first old man had gone their separate ways. His brother was still distant, trapped in a cycle of resentment he might never be able to break. Some people get stuck like that, unable to forgive others or themselves, carrying burdens they could let go of, but, for some reason, prefer to keep. It was sad, but it was his choice. Her sister, on the other hand, had truly changed. Her relationship with her children had transformed. Their conversations had become more honest, and the distance that had existed before had gradually diminished until it almost disappeared. She would never recover the lost time with her father. She would never be able to truly apologize. She would never hear him say that everything was all right. But she could do things differently from then on, and she was doing so. The grandson, the one who had sent the letter with 237 reals, had become a volunteer at the institution. He went every week, talked to the residents, listened to stories, offered his presence. He was 17 years old now, and spoke of his great-grandfather as if he had known him personally, as if his mother's stories had created a connection that transcended time and death. The woman sometimes thought about this, about how people continue to exist through the marks they leave behind. The old man had no children to honor his memory, no family to tell his stories with pride. But he had her. He had the grandson he never met, but who carried his lesson in his heart. He had the residents of the institution who lived better because of the money he saved. He had that plaque on the bank, small and discreet, but permanent. He had in some way conquered death. Not physical death, of course. No one can overcome that. But the other death, the worst one, the one that happens when the last person who remembers you stops remembering. That one he had avoided. He would continue to exist as long as the square existed, as long as the plaque remained, as long as someone told the story of the old man who was thrown out by his family and found dignity in the arms of a stranger. She sat there for a long time, watching the sun slowly set behind the buildings, painting the sky orange and pink. She thought about all the conversations they'd had, the advice about investments and life, the complaints about their children that were never just complaints, the comfortable silences that said more than any words could. She thought back to the first time she had stopped to talk to him, to that inexplicable impulse that had made her cross the square and sit on a bench next to a stranger. If she hadn't stopped, if she had kept walking like everyone else, none of this would have happened. He would have died alone anyway, but with no one to close his eyes, no one to ensure his body was treated with respect, no one to make his last wish a reality. One single moment, one single decision, and everything else had changed. It was frightening when she stopped to think about it. How many opportunities like that passed her by every day? How many chances to change a life, to make a difference, that slipped away simply because she was too busy, too distracted, too closed off to notice? How many old people on park benches? How many invisible people under awnings? How many stories waiting to be heard? And almost no one stopping to listen. She had stopped. Once. And that had been enough. But how many other times had she stopped? How many other stories had passed her by without her noticing, without her giving them a chance to exist? She promised herself she would try to slow down more. I would try to see more. I would try to be present, not only for those I already knew, but for those I hadn't yet met. Because each person carried a universe within themselves, each life had immeasurable value, and the only way to honor that was by paying attention. The sun finished setting. The city lights began to come on, and the square gradually emptied. She remained there, with no hurry to leave, feeling his presence in the cool autumn air. "I hope you've found peace," he said softly, to no one and to himself at the same time. "I hope that wherever you are, you know it wasn't in vain, that your story changed mine, that you taught me things I didn't even know I needed to learn." The wind blew gently, rustling the dry leaves, and she chose to interpret that as an answer. He got up from the bench, ran his hand over the cold plaque one last time, and started walking back home. But before leaving the square, he stopped. There was someone sitting on another bench on the other side. A person huddled up in worn clothes, staring blankly into space with that empty look of someone forgotten by the world. She stood still for a moment, observing. She could keep walking, like everyone else did. She could go home, have dinner, watch something on television, sleep, wake up the next day and go on with her life. Nobody would know. Nobody would judge. But she was going to find out. She took a deep breath, adjusted her bag on her shoulder and crossed the square. She sat on the bench next to the person, keeping a respectful distance, and remained there in silence for a moment. "Good night," he said finally. The person looked at her, surprised. It was a woman, older than she appeared from afar, with deep wrinkles and eyes that had seen too much. "Good evening," he replied, his voice hoarse, like someone who hadn't spoken in days. "It's cold today," she continued. "Have you had dinner yet?" The woman remained silent, processing the question, trying to understand why a stranger was talking to her, what she wanted, what the trick was. "There's no need to be suspicious," she said, smiling softly. "I just want to talk. Keep you company. If you'll let me." The distrust in the woman's eyes gradually diminished, replaced by something that seemed like surprise, or perhaps gratitude, or perhaps just the relief of being seen by someone. "It's been a long time since anyone stopped to talk to me," he said. "I know what it's like," she replied. "I met someone like that once, someone everyone ignored, and he ended up being one of the most important people in my life." The woman looked at her curiously now, wanting to know more, wanting to understand how a stranger could say something like that with such conviction. "Tell me," he asked. "Tell me this story." And she told him. He spoke of the tired-eyed old man who sat in that same square, of the old newspapers and the worn suit, of the children who wanted the house and the wife who had left. He spoke of the afternoon conversations, of the lessons hidden in casual comments, of the unlikely friendship that had blossomed between two people who had nothing in common except loneliness. He talked about the death on the awning, about the letter that changed everything, about the 2 million that went to the person he chose. He talked about the daughter who cried in a bathroom, about the grandson who sent 237 reais, about the carpenter who died holding her hand. He told everything from beginning to end without hiding anything, without sparing any details. And the woman listened, absorbing every word, her eyes shining in the dim light of the square's lampposts. When the story ended, they were silent for a moment. Night had completely fallen, the cold had intensified, but neither of them seemed in a hurry to leave. "It's a beautiful story," the woman said finally. "Sad but beautiful." "Yes," she agreed, "and it's true, every word of it." "And now you do this? You stop to talk to people like me?" "When I can, when I realize it. It's not always the case, I'm not perfect. But I try." The woman stood there thinking, chewing on it. "Why?" she asked. "What do you gain from this?" It was the same question the old carpenter had asked, the same question perhaps everyone asked when someone offered something without asking for anything in return, and the answer was always the same. "It's not about winning," she said. "It's about being, about the kind of person I want to be when I look in the mirror, about honoring the memory of someone who taught me that presence is the most valuable gift there is." The woman nodded slowly, as if she finally understood. "He seemed like a good person," she said. "That old man." "He was," she confirmed, "imperfect, like everyone else. He made mistakes, held grudges, made choices he perhaps could have made differently. But deep down, he was good. He just wanted to be seen. He just wanted to matter to someone." "Everyone wants this," the woman said softly. "Everyone." "I know." They fell silent again, but it was a different kind of silence now. It wasn't the heavy silence of someone who is alone. It was the light silence of someone who is accompanied. "Would you like to have dinner?" she asked. "There's a place nearby that serves excellent soup. I'll pay." The woman looked at her, searching for signs of pity, of condescending charity. She found none. She found only a genuine invitation, as an equal. "I accept," she said. "Thank you." They stood up together, walked together through the now dark square, past the bench with the metal plate that shone faintly under the lamplight, and as they walked away, the wind blew again, rustling the dry leaves, causing the plate to vibrate almost imperceptibly, in memory of those who taught that presence is worth more than inheritance. His story had ended 3 years ago on a cold balcony, alone and forgotten. But the ripples he had created continued to spread, touching lives she would never know, changing destinies she could never have imagined. Each person she helped carried a piece of him without knowing it. Every act of kindness was an echo of that first conversation in the square, of that first moment when a stranger had chosen to stop. That's what remained in the end. Not the money, although money had its role. Not the property, although the house was still there providing shelter for those in need. Not the name, which most people would never know. What remained were the invisible marks. The small changes that accumulated until they became big. The lessons passed down from person to person, from generation to generation, like a chain that never stopped growing. He died believing he had left nothing behind, but I had left everything behind. And somewhere that no one can see but everyone can feel, perhaps he knew it now. Perhaps he was at peace finally, knowing that the wait hadn't been in vain, that someone had understood, that the story had been worthwhile. The square emptied, night fell, and the stars timidly appeared among the clouds. And the bench remained there, holding memories, waiting for the next person who needed a place to sit, someone to talk to, a story to hear. Because stories like this don't really end. They just change hands. Marina only opened the envelope 3 days later, not because I had forgotten. It was impossible to forget. The paper remained there, in the pocket of the pants she threw on the chair, then in the nightstand drawer, then under the pillow, as if keeping it close was the same as solving the problem. But opening it required something she hadn't yet found, the courage to discover that an old man she barely knew perhaps knew her better than she knew herself. It was one of those sleepless nights, one of those when your cell phone no longer distracts you, and the bedroom ceiling becomes a movie screen for your own thoughts. She turned on the bedside lamp, sat on the bed, and picked up the envelope. The handwriting in the corner still said the same thing, for the granddaughter who's thinking of skipping stages. She tore it slowly, as if she didn't want to make a sound or wake anyone, not even herself. Inside, 2 sheets of paper. Ordinary paper, the yellowed kind used for cheap notebooks. The handwriting was the same as in the other letters, but it seemed to have been written more calmly, less hastily, as if the old man knew that this particular message needed time to be put together. She started reading. "Marina, I don't know how old you'll be when you read this. Maybe 12, maybe 15, maybe 20. Maybe you'll never read it if no one finds this paper amidst the mess I leave behind. But if you're reading it, it's because someone found it and decided it was worth giving away. I saw you only a few times, fewer than I wanted, more than I deserved, considering how things turned out between me and your mother. But in the times I did see you, I noticed something that reminded me of myself when I was younger. You're always in a hurry. It's not the kind of rushing someone does because they enjoy it. It's the kind of rushing someone does when they want to get somewhere quickly that seems better than where they are. I know that kind of rushing. I've spent a good part of my life feeling it, and I can tell you something that nobody tells you when you're young, that rushing is a lie. She makes you believe the problem is the path when in reality the problem is not knowing exactly where you want to go. She makes you think that those who go slowly are stupid, when in reality those who go slowly are sometimes just those who have already fallen while running and learned that a broken bone takes a long time to heal. I fell for it many times, sometimes because of my own stupidity, other times because I trusted the wrong people. Once I almost lost everything I had because of a man who promised I would double my money in 3 months. He spoke eloquently, used words I didn't quite understand, and that made me think he was smarter than me. He wasn't. He was just more skilled at deception. When I found out, a good portion of what I had saved over the years was already gone. I spent sleepless nights ashamed to tell my wife, afraid of losing the house, angry at myself for being so stupid. But do you know what saved me? It wasn't magic. It was the opposite of magic. It was waking up the next day and going to work anyway, even with a queasy stomach. It was taking what little was left and starting over, brick by brick, without shortcuts, without promises of miracles. It was accepting that it would take time, and that taking time wasn't defeat, it was just the real way of things. I'm telling you this because I know you'll hear a lot of people promising shortcuts. Nowadays, it's even easier. There are screens everywhere showing people who seem to have achieved everything quickly, easily, and smiling. What they don't show is the backside, the debts, the anxiety medication, the destroyed relationships, the lies they tell to maintain their image. I'm not saying you can't dream big, you can, you should, but dreaming big isn't the same as taking shortcuts. Dreaming big means knowing where you want to go, and accepting that the path will have obstacles, curves, and days when you want to give up. Taking shortcuts is pretending you can skip all that. You can't. Those who jump eventually fall, and the higher they jump, the harder they fall. If one day you want to use the money I left you to study something real, something that teaches you a trade, that gives you a skill that no one can take away, I'll be happy even if I'm not here to see it. If you want to use it to buy promises from people who disappear when problems arise, I'll be sad, but I won't be able to stop you. All I can do is leave this paper here, waiting for the day when you might need to hear the voice of someone who has made enough mistakes to know what they're talking about. You're new. The world seems huge and full of doors. Most of those doors lead nowhere. A few lead forward. The difference between them isn't the shine of the doorknob, it's what's on the other side. And to know what's on the other side, sometimes you need to ask someone who's opened them before you. I won't be here to give you advice when you need it. But I'm leaving this piece of myself on this paper for when the night is long and the bedroom ceiling seems too low. You don't have to be like me. You can be much better. But to do that, you need to learn from the mistakes of those who came before, instead of insisting on making the same ones just to prove you're independent. True independence isn't about refusing help. It's about knowing who to accept it from. With the love that I didn't know how to show properly, your grandfather. Marina finished reading with a wet face. She hadn't understood when the tears started, only realizing it when one of them dripped onto the paper, blurring a word she had already read. She stood there, motionless, holding the sheets of paper as if they were too fragile for any sudden movement. The room was silent. The house was silent. The city outside seemed to have lowered its volume just to let that moment happen without interference. She reread the passage about the man who promised to double the money. She reread the part about the sleepless nights, the shame, the fear. She reread the sentence about the difference between a big dream and a shortcut. And with each rereading, she felt something stirring inside, something that didn't yet have a name, but that seemed important. It wasn't exactly regret. She still felt she had the right to want more, to seek more, to not conform to the cramped life she saw around her. But now there was a shadow of doubt about the path she had chosen to seek that more, a shadow that hadn't existed before reading those words. She tucked the letter under her pillow again, but this time not to run away, to keep it close while she thought. And he thought about it all night. When the sun rose, she still hadn't slept, but she had made a decision. She left her room and went to the kitchen where her mother was already making coffee, still in her pajamas, her hair haphazardly tied up. "Mother." The woman turned around, surprised to see her daughter awake so early. "Did something happen?" "It happened," Marina said, her voice lower than usual. "I read Grandpa's letter." The mother stopped what she was doing, waiting. "And I wanted to ask you something," Marina continued. "That day he left, the day you two argued, the day he left with his suitcase, did you regret it?" The question came directly, without preparation, without warning. The mother felt a tightening in her chest. "Every day," she replied honestly. "Every day since then." Marina nodded slowly, absorbing it. "I don't want to regret it like this," he said. "I don't want to reach your birthday and be thinking about what I should have done differently. So I'm going to do things differently now." "Different how?" "I don't know yet," she admitted. "But I know it won't be the way I was planning. That course, that promise of getting rich quick. I still think the world is unfair, that those who work hard don't always get what they deserve. But maybe skipping steps isn't the answer. Maybe it's just another way of falling into the same hole." The mother approached and touched her daughter's face with her hand, which was still slightly damp from the sink. "You read all of that in one night?" "I read it," Marina confirmed, "and I cried, and I thought, and I still don't really know what I want. But I know what I don't want. To be just another family story that went wrong because nobody stopped to really talk." They stayed there, mother and daughter, in the small kitchen, with the coffee cooling on the counter and the sun streaming through the window. It wasn't the end of a movie. There was no crescendoing music, no cinematic embrace that resolves everything in 5 seconds. It was just a beginning. A small, hesitant beginning, full of uncertainties. But it was a beginning. That same week, Marina sought out her brother. "I want to meet Anna," he said bluntly. "For real. Not in that lawyer's office, not with everyone watching. I want to sit down with her and ask her some things." Lucas was surprised, but he didn't show it. "What kind of things?" "Things about Grandpa, about what he was like when she met him, about what he said, what he thought, what he wanted." "I know it sounds silly to want to know someone who's already dead, but it's just that I didn't know him. Not really. And now I want to." Lucas nodded. "I can schedule it," he said. "Anna will like it." The meeting took place on a Saturday afternoon, in the same square where it had all begun. Anna was sitting on her usual bench when she saw the two of them arriving. Lucas in front, Marina a step behind, clearly nervous, clearly trying not to appear nervous. "Sit down," Anna said, pointing to the space beside her. "There's room for everyone." Marina sat down, her hands clasped in her lap, her gaze avoiding that of the older woman. "I read the letter," she began, unsure how to introduce herself. "The one he left for me, and I wanted to know more about him, about what he was like." Anne watched the girl for a moment. He saw in her the same haste that the old man had described, but he also saw something new, a crack of opening that hadn't been there before. "He was stubborn," Anna began. "The kind who doesn't change his mind easily. But he was stubborn because he'd learned, the hard way, that changing your mind under pressure from others almost always goes wrong. So he tested everything, questioned everything, and took a long time to trust. But when he trusted for real." Marina listened in silence, savoring every word. "He was sad too," Anna continued. "An old sadness, which he carried deep in his eyes, even when he smiled. I never asked directly, but I think it was the sadness of someone who waited his whole life for something that never came. Recognition, perhaps, or just the feeling of being seen for who he really was, not for what others thought he should be." "Did he feel invisible?" Marina asked, her voice low. "I think so," Anna replied. "Invisible to those who should have seen him, too visible for those who only wanted what he had." The phrase hung in the air, heavy with meaning. "I was one of those who didn't see," Marina said, almost in a whisper. "I didn't even try." "You were a child," Anna said without judgment. "Children aren't obligated to see what adults hide. The responsibility lay with the older generation. It was theirs to show it, and yours to create the space for it to happen." "But I'm not a child anymore," Marina retorted. "And I chose not to see it even after I grew up. I chose to think he was just a boring old man who bothered everyone." Anna was silent for a moment, choosing her next words carefully. "Do you know what he once told me?" she asked. "He said that the greatest gift anyone can give is time. Not money, not things, not promises. Time. Because time is the only thing we can no longer manufacture. When it's gone, it's gone." And he felt he had given too much time to those who didn't want to receive it, and too little time to those who perhaps did want it. But he didn't know how to offer it. Marina felt her eyes burning again. "I wish I had given him time," she said. "I wish I had sat down and listened like you did. But now it's too late." "For him it is," Anna agreed. "But it's not too late for you. Not for your mother. Not for your brother. Not for anyone who is still alive and can still receive what you have to give. The lesson isn't about the past. It's about what you do from now on. Marina remained silent, processing it. Lucas, who had remained quiet the entire time, finally spoke. Grandpa left something he called the only inheritance that cannot be divided. Do you know what it is, Anna? She smiled, a small but genuine smile. I know. He explained it to me once. He said that money can be divided, houses can be divided, land can be divided. But there's one thing that the more you give, the more you have. It's example. Example doesn't diminish when it passes from one person to another. It multiplies, and it can continue multiplying for generations, long after the person who set the example is gone. So, his inheritance, Marina began. His legacy is this conversation, Anna finished. It's you being here, asking questions, wanting to understand. It's your brother making different choices than the family made before. It's your mother trying to fix what can still be fixed. It's each person who hears this story and decides they don't want to repeat the same mistakes. That's the legacy. The money was just the pretext for it to happen. The sun was beginning to set on the horizon, tinging the sky orange and pink. The pigeons in the square had already left, looking for a place to spend the night. The noise of the city continued, but seemed more distant, as if that bench were a small pocket of silence amidst the chaos. And now? Marina asked. What happens now? Anna looked at her, then at Lucas, then at the darkening sky. Now you live, he said simply. You live and try to do better than what was done before. Not perfect, because perfect doesn't exist. But better, a little better each day, with each choice, each time you stop to think before acting. She stood up from the bench, adjusting her bag on her shoulder. I'll keep coming here, he said, every week the same as always. If you want to talk more, you know where to find me. If you don't want to, that's fine too. The important thing is that the door is open. And open doors, I learned from him, are more valuable than any locked safe. She walked away, slowly, her silhouette silhouetted against the darkening sky. Lucas and Marina remained there, sitting on the bench in silence. After a long time, Marina spoke. I want to do things differently. Different how? Lucas asked. I don't know all the details yet, he admitted. But I want to study something real, something that teaches me how to do things, not just how to sell promises. And I want to spend more time with my mother, and I want to come here from time to time, talk to Anna, learn what she learned from him. Lucas nodded. And what about the digital business course? She gave a small, almost embarrassed smile. I cancelled my subscription yesterday, even before I knew if they were going to release the money or not, because I realized it wasn't about the money. It was about me wanting to prove that I knew more than everyone else. And I don't. I know almost nothing. And it's okay not to know. The problem is pretending to know. Lucas didn't say anything, but he smiled too. It was the smile of someone who recognizes in another person a battle he himself had already fought. The two stayed there until the sky darkened completely, until the stars began to appear one by one, until the cold of the night began to bite. Then they got up and left together, walking side by side, in comfortable silence. In the months that followed, the changes happened slowly, without fanfare. Marina enrolled in a technical course in administration, one of those that teaches the very basics, like how to read a balance sheet, how to organize cash flow, how to understand what the numbers really say. It wasn't glamorous, you couldn't post motivational quotes on Instagram, but it was solid, and she discovered that she liked understanding how things work beneath the surface. Lucas continued his path in design, taking on more and more jobs, gradually building a portfolio of clients who trusted him. The education account helped at specific times, but he insisted on funding as much as possible with his own effort. Not out of pride, but because he had understood that the value of things changes when you work hard to get them. Their mother continued the rebuilding process, one day at a time. She still had difficult nights. She still woke up sometimes with the weight of guilt. But now she had someone to talk to. She had children who didn't shy away from the subject. She had the feeling that, despite everything, it was still possible to leave something different behind. Anna continued her visits to the square, her trips to the institution, her simple life of someone who doesn't need much to feel complete. The money the old man left had changed some practical things, but it hadn't changed who she was. She continued stopping to talk to strangers, continued asking if people were all right, continued believing that small gestures are sometimes greater than enormous ones. And the old man, the beggar who wasn't a beggar, the father who was expelled, the grandfather who left letters for grandchildren he barely knew, was still present in invisible ways. In moments of doubt, someone remembered one of his phrases. In difficult decisions, someone thought about what he might have said. On long nights, someone reread a letter and found there, in the trembling words, a piece of wisdom that did not age. Because this is the truth about inheritances that no one tells you in notary offices. The ones that truly matter aren't measured in reais, aren't divided into percentages, aren't contested in court. The ones that truly matter are the ones that continue to live on after the person who left them is gone. They are the lessons that pass from person to person, from generation to generation, growing instead of diminishing, multiplying instead of dividing. The old man who died alone on a cold porch left behind more than 2 million reais. But the real inheritance, which no one could take away, which no ungrateful child could contest, was something else entirely. It was the story that now lived within each person who heard it. It was the question each one had to answer for themselves. What do you do with the time you still have? How do you treat those who are by your side now while you are still here? In the square, the bench remained there, worn by use, marked by time. The pigeons continued pecking at crumbs, indifferent to the human tragedies and redemptions that unfolded around them. The sun continued rising and setting. The seasons continued changing. The city continued its eternal rhythm of haste and forgetfulness. But for those who knew how to look, for those who paused for a moment amidst the rush, that bench told a story of a man who was invisible his whole life and who in the end became unforgettable. A story of mistakes that turned into lessons, of pain that turned into wisdom, of abandonment that turned into connection. A story that is now also yours. Because every story we hear to the end becomes a little bit our own. And what we do with it after listening is what determines whether we learn something or let another chance slip away. The old man isn't here anymore to see what you're going to do. But somehow, somewhere, maybe he knows. And perhaps he's waiting, as he always has, to see if this time someone finally understood. 5 years later, on an autumn morning, Marina woke up to a connection she hadn't expected. She was no longer the impatient teenager who wanted to skip steps. She was 20 now, in her second year of business administration studies, working part-time at a small accounting firm where she learned more in the hallways than in the classrooms. The apartment she shared with a roommate was tiny, but it was hers, paid for with her own money, without depending on anyone. The phone rang at 7:12 a.m. It was the lawyer's office number. "Marina, this is Dr. Ricardo. Sorry to call so early, but it's important." She sat up in bed, still half asleep. Did something happen? "It happened," he said, his voice carrying a weight she couldn't decipher. "Anna passed away last night, in the hospital, after a bout of pneumonia that became complicated. It was quick. She was lucid until the end." The world seemed to stop for a second. Marina held the phone, unable to formulate a response. Anna. The woman who had been the bridge between her and a grandfather she never truly knew. The woman who had sat with her on that park bench week after week, telling stories, answering questions, teaching without seeming to teach. "She left instructions," the lawyer continued, "and an envelope. For you." Marina swallowed hard. "For me?" "For you," he confirmed, "and for your brother." Separate envelopes. She had planned everything in advance, as if she knew time was running out. Of course he knew. Anna always knew how to pay attention to the signs that others ignored. He had learned this from the old man, or perhaps he already knew it before, and that's why he was able to see in him what no one else saw. "When can I pick it up?" Marina asked. "Today, if you want. The office opens at 9. She hung up, sat on the bed for a long time, staring blankly at the wall. Then she called her brother. Lucas answered on the third ring. It was the voice of someone who had been awake for hours, probably working on some project. "Marina, is everything all right?" "Anna died," she said bluntly, because there was no other way to say it. The silence on the other end lasted for a few seconds. "How did he die?" "Last night. Pneumonia. The lawyer just called. She left envelopes for us." More silence. "I'll be there in an hour," Lucas finally said. "We'll go together." The lawyer's office looked the same as always, but this time there was something different in the air. Perhaps it was just their imagination. Perhaps it was the weight of the reason that had brought them there. The two brothers sat side by side, as they had sat 5 years before when everything was still confusion and resentment. The lawyer placed 2 envelopes on the table, one with Lucas's name on it, the other with Marina's name. The handwriting was Anna's, firm despite her age, clear despite everything. "She asked me to deliver it personally," the lawyer said, "and she asked me to read something before you open it." He took a sheet of paper out of a folder and adjusted his glasses. "For Lucas and Marina, if you're listening to this, it's because I'm gone. Don't be sad for too long. I had a good life, especially in recent years, thanks to a stubborn old man who taught me that it's never too late to make a difference. What I leave you isn't money. You've already learned to earn money on your own, and that fills me with pride. What I leave you is something else, something your grandfather gave me that I kept, waiting for the right moment to pass it on. Open the envelopes, read them carefully, and then do what you think is right. I trust you. Anna." The lawyer put down the sheet of paper and looked at the two of them. "I'll leave you two alone," he said, standing up. "Stay as long as you need." When the door closed, the brothers stood silent for a moment, staring at the envelopes as if they were objects from another world. "Together?" Marina asked. "Together," Lucas confirmed. They opened at the same time. Inside Lucas's envelope was a short letter and a small object wrapped in tissue paper. He read the letter first. "Lucas, you were the first to understand, the first to do things differently, to forge your own path, to prove that the family history doesn't have to repeat itself. What's wrapped here belonged to your grandfather. He wore it every day until the very end. He said it was the only thing his father left him. Now it's yours. Wear it to remember where you came from and to never forget where you can go. Anna." He opened the package. Inside, an old wristwatch, one of those wind-up ones with a dial yellowed with age and a leather strap worn in places. It worked. The hands moved at a slow, steady pace, as if measuring not just hours, but generations. Lucas stared at the watch for a long moment, the watch his grandfather wore every day, the watch that came from the great-grandfather he never met. A literal timeline, passing from hand to hand, carrying stories that no one else remembered in detail, but that still existed there in that small object that fit in the palm of his hand. On the other side of the table, Marina had opened her envelope. Inside, there was also a letter and also an object. But the object was different. It was a notebook, small with a brown leather cover, closed with an elastic band. The pages were yellowed, handwritten, in letters she recognized immediately, the same shaky handwriting as her grandfather's letters. Anna's letter said, "Marina, you were the hardest to reach, and for that reason perhaps the one who taught me the most. When you appeared in that square 5 years ago, full of anger and haste, I saw in you the same thing your grandfather had seen, someone with too much fire and too little direction. But fire, when it finds direction, becomes strength, and you found it. The notebook that's there was your grandfather's diary, not the diary of bank secrets that's already gone to the lawyer. It's the diary of thoughts, of doubts, of fears, of hopes. He never showed it to anyone while he was alive. He gave it to me shortly before he died and asked me to keep it until I found someone who would use it properly. I think that someone is you. Read it, learn from it, and when you have children someday, pass it on. Not the notebook, which will already be too old, but what's inside it. That never gets old. Anna." Marina opened the notebook, her hands trembling. The first page had a date from more than 50 years ago. And a sentence. "Today my father died and I don't know what to do with the anger I feel." She continued reading. The notebook was a journey through time. Decades of thoughts, frustrations, small victories that no one celebrated, defeats that no one saw. The grandfather she knew only as the old man who was kicked out appeared there as a young man full of dreams, in love with the woman who would be his wife, worried about children who hadn't even been born yet. There were pages about the birth of Marina's mother. "She is so small and already has so much strength. I hope I can give her everything my father couldn't give me." There were pages about disappointments. "My son asked me for money again. I gave it to him. I know I won't see it again. But how can you say no to someone who left you? There were pages about the decision to hide the money. I don't tell anyone because I know how people change when they know there's something to take. I'd rather be seen as an old man with nothing than find out that they love me only for what I have. And there were pages about the grandchildren. I saw Marina at her birthday party today. She's 8 years old and already talks back to adults as if she knows more than everyone else. She reminds me of myself when I was younger. I hope she learns faster than I did. Lucas draws well. He showed me a notebook full of doodles. His mother said it was a waste of time. I didn't say anything, but I kept one of the drawings. It's here on this page. Marina turned the page and saw, taped on with old tape, a child's drawing of a house with a chimney. Below it, in childish handwriting, was written, "For Grandpa, from Lucas." She felt the tears streaming down her face, unable to hold them back. The grandfather she thought didn't care, who was always distant, who never participated in anything, had kept a drawing by his grandson for decades. He had written about her when he was 8 years old. He had seen things in them that no one else saw, and they never knew. Lucas had moved closer, reading over his sister's shoulder. When he saw the drawing, he froze. "I did it," she said, her voice breaking. "I remember giving it to him. I must have been about 6 years old. I thought he'd thrown it away." "He didn't play," Marina said. "He kept it. He kept everything." They spent hours there in the empty office, reading the notebook together. Each page revealed a new piece of the man they thought they knew, but knew nothing about. His mistakes, his fears, his regrets, but also his loves, his hopes, the moments of joy he never knew how to share. When they finally closed the notebook, the sun was already low in the sky. "What do we do now?" Marina asked. Lucas thought for a moment. "We'll do what she asked," he said. "We'll pass it on. Not now, not tomorrow. But when there's someone who needs to hear it, we'll tell this story. We'll show that it doesn't have to be this way, that family doesn't have to be synonymous with abandonment, that it's possible to break the cycle." Marina nodded. "And we take care of Mom," he added, "because she's the only one left from the older generation, and because she spent her whole life carrying a guilt that we only half understood." "She needs to read this," Lucas said, pointing to the notebook. "Not now, maybe. When she's ready. But she needs to know what her father really thought, what he wrote about her when she was a baby, how much he wanted things to be different and couldn't." Marina held the notebook carefully, as if it were too fragile for any sudden movement. "You know what's strange," she said. "I spent years thinking he was just an obstacle, a burden, a bad memory. And now, reading this, I see that he was just a person. A person who made a lot of mistakes, who got some things right, who loved in the twisted way he knew how to love, just like everyone else, just like us." "Just like us," Lucas repeated. They left the office side by side, carrying their envelopes, their inheritances that couldn't be measured in money. The old watch on Lucas's wrist, the old notebook in Marina's hands, small objects that could fit anywhere, but that weighed more than furniture, more than houses, more than bank accounts. Because they carried something that cannot be bought, sold, or divided into inventories. They carried memory, and memory, when passed from one person to another, does not diminish. It grows, it transforms, it gains new meanings with each generation that receives it. The following week, a small wake was held for Anna. Not many people came because she didn't have many people, but those who were there were truly there. Lucas and Marina were there, their mother too. Some employees from the nursing home were there, including Donna Teresa, who came in a wheelchair but insisted on being present. The lawyer, who had met Anna years before and who, at some point, had ceased to be just a lawyer and become a friend. There were no rehearsed speeches, no excessive flowers, no pompous ceremony. There were only people who cared, gathered to remember someone who had made a difference without ever seeking recognition. Finally, Marina approached the closed coffin and said in a low voice just to herself, "Thank you for stopping in that square, for listening to an old man that nobody else wanted to listen to, for keeping all of this, waiting for the right time, for believing in us when we didn't deserve it." She didn't know if Anna could hear, if there was any place where words reached after people were gone. But she spoke anyway. Because some things need to be said, even when it's too late, even when it might make no practical difference at all. Sometimes, speaking is the only way to make what we feel real. And what Marina felt at that moment was gratitude. An enormous, disproportionate gratitude for two people she barely knew, and who even so had changed everything. Months later, on a random Sunday, Marina was at her mother's house for lunch. It was a ritual that had been established over the last few years. Every Sunday, the three of them would get together, cook, talk about the week, about plans, about nothing in particular. It wasn't an obligation, it wasn't a demand, it was a choice. On that particular Sunday after coffee, Marina took her notebook out of her bag. "Mom," he said, "I need to show you something." The mother looked at the notebook without recognizing it. "What is that?" "It's Grandpa's," Marina said. "His diary. Hannah kept it and gave it to me before she died. There are things in there about you. About when you were a baby. About what he thought, what he felt. I think you need to read it." The mother remained silent for a long moment. Her face went through several expressions that Marina couldn't fully identify. Fear, perhaps. Curiosity. An old pain that never properly healed. "I don't know if I can," he said finally. "You don't have to read it now," Marina said. "Not tomorrow, not next week. Keep it to yourself. When you're ready, if you're ever ready, you can read it. If you never are, that's fine too, but I thought you had the right to know it exists." The mother picked up the notebook with trembling hands. She held it, feeling its weight, looking at the worn leather cover. "He never told me he wrote," she murmured. "He never said much," Marina replied. "But he wrote. He wrote a lot. And from what I've read, he thought about you more than you realize." The mother raised her eyes, glistening with tears she had held back. "Thank you," she said, "for bringing this, for not throwing it away, for giving him a chance, even after everything." Marina smiled, a small but genuine smile. "I didn't give him a chance," she said. "I gave us a chance. To this family that almost got lost and that is still here somehow, trying to do better." Lucas, who had remained quiet during the conversation, raised his wrist, showing the old watch he now wore every day. "It still works," he said. "After all these years, it still tells the right time. I think it's a metaphor or something like that." "You and your metaphors," Marina laughed. "I learned it from a stubborn old man," he replied, smiling, "and from a woman who would stop to chat with strangers in squares." The mother looked at her two sons, at the notebook in their hands, at the watch on Lucas's wrist. 3 generations connected by small objects, by written words, by choices that had been made decades ago, and that still echoed in the present. "You two have grown up," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "You've grown more than I ever managed to teach you, and I'm so sorry. For all my mistakes, for all the things I didn't see, for all the things I took too long to understand." "Mom," Marina said, holding her hand, "we're not keeping score. We're not making a list of mistakes. We're just here now trying. And trying is already much more than most people do." The rest of Sunday passed slowly, as good Sundays do. Unhurried conversations, laughter over small things, comfortable silences between people who don't need to fill every second with noise. As night fell and everyone went their separate ways, Marina walked to the bus stop, thinking about everything that had changed in the last few years. She, who had started out wanting shortcuts, had discovered that the longest paths are sometimes the only ones that truly lead somewhere. She, who had thought that quick money was the answer, had learned that the most valuable answers cannot be bought. In my pocket, my cell phone vibrated. A message from an unknown number. "Hi Marina, my name is Clara. You don't know me, but I met Anna. She told me about you, your story, your family. She said that if I ever needed someone to talk to, I could contact you. I do need someone. My grandmother is sick and my family is fighting over inheritance. I don't know what to do. Could we meet?" Marina read the message 2-3 times. A stranger asking for help. A story repeating itself in another family with different names, different circumstances, but the same pattern. Money being divided, resentment accumulating, people who should love each other forgetting how. She considered ignoring it. It wasn't her problem. She had no obligation to do so. She had her own life to take care of. But then he remembered Anna. Anna, who had stopped in a square to talk to an old man that nobody else wanted to listen to. Anna, who had no obligation whatsoever and yet stayed. Anna, who had spent years collecting stories, teaching lessons, waiting for the right moment to pass them on. Marina typed the answer. Hi, Clara. Yes, I can. Whenever you want. There's a square near my house that's a good place to talk. There's a bench that's heard a lot of stories. I think it can handle another one. He sent it. He put his phone away. He looked at the darkening sky. Tomorrow, she would sit with a stranger and listen to a story that would probably hurt. She would try to help someone she didn't know, with no guarantee that it would work, without knowing if her words would make a difference. But I was going to try, because that's what Anna would do. That's what her grandfather deep down wanted someone to do. That's what inheritances that can't be measured in money demand of those who receive them, that they pass it on, that they don't let it die, that they keep the chain going. And Marina, the girl who wanted to skip steps, had finally understood that some things don't have shortcuts. Presence has no shortcut. Patience has no shortcut. Love has no shortcut. And perhaps that's exactly why they're worth so much. Clara appeared in the square 3 days later, at the end of an afternoon when the sky was that unbelievably orange color. Marina recognized her immediately, even though she had never seen a photo. It was something in the way she walked, perhaps. Steps too hurried, shoulders too tense, a gaze searching for something she didn't quite know what it was. Marina knew that walk. It had been hers 5 years ago when she arrived at that same square for the first time. Clara must have been about 17 years old. Brown hair tied in a messy ponytail, an oversized sweatshirt that probably belonged to a family member, worn-out sneakers that had seen better days, beautiful in a way she herself clearly didn't realize, lost in a way that anyone could see. "Clara?" Marina called, raising her hand. The girl approached hesitantly. "Marina." "Sit down," Marina said, indicating the space next to her on the bench. "This place is an expert at listening to problems. It's lost count of how many it's absorbed." Clara sat down but remained on the edge, as if she were ready to run off at any moment. "Thank you for coming," she said, her voice low. "I know it's strange. A stranger messaging me like this. But Anna talked so much about you, your family, how you managed to work things out. I thought maybe you could help me understand how." Marina studied the girl's face. She saw anxiety, fear, suppressed anger, exhaustion, the same mixture she herself had carried when she was younger. "Tell me," he said simply. "From the beginning, no rush." Clara took a deep breath, as if gathering momentum before jumping. "My grandmother's name is Helena," she began. "She's 78 years old and was diagnosed with cancer 6 months ago, in the pancreas. The doctor said there's not much they can do, just palliative care to make her comfortable. They gave her about 8 months, maybe a year if she's lucky." He paused, swallowing something that seemed to be stuck in his throat. "She's the most important person in my life," he continued. "She raised me since I was 4 years old, when my mother left and my father disappeared. She never asked for anything in return, never complained, never made me feel like a burden. She's everything to me." Marina listened in silence, without interrupting. "The problem is that my grandmother has money," Clara said. "Not a fortune, but enough. She owns a house, has some savings, and has a piece of land my grandfather left her before he died. And when the news of the cancer spread, people I didn't even remember existed appeared." Clara's voice grew harsher, filled with something that sounded like disgust. "My mother came back. After 13 years without any news, she appeared at my grandmother's door crying, asking for forgiveness, saying she wanted to take care of her in her last months. My father also appeared, and uncles I saw once a year at Christmas at most. Everyone was suddenly very concerned, very present, very affectionate." "And you think they want the inheritance?" Marina said, not as a question. "I don't think so. I'm sure of it," Clara replied, "because they don't ask how she's feeling. They ask if she's made a will. They don't offer to take her to the doctor. They offer to help organize the paperwork. My mother already suggested that the house would be too big for my grandmother to live in alone, and that perhaps it would be better to sell it now, while she can still sign." Marina felt a chill in her stomach. The story was different in the details, but the same in essence. Money making people reveal who they really were. Illness acting as a trigger to expose truths that remained hidden when nothing was at stake. "And your grandmother?" he asked. "What does she think of all this?" Clara gave a sad smile. "My grandmother is the smartest person I know. She knows exactly what's going on. She sees through everyone, but she's also tired, too tired to fight. And deep down, I think part of her still wants to believe that her daughter has really come back, that the love is real, that the family she's dreamed of her whole life is finally coming together. She wants to be deceived, Marina said. She wants to have hope, Clara corrected, even knowing it's probably false. Because dying with hope, even false hope, might be better than dying knowing that no one truly loved you. The two remained silent for a moment. The sun continued to set, painting the sky in colors that seemed impossible. "And you?" Marina asked. "What do you want?" Clara thought for a moment before answering. "I want my grandmother to have peace. I want her last months to be good, without fighting, without stress, without people pulling her in all directions. But I also want justice. I don't want the people who abandoned her whole life to take everything away in the end just because they showed up at the right time with the right words. And what are you doing about it?" "Nothing," Clara admitted, her voice heavy with frustration. "Because every time I try to say something, my mother accuses me of being mercenary. She says I want the inheritance for myself, that I'm manipulating my grandmother, that I've always been selfish. And the worst part is that my grandmother hears this and gets confused, because she loves her daughter, and she loves her granddaughter, and she doesn't want to choose sides." Marina recognized the pattern, the classic reversal. Those who truly care are accused of being self-serving, while those who only want the money hide behind speeches about family and love. "Clara," he said slowly, "I'm going to tell you a story. It's long. There are difficult parts. But I think you need to hear it." And she told her story. She told everything. The grandfather who was expelled from the family, the letters that no one read, the broken marriage, the destroyed bridge, the years of silence. She told about Lucas, lost in the middle, about herself wanting shortcuts, about her mother sinking into remorse. She told about Anna, the woman who stopped to talk to strangers, who kept stories like one keeps treasures. He spoke of the letters that arrived after his death, of the encounters in the square, of the notebook of thoughts that revealed a man completely different from what everyone imagined. He spoke of the watch that passed from generation to generation, of inheritances that cannot be measured in money, of what truly matters when everything else disappears. Clara listened in silence, her eyes wide, absorbing every word. When Marina finished, it was already dark. The lights in the square had come on, creating yellowish circles on the ground. "Why are you telling me this?" Clara asked, her voice hoarse. "Because I want you to understand one thing," Marina said. "You won't be able to change your mother. You won't be able to make your uncles different people. You won't be able to force anyone to truly love if love doesn't exist." Clara lowered her eyes. "So, what do I do?" "You do what you can," Marina said. "You're there. You take care of her. You give your grandmother what she truly needs, which isn't protection from others, but genuine companionship in her remaining days. The rest, you let happen. What if they take everything?" "And what if they take it?" Marina replied. "Money comes and goes. A house is just bricks. Land is just dirt. What you'll have that they'll never have are the memories, the conversations, the moments, the I love yous, said truly and received truly. No one can take that away. That doesn't go into probate." Clara paused to process this for a moment. "It sounds easy to say," he said finally, "but it's harder to accept." "It's really difficult," Marina agreed. "It took me years to accept it. And there are still days when I feel angry, when I think about everything that could have been different, about all the missed opportunities. But then I remember that anger doesn't change the past. It only ruins the present." "Anna used to say that," Clara murmured. "Anna was wise," Marina said, "more so than I'll probably ever be." The silence stretched on, but it was a different kind of silence now, less tense, more thoughtful. "Can I ask you something?" Clara asked. "He can. If you could go back in time and do things differently, would you?" Marina thought about the question seriously. "I would do everything differently," he said. "I would have gone to visit my grandfather when he was still alive. I would have read the letters when they arrived, instead of letting my mother hide them. I would have asked questions, listened to stories, tried to understand before judging. And why didn't you do it? Because I was young and thought I knew everything. Because I was angry about things I didn't even understand properly. Because it's easier to hate than to try to understand." Clara absorbed the words. "I don't want to look back in 10 years and feel what you felt," he said. Then don't feel bad, Marina replied. You have an advantage I didn't have. You know now. You know that time is short. You know that opportunities end. You know that some doors, once closed, never open again. Use that. Go to your grandmother's house. Sit beside her. Ask her about her childhood, about how she met your grandfather, about the dreams she had when she was young. Record it if she lets you. Write it down if you prefer. But record it. Because memory fades, and one day you'll want to remember, and you might not be able to. And my mother, the others. Ignore them, Marina said. Not in the sense of pretending they don't exist, but in the sense of not letting them take up space in your head. They're going to do what they're going to do. You don't control that. What you control is what you do, and if you do it right, if you're truly present, your grandmother will know. She'll know who was there out of love and who was there out of self-interest, and in the end, that's what matters. Clara remained silent for a long moment, staring into nothingness. You don't know me, he said finally. Why are you doing this? Why are you wasting your time with me? Marina smiled. Because someone did it for me, she replied. Anna. She didn't know me. She had no obligation whatsoever, but she sat with me, listened, taught me. And before her, my grandfather did it for her, even without knowing he was doing it. It's a chain reaction. You receive it from someone, pass it on, and so it continues. If I didn't pass it on, the chain would break, and I promised myself I wouldn't let it break. Like in Pay It Forward, said Clara. That old movie. Yes, but in real life, without a dramatic soundtrack. Clara laughed, a small but genuine laugh, the first since she had arrived. Thank you, she said. Really. I came here not knowing what to expect, thinking you were going to give me some magic formula, some trick to solve everything, and you gave me something better. What? Perspective, Clara said. The idea that you don't have to solve everything. You just have to do my part and let the rest happen. That's more or less it, Marina agreed. Simple to understand, difficult to put into practice. I'll try, Clara said, getting up. I'm going to my grandmother's house now. I'll sit with her, ask her things, listen to stories. Even if my mother is there, even if everyone is there, I'll do what I can. That's right, Marina said. And if you need to talk again, you know where to find me. Clara waved, started to walk away, then stopped and turned around. Marina, try. Anna was right about you. Before Marina could ask what exactly Anna had said, Clara was already leaving. Her steps now a little less hurried, her shoulders a little less tense. Marina stayed on the bench for a while longer, looking at the place where Clara had disappeared. She thought about how life works in cycles, how stories repeat themselves with different characters, how the pain of one generation can become wisdom for the next, if someone has the courage to transform it. She thought of Anna, who probably knew this was going to happen, who had probably named Clara Marina on purpose, knowing that at some point the girl would need it and would look for it. Anna, building bridges even after death. He thought of his grandfather, whom he never really knew but who somehow remained present, echoing in lessons passed from person to person like a whisper that refused to be silenced. And she thought of herself, 5 years ago, sitting on that same bench full of anger and haste, not understanding anything. How different she was now. How everything had changed, not all at once, not in a dramatic moment of revelation, but slowly, day after day, conversation after conversation, choice after choice. He got up, walked home, feeling the good weight of someone who had done something worthwhile. 2 weeks later, Clara sent a message. My grandmother passed away yesterday. It was peaceful in her sleep. I was there holding her hand. Thank you for everything. I will pass it on when the time comes. Marina read the message several times. She felt the sadness, but she also felt something else. Something that seemed like pride, but it wasn't quite that. It was more like gratitude for having been part of something bigger than herself. He replied, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I'm glad you were there. It makes all the difference. Clara responded with a heart emoji. Nothing more. Sometimes, nothing more is needed. Marina's life went on. She graduated, got a better job and started saving money to eventually buy her own apartment. Lucas married a woman he had met at work, and they had a daughter whom they named Anna, in obvious homage. Their mother, after much hesitation, finally read her grandfather's notebook and cried for 3 days straight. But when she came out the other side, she felt lighter, as if a weight she had carried for decades had finally found solid ground. The square remained a square. The bench remained a bench. Stories continued to be told there, some by Marina, others by people she would never meet. And one day, years later, Marina found herself sitting on that same bench with her own 7-year-old daughter, explaining why they had come there, why that place was special, why some stories need to be told in the places where they happened. The girl listened with the impatient attention of the children, asked if she could have ice cream afterwards, complained that the bench was hard, but she also asked, "Mom, was your great-grandfather nice?" Marina pondered the question. She thought of her grandfather, who had been so many things to so many people, the villain of the family to those who remained, the abandoned old man to passers-by, the man who wrote things in notebooks that he never said aloud. "He was complicated," Marina replied. "He made a lot of mistakes, he hurt people, but he also loved a lot in his own way, which was a bit twisted, and in the end he taught us something important." "What?" "It's never too late to try to fix things, even when it seems like it is, even when everyone else has given up. There's always something you can do." The girl processed the information with the seriousness that children sometimes have. "Like apologizing?" "Yes," Marina said, "like apologizing, and like being present, and like listening when someone wants to talk, and like keeping the stories to tell to those who come after." "What kind are you doing now?" Marina smiled. "Like what I'm doing right now." The girl seemed pleased with the answer. She went back to talking about ice cream, about school, about a friend who had a new dog, childish things, simple things, and Marina listened, responded, participated, because that's what was done. That's what was passed on. Not only the great lessons, the dramatic moments, the revelations that change everything, also the small moments, the conversations about nothing, the lazy Sundays, the ice creams after visiting squares that hold stories. All of this was inheritance. All of this mattered. In Marina's bag, there was still her grandfather's notebook. She carried it everywhere, even though she didn't need to, even though she didn't read it often anymore. It was a physical reminder that things exist even when we're not looking, that people remain present, even after they're gone, that what we write, say, do, doesn't disappear when we disappear. It continues, it echoes, it reaches places we'll never know. She didn't know who would read that notebook one day when she too was gone. Maybe her daughter, maybe a grandchild who didn't yet exist. Maybe a stranger in a square decades in the future, searching for answers to questions that hadn't even been asked yet. It didn't matter. What mattered was that it would continue. The chain wouldn't break. The stories would be passed from hand to hand, from generation to generation, always changing a little, always keeping the essentials. And the essential thing was simple, that someone had stopped one day to listen to an old man whom no one else wanted to hear. And that, from this small gesture, something was born that grew and multiplied and reached people who didn't even know they were connected. That's what Marina wanted to leave her daughter. Not money, not possessions, not properties that lawyers divide in endless probate proceedings. She wanted to leave the ability to stop, to listen, to see people where others see obstacles, to find stories where others see only wasted time. I wanted to make it clear that kindness is not weakness, that patience is not passivity, that loving difficult people is not stupidity, it's courage. And I wanted to leave more than anything the permission to make mistakes, to try and fail and try again, to be human, with all the contradictions and imperfections that this implies. Because perfection doesn't exist, but progress does. And progress is choosing every day to be a little better than yesterday. The sun was beginning to set again, painting the sky that impossible orange that Marina had seen so many times in that square. Her daughter tugged at her hand, impatient. "Mom, shall we go? You promised ice cream." "Let's go," said Marina, standing up. But before leaving, she looked at the bench one last time. The bench that had heard her grandfather and Anna. The bench that had heard her and Clara. The bench that was now listening to her and her daughter. Just a bench. Wood and metal. Nothing special. But also a repository of entire lives. A place where past and present met. Where generations connected through words spoken to the wind. Where the possibility of change was always present, waiting for someone willing to sit and listen. Marina turned and walked with her daughter towards the ice cream shop, leaving the square behind. But I knew I would come back. I would always come back. Because some places are places we don't choose. They choose us. And that bench in that square had chosen her long ago. It had seen a girl full of anger and transformed her into a woman full of stories. It had been the stage for conversations that changed destinies, silences that healed wounds, encounters that seemed like chance but weren't. Marina's daughter was talking about what flavor of ice cream she was going to order, something about chocolate with strawberry, about how her friend had said that was the best flavor, but she wasn't sure. Marina listened, half absent, half present. I wondered how that 7-year-old girl would remember this day in the future. Would she remember the square, the bench, the poorly explained story about a great-grandfather she never met? Or would she only remember the ice cream, only the beautiful sky, only her mother holding her hand on any given late afternoon? He'd probably remember the ice cream. That's how kids are. The rest stays stored somewhere deeper, waiting for the right moment to resurface. And one day perhaps that girl would be sitting somewhere with someone she loved, telling a story she didn't even know she remembered. She would talk about a square, a bench, an afternoon when her mother explained something about a distant relative who made many mistakes but also loved deeply. She would speak without knowing exactly why she was speaking, without realizing that she was just another piece in the chain, another passing of the baton, another proof that stories don't die as long as someone keeps telling them. That's what Marina wanted. No immortality, no recognition, only continuity. The only certainty was that what she had received wouldn't end with her. They arrived at the ice cream shop. The daughter ordered chocolate with strawberry, as expected. Marina ordered vanilla, because that's what her grandfather used to order, according to a note in a notebook she had read so many times she knew it by heart. They sat at a table outside, enjoying their ice cream in comfortable silence. "Mom," said the girl suddenly, "hey, can I go to that square again someday?" Marina looked at her daughter, surprised. "Sure, whenever you want." "Why?" The girl shrugged, licking her ice cream. "I don't know. I liked it there. It seems like a place that keeps secrets." Marina smiled. "That's exactly what it is," he said. "A place that holds secrets. Many secrets, in fact. From many different people. Do you know them all?" "No, only a few. The ones who told me. And you're going to tell me?" "I will," Marina said. "Little by little, as you grow older. Each age can handle a certain amount of stories. If I tell everything at once, there won't be enough room." The girl seemed to accept the explanation with the same naturalness with which children accept strange things. "Okay, but tell me one quickly, a short one, so I have something to think about when I go to sleep." Marina thought for a moment. So many stories to choose from, so many pieces of life that had passed through that bank, through that family, through that chain of people helping each other over time. He chose one. "Once upon a time, there was a woman named Anna," she began. "She liked to walk through squares and talk to strangers. One day she found an old man sitting alone on a bench." The daughter listened, licking her ice cream, her eyes fixed on her mother with that total attention that only children can have. And Marina told the story. She summarized it. She adapted it so a 7-year-old could follow along, but the essentials were there. A woman who stopped, an old man who was listened to, a story that didn't die, and now a girl who was going to sleep thinking about this, that I would wake up tomorrow having forgotten most of it, but somewhere in his memory he would keep a fragment, a feeling, a seed, that one day, decades in the future when she least expected it, it would sprout, and the current would continue. 23 years later, on a winter morning, a 30-year-old woman named Beatrice sat on a park bench she had visited since childhood, without knowing exactly why. The bench was more worn now. The paint had peeled in places. The wood showed signs of age. Someone had scribbled initials in a corner she didn't remember seeing before. But it was the same bench, the same place, the same strange feeling that there, at that specific point in the world, something important had happened. Beatrice was Marina's daughter. The girl who had asked for chocolate and strawberry ice cream had grown up, studied, worked, loved, lost, and started over. She had become a woman who carried something in her eyes that people noticed but couldn't name, a depth, an attention to what others missed. That morning, she held in her hands an old notebook with a brown leather cover. The same notebook her mother had carried her whole life, and which, 6 months ago, she had passed on to her with a simple instruction: read it when you feel you need to. Put it away when you no longer need it. Pass it on when you find someone who deserves it. Marina had died the previous autumn, cancer like so many others, too quickly to prepare, slow enough to say goodbye. The last few weeks had been difficult, filled with heavy silences and conversations that tried to fit an entire life into a few hours. But they had also been full of love, of presence, of everything Marina had spent her life teaching about what truly mattered. In the end, Marina died holding her daughter's hand, looking out the hospital window at the darkening sky, murmuring something about a square and a bench and a woman named Anna, whom she was finally going to meet. Beatrice didn't cry then. Only later, alone, in the empty apartment that still smelled of her mother. She cried until she had no more tears. Then she slept. Then she woke up and cried again. The grief came in waves, as grief always does. Some days were bearable, others were impossible. But little by little she found a balance, not overcoming it because some things can't be overcome, you just learn to carry them, but a way to continue, to honor what she had received, to not let the pain become her only legacy. The notebook remained closed for months. Beatrice knew what was inside more or less. Her mother had told her some things over the years, in small doses, like someone distributing an inheritance in installments so as not to overburden her. But I had never read it in its entirety. I had never sat down with those yellowed pages and let the words truly sink in. Until that morning. She didn't know what had made her wake up early, grab her notebook and go to the square. Maybe it was the date, exactly 6 months since her mother's death. Maybe it was a dream she didn't quite remember. Maybe it was just the instinct that sometimes guides us to where we need to be without explaining why. She opened the notebook to the first page. Her great-grandfather's handwriting, shaky but legible, stared back at her across decades. My father died today, and I don't know what to do with the anger I feel. Beatrice read slowly, absorbing each word. She knew the story superficially, the main characters, the events that had changed the course of her family's life. But there, in that notebook, the story took on another dimension. It was no longer a summary told by others. It was the direct voice of someone who had lived through it all day after day, thought after thought. He read about the young man who had dreams and fears like any young person, about the man who fell in love and built a family and tried to do everything right without really knowing what right meant, about the father who watched his children grow up and drift apart, who felt the distance widen without being able to bridge it. He read about the decision to hide the money, about the pain of being treated like a burden, about the night he left with a suitcase in his hand, and a heart broken into pieces he thought would never be put back together again. And he read about his grandchildren, about Lucas and Marina, about the hopes placed in people he barely knew but who somehow carried parts of him into the future. Marina is angry at a world she hasn't even come to know yet. I hope someone teaches her that courage is different from taking shortcuts. Beatrice paused at that sentence. The grandmother she had known, the strong and wise woman who told stories on that very bench, had once been a furious teenager who wanted to skip steps. One day, she had been exactly what her great-grandfather had predicted, someone with too much fire and too little direction. And someone had taught her, Anna had taught her, life itself had taught her. She continued reading. The pages turned, the years accumulated, and with each passage Beatrice understood better not only who her great-grandfather had been, but who she herself was. Because there, in those words written by a man who had died before she was born, were pieces of her own history, patterns that repeated themselves, lessons that echoed through the generations. By the time he reached the final pages, the sun was already high. The square was filled with people, children running around, adults hurrying by, old people sitting on other benches watching the activity. Life going on, as it always does, indifferent to the personal dramas unfolding in every corner. The last entry in the notebook was from a few days before the great-grandfather's death. The handwriting was shaky, almost illegible in some places. I don't know how much time I have left. I feel it's running out. The body warns us in ways that we learn to recognize when we pay attention. But I'm not afraid. I used to be, very much so. Now I'm not anymore. What I feel is a kind of curiosity about what comes next, if anything comes next, about who will read these pages someday, about what they will think of me when they find out what I've written here. I hope you won't judge me too harshly. I made mistakes. I probably made more mistakes than I got right. But I tried. I tried even when it seemed impossible. And in the end, I think trying is all we can do. If you're reading this, whoever you are, I want you to know one thing. You are not alone. Even when it seems like you are. Even when family fails you, when friends disappear, when the world turns its back on you. You are not alone, because there is a current, an invisible line that connects people through time. Those who came before leave marks for those who come after. And these marks, if you pay attention, guide. They teach, they protect. I am one of those brands now, small perhaps, almost invisible amidst so many others. But I am here, in these pages, in these words, waiting for someone who needs to find me. I don't know your name, I don't know your story, but I know you exist, and I know that if you're reading this, it's because someone decided it was worth passing on. Do the same. When it's your turn, pass it on. That's how we continue to exist after we're gone. This is how love conquers time, with hope despite everything. Your great-grandfather, or great-great-grandfather, or whatever name you use to call me. Beatrice closed her notebook. Her hands trembled slightly. Her eyes were wet, but she wasn't really crying. It was something else, an emotion that didn't have a specific name, a mixture of sadness and gratitude and responsibility and belonging. She sat on the bench for a long time, holding the notebook against her chest as if it were too precious to let go of. And it was. He thought of his mother, who had carried that object for decades. He thought of his great-grandmother Marina, who had received it from Anna. He thought of Anna, who had received it from her own great-grandfather, in a gesture of trust that had changed the course of everything. And he thought of his mother's instruction, pass it on when you find someone who deserves it. How do you know who deserves it? How do you recognize among so many people the right person to receive something like this? There was no answer. Perhaps there was no answer. Perhaps it was something that only happened when it had to happen, without warning, without planning, without certainty. She got up from the bench, put her notebook in her bag. She started walking towards the exit of the square, thinking about the life she had ahead of her, the choices she still had to make, the people she still had to meet. And that's when he heard it. A voice, low, hesitant, coming from a nearby bench she hadn't noticed before. "Excuse me? Sorry to bother you." Beatrice turned around. On the bench, sitting alone, was a boy of about 17, messy hair, simple clothes, a look of someone who hadn't slept well. He was holding a cell phone with a broken screen. "Do you know what time it is?" he asked. "My cell phone died and I need to know if I still have time to catch a bus." A simple question, mundane, the kind of interaction that happens thousands of times a day in any city. But something made Beatrice stop. Perhaps it was his gaze, lost in a way that went beyond not knowing the time, lost like someone who doesn't quite know where they're going or why, or if it's even worth it. Perhaps it was the place, that square that held so much history, that had been the stage for so many encounters that seemed accidental but were not. Or maybe it was just intuition, that sixth sense that sometimes appears when we need it most. "It's 9:30, Beatrice replied, glancing at her watch. "But buses to most places run every 20 minutes, so there should still be time." "Oh, thank you." He made a move to look back into nothingness, into the emptiness that had surrounded him before she appeared. But Beatrice didn't leave. "Is everything all right?" he asked. He looked at her, surprised, as if he hadn't expected anyone to ask, as if he'd grown accustomed to being invisible. "Okay," he replied automatically. Then he hesitated. "No, actually it's not. But don't worry, I'll be fine." "Do you want to talk?" Beatrice asked, and as she asked, she felt the weight of the notebook in her bag. She felt the presence of all the people who had asked that same question before her. The boy looked at her for a long moment, assessing her, deciding if it was a trap, if he was sincere, if it was worth it. "Why would you do that?" he finally asked. "You don't even know me." Beatrice smiled. A small smile, but a genuine one. "Because someone did this for my mother once," she replied. "And for my mother's mother. And for other people I'll never meet, but who are part of the reason I'm here today." He frowned, clearly confused. "It's a long story," Beatrice said, "but I have time. If you have time." She sat on the bench next to him, without waiting for an answer, leaving enough space so as not to seem intrusive, close enough to show that she was truly there. "My name is Beatrice," she said, "and this bench has a tradition of listening to stories. It sounds silly, but it's true. Many people who are important to me have sat here before, said things that needed to be said and heard things that needed to be heard." She paused. "If you want, you can be next, or you can go catch your bus. There's no pressure." The boy was silent for a moment. The sun shone on him in a way that made him look younger than he probably was, more vulnerable. "My name is Pedro," he finally said, "and I don't know what to do with my life." Beatrice nodded, waiting. "My grandfather died last week," he continued, his voice breaking slightly. "He was the only person who truly cared about me. My parents are divorced, my mother works all the time, my father disappeared. I lived with my grandfather since I was 12, and now he's gone and I don't know where to go." "I'm sorry," Beatrice said sincerely. "It's not just that," Pedro said. "Now my family, who never used to show up, are fighting over his apartment, over the inheritance. Everyone wants a piece of something that was only his, that he built himself. And nobody asks me how I am. Nobody asks if I need anything. They just want to know who's going to get what." Beatrice felt a shiver run down her spine. History repeating itself again, with different names, different circumstances, but the same essence. Money dividing families, death revealing truths, someone too young to handle it all alone. "Pedro," she said slowly, "I need to tell you something. And you'll probably think I'm crazy, but listen to the end, okay?" He nodded, curious nonetheless, and Beatrice began to tell her story. She spoke of her great-grandfather, whom no one appreciated, of Anna, the woman who stopped in a square, of Marina, the furious teenager who became the wise woman who raised her. She spoke of kept letters, surprising wills, lessons passed down through generations. She talked about the notebook that was there, in her bag, waiting for the right moment. He told everything. When it was over, more than an hour had passed. The sun was higher, the square busier, the world following its eternal rhythm. Pedro listened in silence, his eyes wide, absorbing every word like someone dying of thirst absorbs water. "Is this real?" he asked when she finished. "It's not a metaphor or a story you made up to make me feel better." "It's real," said Beatrice. "Every word, every person, every lesson." She opened her bag and took out her notebook. "This belonged to my great-grandfather. It passed through my grandmother, my mother, and now it's with me. And I was just thinking about who would be the next person to receive it." Pedro looked at the notebook as if it were an object from another planet. "You're not suggesting that—" "I'm not suggesting anything," Beatrice said. "I'm just showing you that you're not alone, that other people have gone through similar things before you, and that, in some way I can't explain, it seems like we met in this square for a reason." She handed him the notebook. "Read it. It doesn't have to be now, it doesn't have to be all at once. But read it. And if it makes sense to you, if it helps you in any way, keep it. Pass it on when the time is right." Pedro picked up the notebook, his hands trembling, the same way Beatrice had picked it up that morning, the same way Marina had picked it up decades ago. "Why do you trust me?" he asked, his voice almost a whisper. "You met me an hour ago." Beatrice smiled. "Because someone trusted my grandmother when she was a raging teenager that nobody understood, and someone trusted my great-grandfather when he was just an old man nobody wanted to listen to. Trust doesn't need a reason. Sometimes it just needs an opportunity." Pedro stared at the notebook for a long moment. Then he put it away inside his jacket, close to his chest. "Thank you," he said. "I don't even know what to say, but thank you." "You don't need to say anything," Beatrice said, standing up. "You just need to do the only thing that everyone who has ever held this notebook in their hands has had to do. Continue. Pass it on. Don't let the chain break." She took a few steps back, then stopped and turned around. "Pedro, try. The fight over your grandfather's inheritance is going to be difficult. There will be horrible people. There will be moments when you'll want to give up on everything. But remember one thing. What your grandfather truly left you cannot be included in probate. It's the memory. It's the love. It's everything you lived together. No one can contest that in court." Pedro nodded, his eyes glistening with tears he wasn't ready to let go yet. "I'll remember," he said. Beatrice smiled one last time and left. She walked through the square without looking back, feeling the weight of her bag lighter now that the notebook was no longer there. Feeling something that seemed like relief, but also a sense of completeness, as if she had done something she had been waiting to do without knowing it. I didn't know if Pedro would read the notebook. I didn't know if I would understand it. I didn't know if I would pass it on or leave it in a corner and forget about it. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that she had done her part. She had been there when someone needed her. She had offered something that couldn't be bought. She had kept the chain going. The rest wasn't up to her. The rest was up to time, to the choices Pedro would make, to the person he would become from that point on. And somehow, in a way she couldn't explain, Beatrice knew it would work out. Not because he believed in destiny or magic or higher powers controlling everything, but because he believed in people, in people's capacity to surprise, to grow, to become better than they ever imagined themselves to be. That's what the notebook taught in the end. Not specific lessons about money or family or inheritance, but the bigger lesson, the one that permeated all the others, that people can change, that cycles can be broken, that love, when it's real, finds a way to continue existing even when the one who loved is gone. Beatrice left the square and entered the busy street, mingling with the crowd of a city that continued at its usual pace. Cars honking, people rushing, life happening in every direction. She was just another person in that sea of people. Nobody special, nobody important, nobody who would appear in the news or in a history book, but he carried within him something that cannot be measured in conventional importance. He carried memory, he carried lessons. He carried the certainty that his existence had meaning, even if that meaning was invisible to most of the world. Because sometimes meaning isn't about doing big things. It's about doing small things with attention. It's about stopping when everyone else walks by. It's about asking if everything is all right when it would be easier to ignore it. It's like sitting on a park bench with a stranger and offering the only thing we truly have to give: time. Beatrice continued walking, the sun warming her back, the future unfolding before her as it always does, full of uncertainties and possibilities. Behind her, in the square that was getting further and further away, a 17-year-old boy held an old notebook against his chest and cried for the first time since his grandfather had died. They weren't tears of sadness, or they weren't only tears of sadness. These were the tears of someone who, after days of feeling completely alone in the world, had found proof that they were not. A handwritten document on yellowed pages, written by people he would never meet, but who, in some inexplicable way, seemed to have written it for him as well. Pedro opened the notebook to the first page. "My father died today, and I don't know what to do with the anger I feel." And he began to read. Pedro read the entire notebook in 3 days. He didn't sleep well in any of them. He stayed awake late, the light of the lamp illuminating the yellowed pages, his eyes burning but unable to stop. Each entry was a door that opened to another. Each thought of the great-grandfather of someone he didn't even know seemed to answer questions he didn't even know he had. On the 4th day, he closed the notebook and stared at the ceiling of the room that had still belonged to his grandfather, in the apartment that still smelled of his grandfather, surrounded by objects that were still waiting for his grandfather to return. But Grandpa wasn't coming back. Never again. And the family that had appeared after the funeral, the family Pedro barely knew, was already circulating through the apartment, conducting an informal inventory. The aunt who lived in another city and called once a year had arrived 2 days ago. The cousin he hadn't seen since childhood showed up yesterday, all with the same rehearsed expression of concern, all asking the same questions about documents, deeds, and bank accounts. Nobody asked how he was doing. No one asked where he was going to live, now that the apartment was going to be sold and the money divided among heirs who barely knew the full name of the man who had died. Pedro was of legal age, so technically he wasn't anyone's problem. Mom worked too hard to have anywhere to put him. Dad had disappeared so long ago that he didn't even show up for the funeral. And the relatives who now occupied the living room, arguing about who got the television and who got the sofa, clearly weren't interested in adding an orphan teenager to the list of things to divide. On the morning of the 5th day, Pedro went down for breakfast and found his aunt and cousin sitting at the table with a stack of papers in front of them. "Oh, Pedro, it's good that you're awake," said his aunt, in that tone of someone talking to a child, even though he was 19. "We need to talk about a few things." He sat down, waiting. "Your grandfather left the apartment to be divided among his children," explained the cousin, who had apparently appointed himself the lawyer for the situation, even though he wasn't a lawyer at all. "That means that my mother, your mother, and your father, wherever he is, are entitled to equal shares." "I know," said Peter. "The problem is that you can't divide an apartment," the cousin continued, "so we'll have to sell it and split the money." "I know," Pedro repeated. "And you'll have to leave," said the aunt with a gentleness that seemed rehearsed. "Not now, of course. We understand you need some time, but at some point you'll have to find another place." Pedro looked at her, then at his cousin, then at the walls of the apartment where he had grown up. "How much time do I have?" "The real estate agent said he can sell it in 2 or 3 months, the cousin replied. "But it would be good if you started looking for something soon, so you don't get caught up in the rush at the end." Pedro nodded without saying anything. What was there to say? She went back to her room, closed the door, and sat on the bed. The notebook was on the nightstand, waiting. It opened to a random page, an entry from decades ago. "Sometimes I wonder if I made the right choice in keeping quiet about the money. If I had told them, maybe things would be different. Maybe they would treat me better, with more respect. But maybe they would only treat me better because of the money, and I'd rather be truly ignored than falsely loved." Pedro read the passage 3 times. Then he took out his own spiral notebook, one of those school notebooks, and began to write. "Today my relatives came to tell me that I'm going to have to leave the only house I've ever known. They didn't ask how I feel. They didn't offer any help. They just informed me, as if I were a tenant behind on rent. I understand that the apartment isn't mine. I understand that's how the law works. But there are things the law doesn't explain. How can someone grow up in a place for 7 years and suddenly be treated like a stranger by their own blood relatives? I read in the notebook they gave me about an old man who was kicked out of his own home, about children who wanted what was his without wanting him there. And I wonder, is this inevitable? Do families always end up like this, fighting over things when they should be taking care of people? I don't want to be like that. I don't want to become someone who looks at relatives and sees a price tag. I don't want money to be more important than presents, but I also don't know how to avoid it, because it seems like that's how the world works, that in the end, everyone just wants to know what they can take away. The woman who gave me the notebook told me to pass it on when I find someone who deserves it. But how am I supposed to find someone if I can barely leave my room without feeling like I'm suffocating? He closed the notebook and put it away with the other one. 2 stories now, that of someone else's great-grandfather and his own, beginning to intertwine without him realizing it. The following weeks were a blur of bureaucracy and discomfort. Pedro got a job at a cafe near the apartment. It didn't pay much, but it was something. He started looking for rooms to rent, sharing them with strangers because that's all his salary allowed. His mother helped with a little money, but made it clear she couldn't afford more than that. The apartment sold in 2.5 months, exactly as the realtor had predicted. A young couple bought it, excited about the location and the price. Pedro saw them on the day of the inspection, smiling as they planned where they would put their furniture, where they would build a life, where they would create new memories on top of the memories he was being forced to leave behind. On the last day, before handing over the keys, Pedro walked through the empty apartment. The furniture had been sold or divided among relatives. The walls were bare, the marks of paintings forming lighter rectangles in the paint. The grandfather's scent was gone, replaced by that neutral emptiness of unoccupied spaces. He went to his grandfather's room, which was now just a room. He stopped in the middle of the room, looking out the window at the same sky his grandfather had looked at for decades. "I'm sorry," she said aloud, to no one in particular. "I'm sorry I couldn't hold it in. I wasn't expecting a response, there wasn't one." But as he turned to leave, he noticed something he hadn't seen before. A floorboard, near the corner, was slightly loose. It had probably been hidden by the cupboard that had been there before. Pedro bent down, curious. He carefully lifted the board. Below, in a small space between the floor and the structure, there was a metal box, old, rusty at the corners, about the size of a book. He picked up the box, his heart racing. He tried to open it, but it was locked. He searched for a key, but couldn't find one. The lock was weak, corroded by time. With a little force, the lid gave way. Inside the box there were three things: a wad of old money, banknotes that were no longer in circulation, probably worthless, a black and white photograph of a young couple, the woman smiling, the man serious. On the back, written in faded pen, "Me and Helena, 1962. It's a letter, sealed, never opened." Peter picked up the letter. The envelope was yellowed, but the paper inside seemed intact. The name on the recipient's list was someone he didn't know. But the sender's name was unmistakable. It was his grandfather's name. A letter that grandfather had written sealed, kept in that hidden box and never sent. Why keep a letter without sending it? Why hide it under the floor as if it were treasure? Pedro stared at the envelope for a long moment. Curiosity burned within him, but there was something else too. A hesitation. The feeling that he was about to discover something he perhaps shouldn't discover. Something his grandfather had chosen to keep secret for a reason. But Grandpa wasn't there anymore to ask, and the only person who could decide now was him. He sat on the empty floor of the empty room, his back against the wall, the letter in his hands. The afternoon light streamed in through the window, casting long shadows on the floor. He took a deep breath. He opened the envelope. The letter was short. Just one page, handwritten, in the handwriting Pedro had learned to recognize over decades of birthday cards and notes on the refrigerator. "Clara, I know you don't want to hear from me anymore. I know what I did was unforgivable, but I need you to know the truth before you leave. I didn't choose her over you. I chose to stay because I had a child who wasn't yours, who you would never accept, and who I couldn't abandon. I truly loved you, more than anyone else before or since. But sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes we have to choose between what we want and what's right. And I chose what was right, even knowing I was going to lose you. You left without leaving an address. I searched for years. I never found it. If one day this letter reaches you by some miracle, I want you to know, it wasn't a lack of love. It was an excess of responsibility. I hope you found someone who could give you everything I couldn't. I hope you were happy, and I hope you forgive me. Not for my sake, because I don't deserve it, but for yours, because you deserve to stop carrying this resentment. With all the love I still feel, Antonio." Pedro read the letter twice, 3 times, trying to process it. The grandfather had had another love. Someone named Clara. Someone he had lost because of an impossible choice. Someone he had searched for years without finding. And the son he mentioned, the son who wasn't Clara's, was Pedro's father. The father who had disappeared, who didn't show up, who was treated as a disgrace to the family. Suddenly the pieces began to fall into place. Why did Grandpa never talk about the past? Why did I keep photos in boxes instead of displaying them on the wall? Why, sometimes on quiet nights, would I look out the window with an expression that seemed to long for something Pedro couldn't identify? Grandpa had carried this secret his whole life. He had written a letter that he never managed to send. He had hidden it under the floorboards of his own room, near where he slept every night, as if he needed to know it was there even without ever looking. Peter carefully folded the letter and placed it back in the envelope. He stored it, along with the photo and the useless money in the metal box. He stood up and looked around the empty room one more time. His grandfather was more than he knew. He had stories he never told, loves he never mentioned, choices that shaped the family in ways no one imagined. And now Pedro was the only one who knew. The responsibility was strange, not heavy exactly, but present, tangible, as if the grandfather had left that box there on purpose, hoping someone would find it after he was gone. Pedro left the apartment with the metal box in one hand and the backpack with his belongings in the other. He handed the keys to the real estate agent waiting at the entrance, signed the necessary papers, and left without looking back. The room he had rented was on the other side of town. It was small, shared with 2 other boys he didn't know very well yet. It was nothing like his grandfather's apartment. It had no history, no memories, no smell of anyone. But there was space. Space to start over. Space to build something of my own. That night, sitting on the narrow bed in the rented room, Pedro opened the old notebook Beatrice had given him and reread the last entry by someone else's great-grandfather. Do the same. When it's your turn, pass it on. That's how we continue to exist after we're gone. Then he opened his notebook and wrote, Today I found a box hidden in my grandfather's apartment. Inside was a letter he wrote to a former love and never managed to send. I don't know what to do with this information. I don't know if I should tell someone, if I should look for this woman who might still be alive somewhere, or if I should just keep it as another family secret. But I know one thing. My grandfather was human. He made mistakes, he loved, he suffered. He kept things to himself that he never had the courage to say. Just like everyone else. And I'm human too. I'll make mistakes. I'll love. I'll suffer. I'll keep things to myself that I might never have the courage to say. The difference is that now I know that this doesn't make me weak. It makes me part of a current, a line of imperfect people trying to do the best they can with what they have. I still don't know who will receive this notebook when it's my turn to pass it on, but I know I'll be ready when the time comes, because that's how it works. We receive, we learn, we pass it on. And the chain continues. Even when it seems like everything is ending, something is always beginning somewhere else. Pedro closed his notebook, turned off the light and lay down in the dark. The room was strange, the sounds were strange, all of life was strange now. But for the first time in weeks, he slept without a nightmare. And the next morning, he woke up with an idea he didn't know where it had come from, but it felt right in a way that few things had in recent times. I was going to look for Clara, the woman from the letter, the grandfather's lost love, the person who might still be somewhere, carrying a decades-old grudge, unaware that the man she thought had abandoned her had actually loved her until the end. It was an impossible search, a needle in a haystack, a person from 70 years ago who could be anywhere in the world or nowhere at all. But Pedro was going to try, because that's what people did. They tried, even when it seemed impossible, even when everyone told them to give up. He got up, had coffee, and left for work. The city remained the same, indifferent to the dramas unfolding in every corner. Cars, people, buildings, life. But Peter walked differently now, with purpose, with direction. I had a letter to deliver, a story to complete, a chain to continue. And somewhere, unknown to him, someone was waiting. Pedro met Clara 3 weeks later. She lived in a neighboring town, in a simple house with a rose garden at the entrance. She was 78 years old, with white hair tied in a bun, and eyes that still held the same light her grandfather had described in his 1962 letter. When Pedro introduced himself and showed the faded photograph, Clara put her hand to her chest and had to sit down. She remained silent for long minutes, just staring at Samuel's young face frozen in time. She told everything. She said her parents forced her to move because they discovered the affair. She said she wrote dozens of letters that were never answered, unaware that her father was intercepting them. She recounted that years later she married a good man, had children, was happy as far as possible, but that in over 6 decades she never stopped thinking about Samuel. He also said that he kept a box just like his, with the same letters, with the same photograph, with the same interrupted love. Pedro handed her the letter that Samuel never managed to send. Clara read it silently, tears streaming down her face without her making any effort to stop them. When she finished, she looked at Pedro and said, her voice choked with emotion, "He waited for me his whole life." "You waited too," Pedro replied. Clara smiled, a smile that was both sad and sweet at the same time. "I knew he was going to find me. I just didn't imagine it would be through his grandson." That afternoon, Pedro and Clara walked together to the cemetery where Samuel was buried. She placed a rose on the grave and stood there, talking softly to him, as if she were simply continuing a conversation that had been paused for 60 years. Pedro stepped aside to give her privacy, and as he watched the elderly woman kneeling before the love of her life, he finally understood what his great-grandmother Anna had always wanted to teach him. The money she returned to her grandson, the envelope she left before she died, the notebook passed down through generations, the hidden box her grandfather kept for decades. None of that was about financial values. It was about human values. It was about honesty, about courage, about loving even when it hurts, about doing the right thing even when no one is watching. It was about leaving a legacy that time cannot erase. Pedro returned home that night and found Beatrice waiting on the porch. His mother had in her eyes the same gentle curiosity that Marina had always had, that Anna had cultivated, that now ran in the veins of the whole family. "Did you find what you were looking for?" she asked. Pedro sat down beside her and remained silent for a moment, organizing his thoughts. I found more than that, he replied. I found the reason for everything. Beatriz didn't need to ask anything more. She simply held her son's hand as they gazed together at the starry sky. The same sky Anna had looked at while teaching Marina about constellations. The same sky Samuel had looked at while thinking of Clara. The same sky that had witnessed entire generations learning that a person's true worth lies not in what they accumulate, but in what they leave behind. The next morning, Pedro opened Anna's notebook and wrote the first page of his own story. It began like this. My great-grandmother taught me that 237 Rs can change a life, not for the value itself, but for what it represents. She taught me that honesty is an inheritance, that true love endures for decades, that every choice matters, even the small ones, and that stories like hers need to be told, so they are never forgotten. He closed the notebook and knew with absolute certainty that one day his own grandchildren would read those words. And the current would continue, forever. If this story touched your heart, if you felt something while following the journey of Anna, Marina, Lucas, Beatriz, and Pedro, then you understand the power of a good story. Here, in Stories of Millions, we believe that stories have the power to transform, move, and inspire. Each video is a new journey, a new learning experience, a new opportunity to feel. If you're not already subscribed, now's the time. Click the subscribe button, turn on notifications to receive all updates, and become part of this family of millions of hearts who, like you, believe in the power of stories. Leave a comment below telling us what you thought of this story. Which part moved you the most? Do you have a family legacy you'd like to share? See you in the next video. Stories of Millions, where every story is worth more than gold.